Week 13 is here. It is the captain. Oh, sorry, got distracted there. It is the captain getting ready to be with you for the next 7 hours of football. Davey is out today. Maddie is on holiday. It is the cap, and soon to be joining me, the D, the Dev, the whole ass man of grown. Oh boy, we have got, I believe, how many games in the opening window? I think we've got, what is it here? 6 or 7 in the opening window. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the opening window, 3 in the late window. Games are about to start kicking off. Dev is here.
Hello.
Solo Decoa. I like that one.
I'm not going to really think of anything.
Who is your Wagum today?
So we got what? Broncos at Texans, Chargers, Patriots, Lions, Saints, Falcons, Jets for the early game.
Yes,
I would
Chargers,
say
Patriots, Lions, Saints, Falcons, Jets, Cardinals, Steelers, Colts, Titans, Dolphins, Commanders, Broncos, Texans. That's our early window today.
Huh. Oh no, there's also Cardinals, Steelers, Colts, Titans, and Dolphins, Commanders in the early games. 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably Tyreek.
Yeah, I think Tyreek is gonna run pretty wild today.
Yeah, I'll
He's
probably
gonna be
say
like
Tyreek is going to be
Hulkamania.
wagon.
It's running wild, brother.
That's
Tyreekamania.
Tyreek is on a historic path right now for not only the
What
Dolphins
know
but
something
himself.
Gene mean?
And we're getting kickoff in LA Patriots and now kickoff in Denver
And as
Texans.
usual, you're about 30 seconds ahead of me.
I'm surprised I'm ahead of you. I hopped in a little late.
Well, I mean, your red zone feeds a little ahead of me. And yep, just got the Chargers Patriots kickoff. What's on the food menu today?
Probably nothing. After this, I'm probably going to be clean and maybe make something to eat. I don't know.
While I was talking to you this morning on the phone, I was actually putting together a batch of chili. Going to have some chili cheese dogs a little later
Hell
on.
yeah.
I wanted something very simple, quick, and easy since it's going to be you and I holding the fort today. Our brother Matthew is on holiday with his lovely bride-to-be, Laura. Davey is unfortunately grinding away at the salt mines. So you have to look at our beautiful faces for the next 7
7
hours, ladies and
hours.
gentlemen. I mean, literally this and this are going to be burned into your oculars. And Lions get the kickoff. Let's take a look at fantasy wise, Dev. Who do you have going in the
I have CJ Stroud going in as my quarterback against Denver.
I mean
I have
in the early window anyway.
I have CJ Stroud. I have Tyreek Hill whenever the Dolphins play, or whenever I see them do kickoff. Who else do I have in the early slates? I think just Stroud, Tyreek. Because I got some other players late game. Evan Ingram, David Njoku. Oh no, I got Derrick Henry playing.
Yeah, you got
Tennessee's playing.
the D hen. Yeah, this
Brandon
is a
Cooks already
pretty.
played.
Let me pull up the playoff scenarios this week. We got Kevin Bacon, the Doormats, and Deshaun Watson sucks in the hunt. You, myself, and John have clinched. Right now, you'd be the 3 seed. Maddie would be the 4 seed, Deech the 5, and Grey's Anatomy 6. Yeah. So we've got some. You are actually playing 8 seed. You're playing Buck this week. So if you beat him, that could. If you beat him
Doesn't that
and
kick Buck out?
Quite well, we still have 1 week to go. He would still have a chance to get back in, but if you were to beat him, let's see what's his record. Buck is 6-6. Yeah, that would potentially knock him out of the playoff race if he were to lose today, lose next week. I have got Justin Herbert, Alvin
Derrick Henry
Kamara.
rushing touchdown.
Already?
Yeah.
I got Herbie, Alvin Kamara, Curtis Samuel, Pat Freiermuth, the Falcons defense, and Matt Gay kicking for the Colts. I just saw Henry's touchdown. I can't believe he's not. That is the first time the Titans have had an opening drive touchdown in 15 games.
Damn.
Translation?
And that was
they suck at the start. So you've got 4 guys going right now. I've got 6. I'm just really glad this week because I have no guys in prime time. Nothing Sunday night, nothing Monday night, had nothing Thursday. All my little children are all playing on Sunday where I can watch them all.
I only had one Thursday night, and that was Brandon Cooks. He did better than I thought he was going to, but he didn't do as good as I wanted.
14 and a half. Although Bucks had DK Metcalf, who absolutely went off and scored 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, he had 8 catches, 3 touchdowns for it was 137 yards or some shit.
34 and a half fantasy points.
Yeah, it was. I definitely wasn't worried too much because he was. Brandon Cooks was expected to score 7.8 fantasy points, so getting double that is pretty good.
What would really be nice is if the Doormats are able to defeat John this week and knock
that'd be
him down
amazing.
again. Last week he lost to the 1 and presently now 2-10 West Fork Virgins. He lost to the absolute doormat of the league. This week he actually plays a team called the Doormats. So I don't know, maybe a little connection there.
Yeah, maybe. I got Buck, and then after this I play Davey, and then we go into playoffs.
And I got Johnson this week, and then I've got Maddie next week.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how Maddie is sitting around today watching his beloved Broncos face a real quarterback who doesn't have the flu.
Jahmyr Gibbs with a hell of a run. Right? That's his name, Jahmyr Gibbs? Jamal Gibbs?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
It is Jahmyr. Jahmyr.
They call him Jahmyr. He was their first round draft pick this year. Okay, I think I'm about to see Jahmyr's run. Holy shnikes.
Yeah, he had one hell of a run.
He blew right through him, right down to the goal line.
Yeah. Montgomery.
Flea market.
You said I had 4 people going right now.
You've got let me
Derek and CJ.
The board of score here. You've got Where are the whole ass grown men? You've got Stroud, Henry, your kicker. You got the Jets kicker, and Tyreek.
Mm.
Touchdown Lions, David Montgomery.
Montgomery. There you go. Now I'm seeing some Miami, Washington.
My opponent only has 8 people. He did not pick up another running back this week, so he's playing me down a player because Saquon Barkley's on bye, and he did not attend to that matter. I, on the other hand, was quite active this week in free agency because that's what a captain does. He
Buck
got
didn't.
it.
His defense. He doesn't have any defense.
No, he doesn't have. He's got the Lions defense.
Oh, he has the yeah. Last time I looked, I thought he still had Baltimore's defense playing.
No, he's got Lions defense.
Mm.
And it looks like we're going to get a review of a play in the Washington-Miami game. Curtis Samuel already with 2 catches, starting him for the first time this year. With Stephon Diggs on a bye week, had to pick up some receivers.
CJ Stroud has 55 passes for 20-plus yards, most in the NFL right now.
Stroud has been what you would call good.
Yes.
This whole football thing, he's kind of good at it. Davey, hello.
David.
Or to use my Mrs. Doubtfire voice, hello.
Ooh,
Davey, wish you were joining us today. We definitely miss you.
We do indeed.
Stroud tosses to 47. I'm not sure who the hell that is. These old oculars of mine are failing me. Let's see the line. Colts are favored by 1 over the Titans. Chargers -5.5 to the Patriots. Lions -4.5 to the Saints. Falcons 2.5 over the Jets. 6.5 over the Cardinals. 9.5 that's and
Cap, you sound like Megatron.
I sound like Megatron?
No,
is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't hear Megatron anymore.
That's a Transformer, right?
Yes. He's the leader of the Decepticons.
And looks like the Colts have scored.
Yeah, with a fucking dot.
A dot or a dart?
Both.
Who is it to? I haven't seen it.
Alec Pearson?
Pearson?
Yeah. Stop running away from me. Number 10 on the Colts that's Minshew. It's number 14 on the Colts.
Okay, they just went back to Colts Titans. Well, I've got the Colts kicker, so hey, score away, fellas.
Score away, fellas. Field goal is good in Houston. They couldn't do anything more than that. That's all right.
In the big games, quote unquote, later on today, Panthers at Bucks, Browns at Rams, and the Big Daddy 49ers at Eagles. I am very, very curious to see how that one goes.
I am too. We got what are they? The 10-1 Eagles going up against the 9-2 49ers.
49ers have lost
8-3.
3.
So they're
Yeah.
8-3.
Those are the two best teams in the NFC, arguably the two best teams in football playing each other. 49ers are 3-point favorites on the road,
I
which
hope
is
they win.
New England has on the throwbacks for Davey today.
Interception.
Who got picked?
Carr did. Lions ball.
Shit. My opponent has the Lions defense. Damn it. Dev, I thought I told you this morning. Do not deliver bad news to Cap. I can't handle bad news.
I thought Goff had that very fucking quickly. It would have been so fast.
Was that a...
Who'd you go for the Lions Saints game?
The what?
The Lions Saints game. Who'd you go for?
Let me flip back. This is actually the first week I've kept our predictions. Yeah, it was the unanimous Lions.
Okay.
We had four unanimouses. We had Lions, Falcons, Dolphins, and Jags.
Okay.
Everyone who does this should own one of these legal pads. You just write, you flip over, you keep going.
You keep going.
What the and Goff just threw a touchdown. Fuck me running.
Tyreek Hill, touchdown.
My opponent has Goff. Damn it.
Tyreek just ran for like a 60-something yarder.
Well, that's what Tyreek does, Dev Sokoa, or Solo Dakoa, Dolo, whatever your name is today.
Solo Dakoa.
And Goff hits, who is that? Laporta, the tight end.
Yeah, Sam Laporta. Damn,
I believe Buck has him. Where's my scoreboard? Yeah, Buck is now within six of you. I'm down 44-22, but ugh.
Now I'm getting some Falcons Jets balls.
Nashville FC is up 29-17 at the moment. Matty is getting his ass handed to him by the Virgins. The Virgins have come alive.
A little too late for that, but
her name was Virginia. They called her Virgin for short, but not for long.
There is legitimately no way the Westport Virgins can come back.
No,
there's only two games.
Eliminated. Yeah, Caesar, the Virgins, and Johnson are out. And Davey, unfortunately, is getting
fucking up people's records.
Davey is getting his ass whipped. Davey is.
Who is he up against?
He's facing Tyson, Maddie's coworker, I believe.
Yeah.
Ay, caramba. Caramba.
Good there, Mr. Pickett. Can hit hard. That's fine.
Oh. I actually prepared. Unlike last week where I ran out of beer, I bought a whole case yesterday.
Hell yeah.
And I still have, I didn't drink I think I only had like 5 or 6 beers yesterday. And I also still have 2 of my oatmeal stout. It's a imported oatmeal stout from Great Britain. Is one of my favorite beers of all time. Tadcaster, I believe, is the name of the brewery. Phenomenal beer. I've only ever found it in a couple of places, and the liquor store across the street had them. So I bought they come in 4-packs because they're.
Yep, the big bottles.
Yeah, I got 2 of those left.
Hell yeah, stack Mr. Wilson.
I
Come on,
believe
Texas.
I believe if I win, wait a minute, let me look at the scenario here. So if I win today and John loses, I would sew up the number one seed because even though next week, even if we still finish with the same record, I would have him on points. So loss by Nashville FC today means Cap locks up the numero
And
uno
if
seed.
he does lose today, I go in the second because I have more points scored than he does. I'm pretty sure. I think I have him beat by points. I'm just losing because I got that extra loss.
Let's see here. I believe you and he are pretty damn close. Actually, no, he has you on points by uh he's ahead of you by 38 points.
So I would still be in third. Okay.
Correct.
He would have to lose 2 back to back for
Yeah,
me to get.
you would have to have the same record as him, but have scored more points than right now. He's got 38 on you, which
Okay.
is not insurmountable, but you would have to. I mean, this late in the year, you would have to have two phenomenal kick-ass weeks, and he would have to have two down weeks.
Yeah. Like 2 underachievers and 2 overachiever weeks type of shit.
Yeah. So yeah, we have our 4 teams for the college football playoff. Texas,
Florida State
Alabama.
University didn't even get a fucking look, even though they went undefeated, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why they let teams with losing records in over a team that didn't lose.
And looks like Chargers have recovered the Patriots fumble.
I didn't even see that.
Davey, maybe off earlies. Well, Davey, allow me to send you a link in the event of your early absentia. Oh wait, yeah,
Yeah,
Davey.
it's in our
Yeah,
chat.
it's in the Facebook chat. Never mind.
My red zone did not show me that fumble between Patriots.
We eagerly await you, Davey.
Oh, Carr, I thought you threw another interception. I was like, dude, it's already 14-0 in the first quarter.
Yeah, I'm hoping Alvin Kamara gets a lot of receptions today because Detroit's run defense is pretty stout. So I could really use a lot of Kamara. This almost sounds like a lot of vagina. I need a lot of Kamara.
I need a lot of it. Give me 1 second. I got to leak Sky.
And looks like Sam Howell eats the sack. Huge catch for Collins in Houston. Looks like we've got an injury for the Patriots. That's why that game is presently in delay mode.
I is back.
Dev is back.
We got LA with the ball. Chargers not doing shit with it.
Yeah, Charger's going to Charger. John and I went to the Chinese buffet last night.
How did that go?
Let's just say I was passing a lot of gas last night.
I bet. So who got hurt? Number 38. Ramondre Stevenson. That's who got hit.
How Brandon Staley still has a job is beyond me. I mean, there's no way with their performance they're going to keep him for next year. No way in hell.
That dude is an anomaly and not in a good way. Ooh, you broke your own damn legs.
Broke your own damn leg.
Broncos cornerback number 2. Is it that?
Surtain?
Yeah, that's Pat Surtain. Yeah, he hurt his knee. Looks like he hyperextended his knee.
Oh, Maddie, I hope you're listening, and I hope you love it.
Yeah, he's not on the field right now.
To end this reign of insufferable Maddie. I've been dealing with when the Broncos win, your brother is insufferable. It's been going on for 6 weeks now, damn it. This has to end.
Just wait till we're all in Arkansas and you got to deal with that in person, right next to you every fucking Sunday.
Well, see, no, in person, I have blunt and sharp objects with which to deal with that. Over this, I have nothing.
I can cyberbully him. Goff is slinging it today. Amon-Ra St. Brown, touchdown. It is 20-0.
And my opponent has Goff. I'm not liking how this day is starting out for me, Solo Dakoa. My guys ain't doing shit, and my opponent's doing a whole lot of shit.
Like, I knew the Lions were going to win, but I didn't think they were going to be this dominant in the first quarter. Knee questionable. Yeah, that's a knee injury on Surtain. He's questionable. That was a bad hyperextension. Looked like he done broke his own damn leg. You ever see those videos of like really skillful like dribblers in basketball breaking people's ankles and shit like that?
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what happened to Pat Surtain.
Oh boy. Oh, and there's Maggie.
Yes, Maggums.
Maggie, stay away from Daddy's amplifier. Don't even think about it.
She's like, oh, it's interesting. She's so cute.
She's a lazy lard ass is what she is.
Who's at the helm right now for New York? Wow, that is a horse collar if I've ever seen one.
New York, I believe they started
There's
the backup
string?
guy. They didn't start Wilson.
Or
They
third
started.
string.
Yeah.
What's his name? Fucking. Because Zappy is starting. Wow, so many quarterbacks are like starting quarterbacks are out. Jets don't have one. Fucking the Browns don't have one. That's why they fucking signed Flacco, and now he's
this season they're actually on pace to have the most starting quarterbacks of any NFL season, with a lot of quarterback injuries this year.
Yeah, the start of the season, like within the first 5 weeks, we had a Cousins injury, a Anthony Richardson injury, a Justin Fields injury, Aaron Rodgers out for season, pretty much. We had Burrow get hurt, Deshaun Watson get hurt. We had fucking
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young. Kyler Murray was still out, so he didn't even get to play. We had Daniel Jones get his first concussion, so he was out for a little bit. Now he's out for season. We
Yeah,
had damn
Jones
near
is out.
almost.
Shit.
We
Yeah,
had
you're
damn
right.
near every starting quarterback except Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert.
It's been a rough year for quarterbacks, which I'm not upset about because it's football. It's not beanbag.
I can think of maybe 5 starting quarterbacks on the top of I can count 5 quarterbacks in one hand that didn't get hurt for at least a week.
It looks like the Chargers have the ball back.
Because fucking even what? Patty Mahomes was sick for what? A couple games?
I think it was just one. He had the flu.
There's a flag. Oh, that's
T.
what I like to
Boyle.
see. CJ
Boyle is in for the
Stroud.
Jets.
CJ Stroud's one of those quarterbacks that will throw hands with the defensive back. Singleton just got in his face after a flag was thrown, pushed him, and they looked like they were about to fight. And that's the starting quarterback against. What is Singleton? He's a left outside linebacker?
Sounds right.
Yeah, they looked like they were about to fucking throw down. Denver is not holding it together. They're letting their fucking egos get the best of them.
Prater just nails a 50-yarder, and of course, my opponent has him. I'm
What's your
getting
opponent? What's the score right now?
58-22.
Yeah. What's the
I'm
predictability right now?
50-50. I was favored by like 65-35.
I look at right now. I can't really check because I'm streaming on my phone.
Right now, Nev is 44. It's 44-36 in favor of you.
Okay.
Hey, Alvin Kamara, 1 carry, minus 2 yards. Hooray!
Hooray! I know we said we wanted to use you, Kamara, but I don't want you to give me negative points.
Now, I need to get some catches. I mean, they're already down 21-0. They're not going to be running this damn thing.
Didn't you trade to get Kamara?
Yep.
Who'd you get rid of for Kamara?
I honestly cannot even remember. It was a trade deadline move because I needed to shore up my running back room.
Yeah, no, because Davey was the one that had Aaron Jones. He was trying to do a package for, I think it was David Njoku and DeAndre Swift for Tyler Hawkinson and Aaron Jones.
What are you doing?
Touchdown Tennessee, or not Tennessee, Texans. Damian Pierce. And Tank Dell is down. You were not so. You were questionable. Did you re-hurt what was already? That wasn't even your play, bro. How'd you hurt yourself on the thing you were supposed to guard someone?
Damian Pierce
Where
with
did?
the tutty.
Oh, that's where Tank Dell is. He was a. Yep, he had. There's Dell. There's his ankle. Yep, there's his elbow right in your ankle. You know it's bad when you're spanking your own offensive lineman. You're going down.
Oh, Cap must release some ballast.
Sounds good. We got 3. Nope, not share this to my audience. Comment. Tell boyfriend. That's what it says. 9-0 Houston. We got Tyler Boyle the helm right now, and he does not look good. That is fourth down and very many yards. Yep, causing them to punt. I thought that was blocked. Ooh. Okay. Okay, Jets defense, I see you. Well, pop my camera real quick. Sorry. You just missed Tyler Boyle getting sacked for hella yards, and then the Jets special teams proceeded to punt it and get the get the Buccaneers on their 2 yard line.
The Falcons, yeah, I've got the Falcons defense. They're the only thing right now keeping my ass afloat.
Let's see can the Jets get a safety? Need to watch out for that Bijan Robinson run.
And Derek Carr gets sacked. My God, the Saints are getting their ass handed to them.
Yeah, they got some yardage. Tank Dell getting carted off the field.
That is not good for Houston.
Yep, looks like an ankle injury. Or yeah, they're elevating his right leg. Now we're getting a field goal for Houston.
No, Houston going up 10-0 over the Broncos.
You love to see it.
Chargers and Patriots already into the second quarter.
Aren't they still scoreless?
Yep.
Got fucked up. You can see his leg in that whole pile. Second 7. Playing at 3 yards on the last play. And safety! Jets get a safety.
Yeah, they had, and it's Bijan who takes it. So the first score in the Jets Falcons game is a safety.
Yep. He got hit hard. Who was that? That was. Oh, you hit him with his own teammate.
Waterboy knocked the poop out of him.
The Jets defense have had 3 safeties this year. We'll get some agua.
Looks like Herbert's starting to move the ball finally.
Is he getting some good yardage, or is it just like little short passes here and there?
He's up to 53 yards. At least he's doing something.
Okay.
No one else on my team is.
I'm surprised the Colts Tennessee game is as close as it is right now.
Titans have the ball at the Indianapolis, looks like 34.
And intercepted. intercepted, fumbled, interception into a fumble. Wow, that's impressive. Will Levis proceeded to get intercepted and then watch the person intercept him get a fair catch and then drop the ball so he could recover it.
He coated the ball with mayo before the game, make it nice and slippery.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. Someone hit his arm and it just like dead duck out of. Did I even hit the floor? Yeah, no. That was a fair catch, interception into a fumble. Will Levis recovered. That's impressive. That's like throwing an interception and watching your quarterback hit the person that intercepted it so hard that they fumble.
Recovering your own interception. You don't see that very often.
You really don't. I've only had that happen to me once in a video game.
I'm getting stressed. It just takes me a minute. Hey, what is this
Montua.
little baby doing? Outside?
I just let her out.
That stiff arm.
She just went out about 30 minutes ago.
Bitch in the dirt.
She just went out about 30 minutes ago.
About 30 minutes ago? Oh.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fucking Derrick Henry made a defensive corner his bitch.
Derrick Henry might have the most wicked stiff arm in the history of football.
So much. I appreciate you so much, Renee. Cap, you know how I said I wasn't going to be eating anything? I lied.
Oh, you lied?
Yes, I am a liar, and I apologize.
Oh.
My lovely old lady neighbor, Miss Renee, has bestowed upon me more chicken tikka masala, and I am now excited.
Yeah, I'm waiting on gonna make some nice chili cheese dogs a bit later.
Hell yeah, that sounds scrumdiddlyumptious though as well.
Some nice homemade beef chili topping, some Angus beef dogs, a little mustard and onion, and some fresh grated sharp cheddar. Ooh, yeah.
I wonder, what do you use for your ground beef? Do you do like 70-30, 80-20?
I just do 80-20 and I drain it.
Is that what your like go-to meat is like an 80-20?
Well, yeah, for chili, for burgers, I go 80-20. If I'm doing, well, let me rephrase that. For chili or for, dishes like that, yeah, I go 80-20. If I'm doing burgers, I go with 85-15.
Okay. Do you use tubed or do you use the clear package like Angus ground chuck type of shit?
For chili, just the tube stuff. For burgers, I get like 85-15 Angus steak. But it kind of balances out because when I make burgers, I put a little knob of butter on the burger after I flip it to kind of give it that nice, sheeny, what they call a nice sheen,
A nice glisten.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where Renee gets this chicken tikka masala. I know it's probably expensive because Indian food's expensive, but goddamn, is this shit good?
My starting tight end, whom I picked up for the Steelers, Pat Freiermuth, has no catches for no yards. Thank you very much, Patty, there.
I was thinking about picking him up, and then I was like, David Njoku, I have shit on this dude this entire season, and now he's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played poorly. He had a pretty good game last week, if I remember correctly.
He did all right. I won't say good.
Holy shit, Stroud is just throwing bombs today.
Oh yeah, him and fucking golf. Wow, we have 3 games that are almost, or well, 2 games that are almost another 21-0. We got the 10-0 with the Texans and Denver, and then we got what was it,
21
17-0?
21 nothing Lions over Saints.
There's the 17 or the 10-0 between Texans and Denver, and then there's that 17-0 between.
It's just blow city now. It's just absolute ass handling.
And then there's the Chargers Patriots game, scoreless, 12 minutes into the second quarter.
Because the Chargers can't do a fucking thing right. They're playing the fucking Patriots, who, if not for Carolina, would be the worst team in football.
Goff is just fucking slinging. Reynolds should have caught that. That one was a little fast on Goff's end, but he's throwing today.
So in 47 minutes, I've gone from having a 65% win percentage down to a 49. That's how bad my team is doing right now. I'm not enjoying watching this happen.
All we got to do is pull a fucking Josh Mansfield. We just got to fall asleep through all the games and hope we do good.
No, I can't do that. I can't sleep when I've got shit going on. It's just my brain won't allow it.
Believe me, after our phone call, I barely was able to fall asleep. I think I got maybe 30 minutes.
Well, I didn't sleep very well last night either. I don't know what I couldn't get to sleep. So I'm hoping have a nice, long day of football, get some food in me, some beer, and then once the games are done today, lay down and get a good long night's sleep.
After the games are done, I'm cleaning the house.
I'm gonna I'm gonna clean up the house a little bit, and then take a nice big shot of NyQuil and lay down and get some rest. Because I got to go back to work tomorrow bright and early, wake up at 6 a.m.
How early do you wake up for work? When do you go in?
I start at 6:30 in the morning. I usually wake up about 6, 5:45, 6 o'clock. Just give me time to wake up, have a cigarette, have some tea, have a morning bowel movement, just kind of, get things going.
Let the good times roll.
Hey, Kamara's got positive yardage. I'll be damned.
Well, I'll be damned.
You see, there's the line of scrimmage. You want to run past that, not behind it. You want to run past that. Hey, Sean Payton's trying to chew out a referee. Your team's down 10-0, Sean. Suck on it and enjoy it.
You had your wins. Now it's time to lose.
You had your chance. Cap's got to buy 2 TVs. Maggie broke the TV we have in our bedroom.
How'd she do that?
She knocked it down.
Did she jump on your guys' nightstand or something?
I've got it on my grandmother's cedar chest, and she jumped up and knocked it down. And then the TV downstairs, my nice 55-inch that I bought when I moved into this place, John fell a couple weeks ago and he hit his head on the TV. So Cap's got to spend about $400 on TVs.
Lovely. Are you going for like a wall mount?
Well, I've got a wall mount in my office here. A wall mount just because I have a 50. I had a 55-inch downstairs. I'm wanting to get a 65 and wall mount that. Then the bedroom, I'm just going to get because we rarely use that one. Just going to get the cheapest one I can find.
How many inches
Because
was the one in your bedroom?
like 36,
Um,
small one. Because all I really ever use that one for is, every once in a while I'll watch something on it, or if we have to leave, we put Maggie in the kennel and turn the TV on because she tends to not lose her shit if, in the kennel, if there's a TV on, she can watch TV. Like caramba.
you got Mr. Matt Amendola coming back on the field for a 38-yard attempt to
And
make it
another big sack by TJ Watt.
13-0 Houston.
Hey Maddie, how you enjoying your vacation, bitch? See what happens when you take a vacation? The Broncos lose.
You're not allowed to have nice things.
You cheer for the wrong team.
You should
Or
totally
to quote one of my favorite movies of all time, Walk Hard, the wrong kid died.
Okay, that was. Oh shit!
What oh shit? I don't like oh
Who
shit.
Robinson Jr. for Washington just had like a 25-yard rush.
Okay, I just now saw that. Bryce Robinson.
Yeah, Brian Robinson Jr. I don't know, something.
I
B.
believe
Robinson.
Davey has him.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought Davey had Bijan. Or not Bijan. Yeah, no, I think he does have.
No, Landon has Bijan. Maddie's getting his ass whipped. Davey's getting his ass whipped. I'm getting my ass whipped. You're whipping ass. Caesar's getting hit. It's just a lot of ass whipping going on right now.
Is there any close games?
Landon and Grey's Anatomy are 8.4 to 2.8.
Oh, that's a. Do they got like one player each?
They have 5 players each going right now.
Oh, okay.
It's 9 points between Nashville FC and the Doormats.
Still in John's favor?
Oh, Curtis Samuel, big catch. I needed that one. And Atlanta recovers a fumble. All right. Here we go. All right. Rebounds.
Dicker the kicker.
Got rid of him
And
weeks ago.
he makes it. Who's your new kicker right now?
I've got Matt Gay for the Colts going today, and then I've got what's his name, Moody for the 49ers, but they're playing the Eagles, and I'm not starting him or the Niners defense against that Eagles offense. And Eagles, no way. I'm washing me hands of that one. Kamara doing shit. All right, let's get this thing going.
Yeah, I just got that catch from Alvin for that first down.
Things are swinging back Cap's way a little bit.
I'm noticing that some games I'm ahead of you and some games you're ahead of me.
Well, for some reason, my RedZone, when I'm watching on my laptop, is weird. But I'm also streaming, doing this, and then was that Algier for the Falcons.
CJ Stroud with 153 yards passing.
The Stroudman.
Derrick Henry with 61 rushing yards. Damn. If only I had Nico Collins, I'd have all the leaders in today's games right now. We got, who was that? That was Bijan.
Bejan. Levis with an 18-yard pass to DeAndre.
Oh, Dolphins player number 55 on their defense got hurt. Oh, his own teammate took out his fucking knee. That's great. We love to see it. Your own teammates injuring you. It be like that. Those close to you may hurt you, you motherfucker. Okay.
See, who do I have in the afternoon? I've got Rashad White, A.J. Brown, and Kyron Williams.
I got DeAndre Swift, my Browns defense, and my tight ends are going to. I think that's it. So I think I have Evan Ingram as my flex player this week.
My opponent
No,
has
that's
Mike Evans in the afternoon window, Travis Kelce tonight, and Christian Kirk Monday night.
That's going to be interesting to see how those players play.
Well, unless we can get up one hell of a lead, Travis Kelce can obliterate a lead.
Yeah. And touchdown, Falcons. Michael Pruitt.
There was a serial killer in Arkansas named Pruitt.
Interesting.
He was called the Mad Dog Killer because he had a taste for Mogan David Mad Dog wine.
And touchdown, Washington.
Who was it?
It was Brown.
Damn it. I needed it to be Samuel. Oh, Steelers are in the red zone. Come on, Friarmuth.
Falcons kick, and it's good. God, Sam Howell, you look like someone who's been bullied. Oh, there's a review for the score.
Howell's actually leading the NFL in pass yards this year.
I thought CJ was.
Coming into this week, I believe it's Howell.
Okay, with the run. Keep getting notifications that someone's in. Derrick Henry is in the red zone. Check it out.
You really got to get yourself a laptop, kid.
I do. Derrick Henry, touchdown.
That's his second of the day. See,
And that was a rushing touchdown, too.
You should have made him your wagum.
It was either going to be him or Tyreek. And, oh, you kicked that dude in the dick, Derek.
Kicked him in the dick?
Yeah, when he was getting thrown into the end zone, his leg went flying and hit I think it was one of the G-backs.
I just saw that.
The dick kick?
I just saw the dick kick.
I was sitting there, I was like,
all right, baby, let's get it going, y'all.
I think I'm just getting the. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr.
I'm going to rotate a little bit. Take a look at my camera right now.
Oh,
The laziness.
how attached to her John is she?
She just she varies. She like if either one of us are in bed, she's on the bed. Uh, she just she varies
She varies.
between who she goes to. It's typically whoever's closest to the treat bag. Saints are in the red zone.
Yeah, Derek Carr finally got a pass off to
Kamara.
They're still reviewing that touchdown in Washington to see if that was a touchdown. We're about to get a verdict. I can't tell what's going on. It's been reversed. Okay. So you still might get your chance with Samuel getting
That'd be
his
nice.
touchdown.
Well, I mean, that close to the goal line, I would guess they would run it
They
in.
threw it last time and almost got a touchdown. Maybe they might try to go for a similar play and
Saints did something.
Saints are currently on a 7-minute drone. Touchdown! Saints. Jimmy Graham.
Damn.
He's still playing. I thought he retired last year.
I thought he died 5 years ago. It's like that John Wayne movie, Big Jake. Mr. McCandles, I thought you were dead. Not hardly.
I don't think I have seen that movie. I know when we move up there, I have a lot of shit I need to watch and keep up with your knowledge to some shit. Because what you said, you had a couple movies for me to watch and a couple books I needed to read.
I've always got movies and books for people to watch and read. Depends.
When we move, Cap, I need to make a captain's library card so I can fucking rent movies and fucking books from you.
Well, there's that
Okay,
shelf there.
Sam Howell. Touchdown.
Well, there's this shelf right here. Then there's that one over there. Then there's another one over here. So Cap has quite the library. So that touchdown by New Orleans helped because my opponent has the Detroit defense, which knocked them down a little bit.
That's good. More touchdowns means less points for their defense. And they
Yep.
were rocking with a 21-0 lead, so that was probably a scary outlook.
Oh, I'm constantly petrified, mortified,
I'm
stupefied.
constantly scared.
First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kenny Pickett is hurt. Mitchell Trubisky is warming up. Holy shit. Mitch Kissing Titties may be coming into the game.
Mitch Kissed Them Titties almost got him a touchdown by handing it off for a run.
Well, I need him to throw it to Fryermuth.
There's a flag in Tennessee. Who's that big? Oh. Who is Moss for? Who's taking Jonathan Taylor's place right now for fucking
I
Indianapolis?
think Harris didn't quite make it. The Steelers went for it, 4th and goal, and didn't make it.
Damn. Face mask.
That might be the statement of the season from the announcer for CBS in the Steelers game. The Steelers can't get it in.
They are having performance issues tonight.
They need their Blue Chew.
Yes, sir. Use promo code CAP to get 15% off your purchase.
I wish. If I was getting royalties off of Blue Chew, although I haven't used the Blue Chew in a long time. I haven't needed it.
What was that play? And did it work? Yes, it fucking did. Okay. That was a handoff to a flea flicker back to the quarterback and a good 20-plus yard pass. Okay, then. How the fuck did that work? These games have been interesting as shit.
Herbert getting more yardage. I'd like to see him throw one into the end zone. Herbert was dog shit last week. But he was playing Baltimore, who's like the top 2 defense against quarterbacks.
Yeah, our defense is doing fucking amazing this year.
Well, this is your big bye week. Baltimore off this week.
We can fucking use it so none of our guys can get fucking hurt. I also haven't heard from Andrews
in practice.
I haven't heard anything from Andrews whether or not he's out for season or not.
Colts are in the red zone. Colts are in the red zone. That's the only one I'm seeing at the moment.
And I thought that was gonna be an interception. Where's the flat? What the fuck? The fluck? What the fuck?
The Fluck, the Flacco.
Yeah, fucking Browns. The fuck, the Flacco.
We get to see Joe Flacco again today.
I thought his career was done for. I didn't think a team was gonna pick him up. I do still think I wish.
I still cannot believe that schmuck got a ring. I still cannot believe it.
I can't.
Think of the last 2 quarterbacks who got rings for Baltimore: Joe Flacco and
fucking what's his name? Fuck.
2000.
Yeah, I just don't remember his fucking name because he meant that little to me. He sucked.
I know.
Yeah, he means so little to me that I can't even remember the Ray Lewis. That's who was our quarterback for that fucking Super Bowl win.
And Tony Siragusa.
Yeah, the entire fucking O-line and D-line. Everyone but our actual quarterback was our quarterback. Because I think he threw like 3 interceptions that game, but we still ended up winning.
No, the Super Bowl he didn't throw any.
I thought he did like ass, and our defense was just destroying their offense. And our offense
3rd and goal for the Colts.
1st and 10 in the Jets.
And the Colts kicked a field goal. So Cap is back to it's 52-39, still in favor of my opponent, but Cap's been making a little run, baby.
Tyreek Hill with like another 30, 40-plus yard wide receiver touchdown. I can't speak.
However much you paid for him at the draft, you got a bargain.
Dude, I was willing to spend way more. I'm not even joking. I was going to go bankrupt on him alone. I'm glad I didn't have to.
Well, Cap has to get some more beverage. Holy shit, I just saw that one. Jesus Christ.
Fucking bombed it. Tyreek is definitely the right wagon.
That puts you up 73-42.
Let's fucking go.
Dave,
how many points does Tyreek have?
It's 27.3.
All I need is him. Then it's only the second quarter. It can only keep going up from there unless he gets hurt. I just need him to do better than DK. Just for my own personal gain. Not points-wise. I just want him to do better than DK. And every time I hear DK's name, and this is for just the ones listening, I always think of the Donkey Kong song back in the day, the DK, Donkey Kong. Now we got Arizona 3rd and 3. Or Owen, what was that? 0-5 for 3rd down conversions. Can we make that 1-6? Let's go. Got the kick, 27-yarder. And is that good? Did you shake it? Hey, it's points for your boy. This fucking New England Chargers game is so hard to watch. Wow, that is not a good thing you want to fucking say. The Chargers New England game is the lowest scoring first half of this year. That's only because it's 0-3. Derek Carr, 1st and 10. Kenny Pickett was 8 for 11, and he's already out. Najee Harris. I think that's who kept him. Got Carr dropping. Okay. That was another 60. Yeah, that was 2 60-yard receptions from Tyreek today. Jesus, you are a madman, Tyreek, and I love it. An official broke his leg! Holy fuck!
Who broke their leg?
If viewers watching the highlight between the replay of the fucking Saints running back, you'll see him run. Oh fuck! So it was for a 3rd-and-8, 3rd-and-7 for New Orleans, and they handed it off to a run that didn't make it to the first down. It's 4th-and-1, and they threw the running back into one of the guys on the sidelines.
I just saw that.
His leg's fucking broken. It's either a dislocated kneecap or that whole fucking leg is just displaced. Also, we got another little, not history, but for just this season. It is the Chargers New England game, the 0-3 game right now. They have the least amount of points for the first half this season.
Sounds about right.
And that's only because Pittsburgh was also able to kick a field goal.
Curtis Samuel, another catch.
Was he one of your free agency acquisitions?
Yep. Cap is down by 12.
And so before you came back, they did a screen for Tyreek. He has 260-plus yard reception touchdowns.
I heard that.
171 yards with two. Oh no, that's passing yards. Never mind. That's rushing leaders. Derrick Henry, 89 with 2 tutties. There we go. 132 yards with 2 touchdowns for Tyreek. There's a flag. Has been another ref throwing out their laundry type of day. Denver 4th and 1. Are they going to be able to convert?
Possible 100-to-1 shot.
Yep. And they did. Russell Wilson had to scramble for it.
Samaje.
These games are. I'm more interested in the second slate of games. Or just watching Denver lose. Because this is enjoyable.
Russell gets the first down.
Pickett, update injury. Pickett suffers ankle injury. Questionable to return.
Well, they've got kissing titties, so.
Oh, another developing news. Oh, no, it's just the Pickett one again. You just keep popping up the Pickett one for developing news. There's so many other injuries besides Kenny Pickett. Fuck off. I want to know about the sideline guy. Is he good?
From what we saw, I don't think he is good.
No, that leg
And
was
it
all
is-
sorts of fucked up.
It is raining in New England.
It's getting misty and oh no, that was just the camera. Never mind. Instead, it's getting like foggy or misty in Washington, but that was just the camera angle. You know Washington's bad. When the last time I looked at Miami, they had the ball through that 60-yard touchdown to Tyreek, and now Miami has the ball again.
And Justin Herbert has a total of 4.5 points today, and that game is 3-0 because apparently the Chargers can't even whoop up on the Patriots.
Has Davey sent you an update whether or not if he will be able to join us?
I have heard nothing from the Davy.
Okay. Los Angeles just gotta. Are you gonna go? Okay. I thought he was gonna make it all the way. That wouldn't have been good for Cap. Okay, now Chargers have the ball so he can get some points.
So right now, John is projected to lose to the Doormats 116-96 because the Doormats have Tua.
That's what I love to hear, Cap.
Davy's getting whipped. Caesar's getting whipped. You're up 77 to 46. I'm down 53 to 40. I just cannot believe how god awful the Chargers are playing today.
And Irby finally almost had a touchdown and he fucked it.
Of course he did. He chargered it.
Chargers is one of those teams that it's like you have to be a very good individual player for me to like you. Throw that bitch. I love watching people just get stiff arm out of their shoes.
Come on, Herbie. Help Daddy out here.
Herbie, going back. So, Herbie, just because you've thrown your hand in front of a defender while he's running at you does not mean he's going to stop and give you a timeout. The way Herbie was running backwards while the defender was chasing him, he's like, wait, don't hit me. Give me a second so I can throw it.
That was the weakest stiff arm I've ever seen in my life. That was
there,
pathetic.
Did someone try to do a weak-ass stiff arm?
No, Herbie looked like he was trying to do a stiff arm.
It looked like he was trying to tell him, time out, I can only do this. Denver. Oh, damn it. That was almost an interception. Fuck you, Judy.
Broncos are in the red zone.
I also haven't seen an update on Pat yet.
And the Chargers kicked another field goal. Oh, God.
The one person that could be scoring you points on the Chargers, you got rid of.
Well, because the Chargers offense, I mean, you typically want kickers for teams who have really good offenses. And the Chargers haven't been doing shit. So that was why I got rid of him a few weeks ago.
I saw a thing running across the Twitter, the Xverse, and it was for like fantasy football. It was a fantasy football meme. And there's a group of like 18 grown men playing a fantasy football league, and they got the like decimal points removed. Grown ass men, no decimal points, so it's just straight numbers.
Colts are down to the goal line.
The Colts-Tennessee game is a really good game. I'm enjoying that one.
I would have never imagined that.
Yeah, I would never thought I would ever say, yeah, I'm enjoying the Colts versus Tennessee. Nothing is better than those two playing right now.
It's like, man, you know that prostate exam yesterday? Holy shit, that was a fun time.
I've never busted harder in my life. That doctor's got some long fucking fingers.
I mean, he greased it up. He put the whole fist in there.
He knew what the fuck he was doing.
Had me singing Moon River.
I'm just going to go back in next year and tell him I'm 50 again. Weren't you 50 last year? I'm 50 this year. What you mean? I'm a kid coming back to see you every year on my birthday. You my birthday present. That was something I've always said I'm never going to do is get a prostate exam. I don't care if I have ass cancer. Let it kill me. But I'm not letting a grown man stick his finger in my ass.
What if it's a female?
I'm not letting a female stick a finger in my ass either. Fuck colonoscopies. Oh, Dad, get him! Intercept it, you rat bastards. I hate seeing Russell Wilson getting avoided. They should have fucking creamed his ass. I don't want to watch him ride anymore. I want to watch him cry.
They're letting Russ cook.
Okay, we got another injury. DeMarcado questionable to return. The neck injury from the Cardinals. Something Roberts ruled out for the remainder of the game. Kenny Pickett and Isaac Sumalato. I don't know how to pronounce that fucking last name. Is also questionable. So Steelers have one out for a game, two questionable. Arizona has one out for game. Touchdown. I love how the refs will just have a conversation. It was like, did you see that? I don't. You want to call it a touchdown? Nah. Let's call it a touchdown. Fuck it. Touchdown.
And the Broncos are kicking a field goal.
That is an obvious touchdown. Why'd you guys have a long discussion about it? Motherfucker could have laid in the center of it and you would have been like, yeah, I don't think he did it. Knee was down. Everything was down.
Touch-
His whole body was down before that ball fell out. It is not a review. His whole body is fucking down. Knees, both elbows.
Touchdown,
chest.
Cardinals.
If you're just asking it, then you're going to be fucking sitting here questioning refs' decisions. Because they had a good fucking discussion whether or not that was a touchdown or not. Rules analyst George Steratore, shut the fuck up. Sterator, fucking Ferrator. I don't give a fuck. You are a mid character. You're not a main character. Get out of here, NPC. You got a red zone, RAWBall. Tyreek Hill's in the red zone again. Just give it to Tyreek. Give me another touchdown, and all is right in the world. I need a dominant win after the bullshit that happened last week. Fumble! Indianapolis fumbled. Tennessee's ball.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, I'm not. Fucking Minshew was standing upright and it looked like that shit got punched out of his arm.
I'm about to see the play here.
I think it was punched out. Show me the replay. There it is. Okay. Running.
Fucking hell. Jesus.
That wasn't punched, but his arm was slapped down, so.
Oh, God.
I feel bad for you because Tennessee's defense is what you're playing up against. But I'm enjoying it because that's more chances for Derrick Henry to get more yards.
It looks like it's raining in Pittsburgh as well.
Even the football gods are crying for how shit these games are. To a 3rd and 12 in field goal range. But we all know he doesn't need to do that. Just don't run it. Sweet, you didn't run it. Just don't get hit. First down. Is that Mr. Waddle? That was Mr. Waddle.
So right now, Cap is down 54-40. Whatever happened to the tuck rule? Minshew, come on. I need some points out of Gay.
You're telling me that wasn't a touchdown? Cap, they returned the call for the Arizona touchdown.
All righty.
What the fuck? Clearsdale. Okay. I'm glad I'm not an Arizona fan, or I would have been livid. So what those refs are telling me is I could be booty ass naked with me and their wife. They walk in on it, and they're like, nope, my wife isn't cheating on me.
Well, it's like that old Richard Pryor joke. What are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes?
For fucking real. The lying, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. At least they gave it to the same person, and he was able to still get his touchdown because he fucking deserved that. That was fucking stupid.
And now it's a touchdown for Arizona.
Thankfully, they gave it to the same fucking person. And touchdown, Miami. Was not Tyreek. Raheem Moistert.
So the Dallas Doormats are within one of Nashville SC. John could very well lose again.
Oh, I hope so. Because then this week, if he loses and I win, I can talk shit. I did not last week because I lost, so I know my place. I'm not going to be a loser and talk shit to another loser.
So Chargers and Patriots have gone to the half.
We got a minute left on the Lions New Orleans before they go into the half.
Oh.
TV.
Got a flag in New York,
In the door.
and it was on the Jets. Okay.
You mean Cap is downstairs cooking, Dev, so you're going to have to kind of let me know what's going on.
You're all good. First down for Atlanta. Right now they are in the red zone, I think. I think they just got to the red zone, depending on where they called out. We got 15 seconds left in Lions Saints game. Lions have ball. They're in the red zone on the 9. 3rd and 7. And Goff throws it. Incomplete. 4th and 7. 10 seconds left. Will the Lions go for it or will they kick it just to get some extra points? We got 12 seconds left in the Atlanta Jets game. 1st and goal. Red zone on the 11. Thrown, incomplete, flag, pass interference probably on the Jets. Oh, and there's pushing. Is that Sauce Gardner getting pissy? I think it is. No, that's not Sauce Gardner. That's whoever the fuck number 3 is. Witherclad? Witherspoon? I don't know what his fucking name is. Oh, Whitehead. Yeah, it looks like pass interference on the Jets. Oh, you went straight for his arm. You tried to take that shoulder out of its socket. That was not helmet to helmet. That was whole body to the shoulder joint. Now Desmond Ritter's getting into it. Oh, you're getting into it with Reed. A whole nother person. Wow. So they said it was on DJ Reed that did the foul, even though Whitehead was the. These refs are fucking stupid. I do not understand refs. We got 12 seconds left in the Indy game, or not 12 in the Indy game in the second half. Minshew going back, passing it, incomplete. 4th and 5 for the Indianapolis Colts. 9 seconds left. Well, they're not in field goal range, are they? They're in punting. Oh, they. You gonna try to go for this field goal? Matt Gay, Caps kicker's out in the field. He's got to make a 46-yard attempt. Let's see if Cap got a good acquisition. He kicks it, and it's good. Is it? Yep, it's good. Matt Gay with
It
a
is
46-yard
good.
kick. 4 seconds left in the Atlanta game. 1st and goal on the 1-yard line. Okay, so he was. Oh, that was a different. Yeah. So there's going to be a fight between the Jets and fucking Atlanta today. It's the weirdest looking score too. 7 Young Hoku setting up for a 22-yarder. And it is good. It fucking better have been. I don't even have Mr. Hoku. Isn't that Matt's backup kicker?
I believe so.
And every game is in halftime except the Colts with 4 seconds left. Tennessee's ball, 1st and 10 on the 25, 4 seconds. They're probably just going to do a quick run. They're not even showing it right now because I don't think they have the picture and play for it. I don't know. But whatever play Tennessee does is going to be halftime after. Okay, they took a knee. And we are now getting kickoff for the second half between the Chargers and New England. Touchback for the Chargers. A DT Kink Hub Walla. Hey, she doesn't have an annoying voice. Good for her. Glad it's not that Gene Ferrator bitch, whatever the fuck his name was. Herbert about to do his first hike of the second half. Keenan Allen looks like a worn out dad. Herbert steps back. Wow. Who the fuck are you? Eckler. That is not good. That was straight into your hands. Maybe wear some gloves. That might help. You got more tape on your elbows than you do your hands. The Chargers have 6 possessions, 4 punts, and 2 field goal attempts.
Sounds about right.
I'm trying to make him jump. Oh, yeah, that was your goal, was to make him jump. Tosses it, and incomplete again. 3rd and 10. Herbert is not in this fucking game today. And now we're getting Mr. Kittle and his squad walking in. And these Mr. Phillies. Really interested for the Eagles 49ers. Okay. You are still trying to make him jump, Herbert. Don't think they're going to jump. And incomplete. 4th and 10. They're going to have to kick it. That was a quick 0-4. Almost was an interception. See how close that was. Oh, he had an. Oh, that sucks. I would have been pissed at myself if I accidentally grabbed that man's hands instead of the ball. You always grab the man by his balls, not his hand. So you get possession. And now they're punting it.
You don't want to grab a man by his balls?
No, fucking one of the cornerbacks for New England almost intercepted it, but grabbed Eckler's hands. And I was like, oh, you grabbed his hand. I would have been so mad. You always want to grab a man by the balls, not the hands. That's how you get control.
Well, yeah, that's more than getting control.
I don't know why the Chargers are celebrating. You guys punted it. Don't tell you guys they did a good job because they fucking didn't. Is John playing with Magnums?
Yep.
The only thing I thought was he was playing a game, and I didn't know what game he was playing where he had to keep repeating, I'm kicking it. Was he? I don't remember. Was he ever able to get all his shit back from his favorite PC game?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I would have felt so bad for him. All the work you told me he's put into that game, I would have been so fucking pissed.
My cause, my cleats.
Hey, Mansfield. We got Mansfield and Raymond. I would put them up, but for some reason, my mobile StreamYard does not think I am a host as well, so I cannot post anything. Raymond, to answer your question, Cat is not doing good because his fantasy team is not doing good. No Daddy this week with a sad son and George high voice. Oh my.
I'm surviving, Raymond.
We got another comment. I think he means you're off screen. No. Fair enough. Yeah, Cap is making me deaf right now. But he is making food for himself. So he's got the pass. Okay, Mr. Palmer, whoever number one is for stop him. Get him. And that's another sack. Let's go. Von Miller, 2 sacks on Sean Miller? Von Miller? I was like, Von Miller does not play for...
Yeah, Von Miller plays for the Bulls.
Yeah, and he got arrested recently.
Yeah.
That was an interesting news report that I saw about that whole Von Miller situation.
Apparently it was like a domestic assault.
Yeah, I think he was allegedly, I think he pushed or assaulted a pregnant woman, I think. Or an old woman, something like that.
One of his ladies.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot on it. I just saw that there was an arrest warrant out for Von Miller in a certain town for an alleged abuse or assault or some shit like that.
Everything is always alleged.
Yeah. Because that's technically, you can't always just go on the media and say, oh, this person did this, even though a lot of people do it anyway.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah. Even though it's supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be in the court of law, innocent until proven guilty? But nowadays it's guilty until proven innocent?
Well, that's kind of the media and everyone else. But yes, in a court of law, you are innocent until proven guilty.
Dude, you were so slow on that run. Who the fuck were you? I hope that wasn't Ezekiel.
The Pittsburgh game is going into a weather delay.
A weather delay? Okay. It's not like we're missing out on that game anyway, so I wouldn't be sad if that one got canceled.
Sadness is in the eye of the beholder of the box of Kleenex.
I don't think I have any Steelers or Cardinals players.
I sold my Steelers stock early on in the year.
Wasn't your big Steelers stock in Najee?
Najee and Deontay.
Wasn't Najee that running back that you had that you got rid of for Kamara?
No, I traded Najee to get. Gosh, I can't even remember. I'd have to take a look and see.
Yeah, you'd have to look at your trade
history.
Yeah. Will Miami hit a 50 burger on Washington this week? 31-7. 13:53 in the third quarter. If you keep throwing 60 bombs to Tyreek, then yeah, that's a first down to Tyreek. I like seeing that. Any points to Tyreek is good points for D. We got domestic assault. Okay, thank you, Josh. So yes, Cap, it was a domestic assault on a pregnant woman. I believe I did see something like that. And Raymond said, college playoffs, it's Michigan versus Alabama at the Rose Bowl. Going Alabama, roll Tide. And then Washington beat Texas at the Sugar Bowl. Winners play each other for the national championship. Now, if I'm gonna be blunt with you, Raymond, I don't think Washington nor Texas should be in that bowl. I also don't know like the stand or not the standings, the like how NFL has the AFC and NFC. I don't know all the demographic placements for college teams. All I know is Florida. What is it? Florida State University is the one that went undefeated. They should have had a fucking bowl play, and they did not
Went
get.
undefeated, won their conference, and still didn't get in.
Which makes no sense.
ESPN has to have their SEC team in.
Yeah, in any aspect of it, it doesn't make any sense.
ESPN is so incestually hooked to the SEC that I think FSU was going to be the other team, but then ESPN pulled the cock card and was like, hey, you got to give us at least one.
Which is fucking stupid.
And honestly, if you had left an SEC team out of the playoffs, SEC fans would have revolted because they are the most entitled pieces of shit on planet Earth. I hate where I live dealing with these SEC.
I bet. Alabama beat Georgia.
SEC, toughest conference in the country. Yeah, you.
Yes, they did, Ray. Yes, they fucking did. CJ Stroud has the ball now. 1st and 15. Did you fumble that? Okay, I thought I just watched the ball go flying. I don't know what you think you were doing, but you just gave that dude 6 yards by throwing him in the direction towards your field goal or your touchdown, your end zone. Fuck, I can't speak. You sound like a robot.
I sound like a robot.
So your voice doesn't sound like when you talk, it doesn't sound like a robot, but when it's quiet. Devon Ashane, when did you come back? I thought you had a torn Achilles.
He never tore his Achilles.
I thought that's what his injury was an Achilles tear.
No.
There's so many people that got Achilles tears that I fucking don't know who's who.
Cap is within 10 of his opponent. I like it.
Matt Amendola setting up for another field goal. 38-yard attempt. And it is good. 16-3, Houston, Denver. Good pass to Wilson. Mr. Taysom Hill. I really enjoy Taysom Hill just because of his versatility as a player.
He is a Swiss Army knife.
He plays quarterback, running back, wide receiver. I'm pretty sure if you asked him to, he could play cornerback, safety. He just might not hit as hard as the other guys. Or might hit harder. Who knows? But Taysom Hill is an anomaly. I also don't know why they took Derek Carr out. But
Maybe he
third
just
and 8 for Chargers. Oh, they almost just got a safety. Oh,
maybe
he
he
got
just
it
wasn't
off.
feeling very oozy.
Herbert almost got a safety and then got it off in the nick of time and got a good 20-plus yard pass. So that's good. Third and 12. New Orleans. Taysom Hill has to get it off. And he does. Olave. Mr. Chris Olave. Hell of a catch. First and goal. Alvin Kamara, touchdown. Not sure if you heard that one, Cap. But hell yeah.
It's okay. Your daddy is just excited.
Yeah.
Mama. Cap
Kamara
is
got a
ahead.
touchdown.
Cap is ahead. 55 to 54.
What am I looking at?
Right now, you are 82 to 54.
Let's fucking go. What's my percentage?
87.
So I already have him in the red. Fuck yes. Let's go. Herbert got another first down conversion on a 3rd and 9. Hit it to Keenan Allen for about a 18-yard pass. 100th reception this season. 5 seasons with 100-plus receptions for Keenan Allen. Cap, do you think with what Keenan Allen has done in his career, do you think he will become a Hall of Famer one day?
Keenan Allen.
Or do you think he's not going to be able to because he's been a Charger for his entire career and never got a all-star quarterback? Because I don't like Herbert. I don't think he's that good. I think he's overhyped.
I disagree with you on Herbert. Allen. God, too early to tell.
What do you mean? I feel like he's got maybe, I don't know, how old is Keenan Allen? 36?
Oh no, he's young. No.
He's younger than that? I don't know how old Keenan Allen is, but maybe it might be too early to tell. Third and 6 in Indy, and they did not get the first down. Fourth and second. What are we at? This is fourth down. Fourth and second. Indianapolis. Do they go for it or are they kicking it? They're going for it. And do they get the first? Okay, we don't know if that was a first down or not. Denver, third and third. Oh, fumble! Touchdown, Houston! Fumble, Denver, touchdown, Houston. Oh, I'm enjoying this so much. Ooh. Did they say that was a fucking incomplete pass? It's a field goal, 46. Jets make it. Hey, that's good for me because I have the Jets kicker. Cap, you're muted. There we go.
All right. Caps up 56-54. Devs up 86-55. Loudon Stroud up 100-27.
Jeez, who's Loudon Stroud playing? Tyson?
Yep. No, Caesar.
Caesar.
16-9. Deshaun Watt sucks over Grey's Anatomy. Dallas Doormat 65-52 against Nashville FC.
Oh, that's another team I beat. Oh, I love watching John's team play like they're supposed to. Ass.
Maddie's getting his ass. Well, speaking of ass, Maddie's getting his ass kicked by the Virgins.
How bad?
48-21. And
Damn.
Davies getting his ass kicked by Tyson. And that's the current state of the state.
So what happens if Davey loses? Is he completely donezo?
He can afford a loss if the two teams next to him also lose as well.
But then he plays me.
Yeah, Davey needs a win. My God. Is there anything better in life than a good chili dog?
Like I said, a better burger.
I might take a good chili dog over the burger. It's close. It's close. It's close.
Touchdown, Washington. Another Sam Howell rushing touchdown.
That helps Nashville FC. That's their quarterback.
Damn it.
Let's check
Yeah,
the scoreboard.
he had like a 15-yard or 15 rushing yard touchdown.
So Nashville FC is within 7.
Damn it. How's Derrick Henry looking in points?
Behan.
Or my kicker? That one's more interesting.
Henry has 23 points.
Hell yeah. And my kicker?
Let me pull you up here. 7.
Okay. I think he was projected 5, so that's good.
And Washington is going for 2. And they got it.
Oh, shit.
So
Steelers special team are jogging back to the field. Says some Twitter post that they popped up for some reason. They could have just showed it.
Indianapolis is in the red zone. Moss down to the 10, gets the first down.
Here, so I'm a little ahead of you in this game.
So it looks like the weather is starting to pass in Pittsburgh. They may be starting the game back up soon.
And I forget, in instances like this, do they just go back to when they stopped in play?
Right.
So if like it was in the second quarter, they would resume back to the second half or second
Correct.
quarter? Okay.
Correct. They pick up where they left off.
Doesn't that fuck with TV time?
No, because it depends on a particular week, which network has the extra game that week. But as long as you're local, like in the Pittsburgh area, they will go to the end of that game. Field goal from Indianapolis.
Yep, I'm getting that kick now. This red zone is so confusing. I was just ahead of you. Yep, field goal is good. 16-17.
Kamara doing more Kamara stuff.
That he is. Yeah, now you're ahead of me. What a little winky dink.
A winky dink.
A little winky dink.
Oh, I'm sorry. Winky dink. I was like, this is a family show. Don't show your winky dink.
Surprise, winky dink. We got 24-14 in New Orleans. New Orleans. But they're in the red zone.
Quick chili dog refuel.
Come on, taste them. Damn. Steelers' whole team is out now. Trubisky is warming up. Kenny Pickett has been ruled out, ankle injury. Pickett is gone.
Nashville FC still trailing by 7.
Still trailing by 7. That's what we need to hear.
I'm sorry, but Nashville FC just turned themselves into the villains of the league. Everybody wants them to
100%.
lose.
I was just thinking that. Everyone's preying on their downfall.
Raymond Mansfield, thank you for joining us. Davey!
Hey! Davey, how do you feel about this game?
Which one, Dev? There's several going on.
The one in particular I'm talking about is yours.
New England.
Oh, New England?
Yeah.
Alvin Kamara, touchdown.
Well, don't matter. We're fucked.
Not really. It's 6-0.
We're fucked, Dev. We're the worst team in the conference. We're fucked. Doesn't matter what we do.
Well, that was Taysom Hill, Dev.
4th and 5, New England.
No, it popped up saying Alvin Kamara, touchdown.
Yeah, it's the end
I'm
of
getting
the
the
third.
replay.
It's the end of the third quarter. We have yet to score a point.
Kamara, touchdown.
I'm waiting for my phone to my ESPN app.
Do you see it on your screen, though?
Touchdown, Kamara!
Now he does. But okay. How do you feel about all these games? I want to know your outlooks on them.
Well, Broncos just got a touchdown. Wilson to Sutton for a 45-yarder. So that brings them up to 16-10, pending the point after. Miami is doing what I expected. They're pounding Washington. Pittsburgh is delayed for some reason.
They were weather.
Weather delay?
Yeah.
There has been a weather.
They're reviewing the New Orleans touchdown.
There's been a weather event in Pittsburgh. I hope everyone got tickets. Atlanta and the Jets.
Oh boy, I hope I can get tickets to that.
Detroit's pretty much doing what I figured. Beating New Orleans. And Indy Tennessee is doing pretty much what I figured, which would be a close game. I'm fucked in the fantasy land, it would seem.
Let's take a look and see here. You are down 81 to 42.
Well, I have a 24% chance to win. That's not good. That is not good. So I would need a massively huge game from Trevor Lawrence tomorrow.
Davey, it's never over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
I need Pittsburgh. I need Pittsburgh to do something on defense. Fucking a pick six would be most ideal, but that's a long grasp at the straw.
Kyler Murray is accident prone.
He is, and he's fresh off a long layoff, so I mean he could, but I'm not counting. So yeah, if I lose, like you were saying there a few minutes ago, I would need a considerable amount of help to.
Davey, any thoughts on the whole college football mishigosh?
Couldn't tell you. Don't watch.
No.
If I were to include college football from the States, right, I would somehow have to increase the hours of the day up to about probably 40.
Well, essentially, Southeastern Conference fans are raising holy hell that they have to have a team in when, in all honesty, none of the two teams deserve to be in at this point. It should have been FSU getting in over Bama. I think ESPN was doing some kind of $100 handshake type of deal.
So is this the if I were to parallel it, let's shoehorn someone in there who doesn't necessarily belong in there, but we're going to put them there anyway based on who they are. That
yes,
type of scenario,
more or less.
Yeah,
Alabama did beat Georgia in the SEC title game yesterday, but also Georgia had won 29 straight. Alabama lost to Texas, who is one of the other 4 teams in. So in my opinion, neither team deserved to get in. They're still reviewing this touchdown in New Orleans.
The refs have not been known what a touchdown is today.
They don't know what a catch is. They don't know what a touchdown is.
So they said it was not a touchdown. Was it?
Fuck! I needed that one from Kamara. Second and goal from the 1 yard line for the Saints.
Cap, you predicted the future. Taysom Hill, touchdown.
Of course. Of course, I always get screwed by Taysom Hill. I hate that son of a bitch. The Falcons are up 13-8. Well, that helps me out a little bit, even though it wasn't Kamara. That means that puts Detroit's defense down, so I'm up 60-49.
There's a chick that named her daughter Taysom after Taysom Hill.
Well, who wouldn't?
I've always said if I ever procreate a son, which I'm guessing is never going to happen, I would name him Tyrus Roy. Tyrus after my favorite baseball player of all time, Ty Cobb.
And your
Roy,
favorite professional wrestler?
No, Roy was my grandfather's middle name, or was my grandfather's first name. So.
But yeah, Tyrus also after your favorite professional wrestler.
What professional wrestler is named Tyrus?
Brodus Clay?
The artist formerly known as Brodus Clay.
In the NWA?
Oh, that dude? No, God Almighty!
It's the star of NWA and Fox News, Tyrus.
Justin Herbert can't do anything against Uncle Bill's boys.
Steelers Cardinals resume approximately at 3:30 ET Eastern Time.
Eastern Standard Time. That would be to the west of you, Dev.
No, it'd be to the west of Davy, to the east. No, to the west of Davy, to the east of Dev, to the east of me.
Come on, give it to Derek.
I heard good things about the Eddie Kingston Bryan Danielson match last night.
Quite good.
Who won that match?
Danielson.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was Danielson's first one in the tournament, so he gets his 3 points. Eddie is pointless after 2 matches. But things are going to start to heat up. Eddie has Claudio next up, I believe. Danielson has, I believe, Andrade El Idolo on the docket.
Isn't Claudio fresh off of a win?
Claudio lost last night.
He lost to
Brody King.
Brody King beat him? Okay.
Yeah, Brody's getting a really good showing in this. House of Black is setting up a program with FTR, which seems quite interesting.
And you said FTR signed a new contracts, correct? They're not going anywhere?
They're not going anywhere. No.
How long?
This will probably, given the age of Dax and his injury history, this will likely get him to the tail end of his in-ring career as a full-time wrestler, would be my guess. So they are not going back to WWE. Who's ever thinking that can get that out of their head.
Well, it would have been nice because of how well it would have freshened up WWE's tag team division, which is basically...
Why would that change if they went there?
Well, I mean, it's FTR. I mean,
What doesn't matter. They just
I just wanted to see FTR versus DIY one more time.
they just signed Kari, re-signed Kari Sane.
yeah, I saw
I
that.
have no fucking sympathy for Kari Sane. She was there before, and she left. She got out, and she chose to go back. So this is all on her. So I have no sympathy.
And she didn't even choose to leave. She retired.
She didn't retire. She went over to New Japan. She was the first ever IWGP Women's Champion.
But didn't she get out due to like a retirement? And then
What
just waited for that to be up, then she went to New Japan?
what WWE said? You can't believe anything they say.
Yeah, they write their own history books.
Their history books is in the fiction section of the library.
Yeah. Like right over here, I've got Bram Stoker, Mary Shelley, Kurt Vonnegut, Truman Capote. That's where WWE's history books pretty much belong.
But me and Remy watched this Saturday, and they gave her first singles match Friday on SmackDown.
And she lost, if I remember correctly.
She lost to Bianca, and they also somehow managed to, in all of the matches that Kairi Sane has ever had that have been ranked and rated by the fans over on Cage Match, that was her lowest rated singles match of her entire career.
Damn.
Like
Russell Wilson just threw an interception.
Like, how do you do that? Like, especially with the talent of the two women in the ring. Like, it's mind-boggling.
I would think between Kari and Bianca, that would be a better than average ladies match.
Oh, Kairi's excellent in the ring. I mean, Bianca's kind of bland. Her character hasn't evolved in 4 years, but
I'm surprised I haven't turned her heel yet.
I doubt it. She's like the female John Cena. They'll just trot her out there and keep her smiling.
She really is. I will agree with that 100. She is the female John Cena.
Yeah, like she's athletically, she's extremely gifted. As a professional wrestler and a character, she's bland as fuck.
Yes.
Like, she just hasn't evolved at all. Like, I could look at something she's doing Friday and look back 4 years and essentially see the same thing. Like, I don't get it. But that's just me.
Hustle, loyalty, respect.
Yeah.
EST.
Well, I mean, that worked for 15 years, right? Just keep repeating it. But what's going on? Ooh, close game in 17-16, the Tennessees.
I'm glad I picked up their kicker because he's got me 11 points so far.
Fucking Patriots have yet to get a point, and somehow the Chargers only have 6. You'd swear it was a fucking snowstorm up in New England, which it is not.
Yeah, because the Chargers suck. They can't do shit.
Detroit stalled in the red zone. 4th and 4 on the 8. Up by 3. Oh, Detroit boy, they get up, but they let people back in. They prop that door open all the time. It's a dangerous way to play.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is back on the go. 2nd and 9. Steelers on their own 8. So they have a long field and a long way to go. Houston is in the red zone again. 1st and goal on the Denver 8.
New England's in Chargers territory.
4th and 5 and the Chargers 30.
Is that the first time today they've even crossed the 50?
Probably, or just barely. So that would be a 48-yarder if they can make it. That sack didn't help, though.
Oh, you are way ahead of me.
Yeah.
Dave's always way ahead of us.
Always way ahead of you.
This red zone's been weird this week.
I've literally had to.
Cap. He's been ahead of me. I've been ahead of him. He's been ahead of me.
Oh, Indy got a touchdown. 23-17, pending the point after. Indianapolis block punt attempt by Stanhouse. Stewart returned for 18 yards. So that was a defensive touchdown. Lions settle for a field goal. They go up 27-21. End of the 3rd. Houston is still in the red zone.
Patriots going for it on 4th and 5.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, they're only down by 6.
And Zappy gets absolutely obliterated.
Indy went for a 2-point attempt, which was unsuccessful. So they're still up by 3 with 19 seconds left to go in the third.
Houston's second
Texans
goal.
touchdown. This will make Maddie very not happy. They go up pending the point after 23-10.
Denver's going down. Denver's going down.
Stroud to Nico Collins for a 3-yard.
Oh, that's what I love to hear.
That's going to help Dev out. You're up 94-57.
Let's fucking go.
Stroud is up to 251 yards passing, and Thrifty Wilson is up to 99.
Wow, he might break 100 today.
Thrifty being thrifty.
Loudon Stroud is up 107-22 over Caesar.
How's the Dallas Doormats doing?
They are up 73-64.
Oh, I love to hear it.
Maddie is getting obliterated. Davy's getting obliterated.
Patterson, 32-yarder, 27-21 Lions over the Saints.
There is not much joy in Mudville for about half the league, and then the other half of the league is just kind of hanging on by pins and needles.
And the comments today. Next year, will 12-team playoffs in college football.
CJ threw an interception on the 2-point conversion, son of a bitch.
They're supposed to expand to they're expanding to 12 next year. This year it's only 6. Actually, no, it's 4 this year. I think they're expanding to 6 or 8 next year.
Interception, Tennessee.
Freremuth with a catch, attaboy.
Pick 6.
Pick 6 for the Colts defense.
No, pick 6 for the Tennessee defense.
Oh,
Colts did the block punt. Tennessee returned the favor by giving them a pick 6.
no, it was a pick. Colts got the pick 6.
Indianapolis blocked the punt. And then they returned it for an 18-yard TD. Chargers with the ball back on a 5-yard penalty. 1st and 15 on their own 33. 6:48 to go.
Well, by gum.
19-22.
Washington got the ball back, but it hardly matters. They're down 38-15. Miami beating up on those sub 500 teams. Padding that record. It'll be interesting to see once they start hitting teams that are over 500, how that plays out.
Who does Miami have for the rest of the season?
Schedule-wise?
Yeah.
Let us have a look. They have Tennessee up next, then the Jets, then they finish up against the Dallas Cowboys, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah. So fairly easy next couple of slates, but the last three could be troublesome. Although the Bills are kind of a mess at the moment. Not exactly performing up to the capabilities of the talent that they have on the team. But yeah, Herbert is 20 of 34 for 183. Jesus.
Yeah, the Bills are a mess right now.
Let's see here. Lions are charging again, though. 2nd and 3 on the New Orleans 19. They're up by 6, so even a field goal puts that at a 2-score game. Boyle intercepted Atlanta's ball. 1st and 10 on Atlanta on their own 32. Arizona is in the red zone. 3rd and 1 on the Pittsburgh 12.
Well, didn't Aaron Rodgers return to practice this week? I mean, I thought he was questionable to play today.
You won't see Aaron Rodgers.
Touchdown, Detroit. Jameson Williams.
Who?
Jameson Williams.
Jameson,
19-yarder.
They go up 33.
33 to 21.
Lots of time left, but they're going to be. The Saints are down too much, and they just don't have the offense to pull that off. Will Levis sacked. Will Levis fumbled. Will Levis recovered the fumble.
Well, David, did you see the interception that Will Levis threw and the person fumbled the ball and he recovered his own interception?
I did not see that one. I've had the only game I've had on has been the Chargers or the Broncos and the Texans.
That happened during the first quarter in the Detroit-New Orleans game. New Orleans player ran into one of the sideline guys and broke his leg.
Of course he did. Tank Dell got carted off too.
Yep.
Kenny Pickett hurt his ankle.
I seen Trubisky was in. Yeah, that's not good. Not that Kenny. Well, Kenny's been playing better since the coaching change, but still, like that's a winnable game that they're in, Pittsburgh.
Randy Orton has signed with SmackDown. Apparently, Daddy's back.
Yeah, I just got some news on the Randy.
So does that mean Punk's going to Raw?
Punk is going to Raw. You wouldn't have them on both shows. Counterproductive. I'm far more interested and invested in Randy's return than I am Punk's.
So,
Same.
what do you think? Do you think Raw is going to land on FX, Amazon, or are they going to go to TNT?
No idea. I know they're not going to Warner Brothers.
So that means both AEW and WWE will be under the same banner.
No, they're not going. No, Raw's not going to Warner Brothers.
Oh,
no.
My apologies.
No, Warner Brothers is quite happy with the agreement that they had. They're not dipping their toe in the other pond.
Well, NXT is going to CW. SmackDown's going to USA. Raw, I've heard, is either going to FX
Another
or
blocked
Amazon.
punt.
I don't care where any of them go, as long as they remain on TV somewhere, and the product is watchable.
That is 2 blocked punts in a row.
As for Randy, this is from her friends over at Fightful. Just basically on his contract. Orton's original deal went at least until the fall of 2024, which would put him at about a year remaining. However, missing nearly 18 months, WWE sources indicated there is a distinct possibility WWE could add injury time to Orton's deal. Doesn't matter anyway, really, because he's not leaving, regardless. Like, he's not going.
And that was from Fightful, not Zero News, correct?
That was from Fightful, yes.
I saw on Twitter my old arch
It's
nemesis Jimmy
pouring
Bebe is
again.
shutting down his Twitter account.
Good.
What?
He's shutting down his personal Twitter and going to be exclusively on Positively Awesome Wrestling.
All the
He
power.
left the other promotion.
No, he's shutting down his personal Twitter, and he's going to work out of Positively Awesome Wrestling, his Sunday show, as his account.
Hmm.
He can operate wherever he wants. I'm blocked on all of them. Fuck him.
He blocked you across the board?
Across the board. WrestleBuddy, Positively Awesome, his own account. Probably his wife's account, his dog, his cat.
That's not Positively Awesome, Davey.
He positively blocked your ass.
And anyway, I've wasted enough breath on that.
Kicker or the punter for Tennessee is getting up to sit down.
Look at here. Derek Carr with a 4-yard bomb. Bomb. Derek Carr
Davey-
somehow has 205 yards. I don't know how.
Davey, I guess we're just not positively awesome enough.
Now, Remy and I were talking about doing a show that you would be quite interested in, that I think you should be involved in some capacity, like as an on-air retro
Interception.
a retro watch-along.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's similar to what you did there before, like with the old WCW events and that.
The captain's table.
Yeah, be a similar setup to that, but it would be one that we haven't seen. So, like, if the three of us did it, right, all three of us would be going in fresh.
Oh.
Right. So, I mean, it could be from anywhere,
Oh,
really. MLW, RevPro, Defy, WCW that we haven't seen, or a WWF, whatever, right? An old ROH show. Probably
yep,
not.
he's getting carted off to P.
Probably not AEW because one of us would have seen it already. But now to find the day
Titans.
to do that, it's the problem.
The Titans.
I'm
Punters
work with
getting
you and
fired.
Remy on damn near anything.
Yeah, no, Remy's good, man. He knows his stuff and he calls it down the middle. That's what we're trying to do, right? If it's good, give it credit. If it's bad, give it shit. And if you give it shit, I have no issue with that, right? But follow the template for it. I didn't like this. Here's why I didn't like it, and here's how I would make it better. Like a 3-step process, right? Critique it, but offer some construction with it, right? It's kind of how I try to do it. But Matt Gay.
For another attempt.
Another one.
And it's good.
Matt Gay is happy. He kicked a 28-yard field goal.
He's my kicker today. I'm happy.
Yes, I've heard that he is. Yes. What is Mr. Goff doing in the passing department there? Not nearly enough. I need a couple more yards from Mr. Goff. Lots of time left though.
You have Jared Goff.
I have him on. I bet that he would go over the yards today.
Oh.
To go over 263, he is sitting currently on 191. He has
And there's
11-14 left to go though, but they're up by quite a bit. So if the Saints could score here, that would be wonderful.
your ticker says 11-14 for your. Oh, and it's getting back to bad weather again in
10-20
Pittsburgh. Yeah. Yep, they're getting rained out again. I think that's game.
Yeah, like hurricane, like football will play in anything.
Apparently not.
Lord, man. NFL's getting like sending your kids to school now.
Yeah.
Well, there's a 10-mile wind coming out of the west, so school will be canceled for the foreseeable future. Like,
Do not email our teachers where their Wi-Fi's are all somehow all cut.
oh fuck, man! Back in the '80s, like we walked in fucking hailstorms.
Colorado school doesn't give a fuck. They just do it based on how many snow days they can allow, and that's about it.
Yeah.
They'll just do it because they want to.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, school did not get the school would have to literally burn the fuck down for them to cancel it. And even then, they would probably just hold classes outside.
What, you guys used to hold classes outside in the snow?
Yes, I would just gather around, build an igloo, and take out your textbooks and open up to page 143 as we talk about the troubles in Mesopotamia. Sadly happy and incomplete path. What a fucking mess we are, man. Just a horrible mess.
Now, Uncle Bill's doing all he can, Davey.
4th and 8 on our own 42. Go for it. I dare you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My earbuds died, so.
All New England does, they need to draft a pass rusher. They need to draft a couple of cornerbacks, interior
that was
defensive
almost a
line,
pick.
and they'll be just fine.
Chargers almost won the game, but I think they already did.
Well, they won the game about 3 3/4 quarters ago.
Justin
Well,
Herbert has
Jared Goff's
189 yards passing, no touchdowns.
Yeah, clean slate as far as the TD and interceptions go. 1st and 10 on the New England 42. So they took over on downs. So they're in position to score something. That would be pleasant.
Yep. Pittsburgh is in a delay again. You're right. There's still a whole quarter left in this Atlanta, New Jersey thing.
Not exactly it's a close game, but not exactly a barn burner.
No!
They got Trevor Siemian in the game.
Derek, you're fine. You're walking perfectly fine. Get back in there.
Good Lord, man. Jets are just burning through quarterbacks.
Down.
Rodgers,
What are they?
Wilson,
Are they on their fourth string now?
They got Trevor Siemian in there. He just chucked he's 1 for 1 for 16 yards.
Do you guys see me upside down?
Yep.
Okay, lovely.
Now you're downside up.
I'm gonna do this.
God damn.
Are the Chargers really going to win this game 6-0?
Derrick Henry got hurt.
Patriots falling to 2-10. They can't score 6 friggin' points.
Come on, Houston, please beat Denver. Sack him, intercept. Let's go! Intercepted.
Another interception for Thrifty?
And that's the second time to that same person.
Let's see. Who should I have started at quarterback today? Russell Wilson has scored 20 points today. Justin Herbert, 9.
9. If you add them up, that's almost 29.
Yeah, I would have been better off starting Thrifty Wilson today than,
even with the metric system.
Yeah.
Tennessee is in the red zone, 1st and 10 on the Indy 15. They are, however, down by 6. 2nd and 5 on the Indy 10.
This has by far been the absolute worst week for my red zone. It is. I've had to refresh this thing fucking 20 times today.
Told you what to do. Use that streaming site that I gave you. I had it on all day here. It never went down once.
My red zone's fine.
It keeps freezing up.
Is it cold down there?
Let me check my internet here.
Oh, mine's not freezing because it's like
Trevor
35.
Simeon.
Mine's working good, probably because it's warmer up here. It's like 35 degrees.
Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
That'd be Fahrenheit. 35.
It
We might
is.
35 Celsius. We might hit that like on one day.
It's 57 Fahrenheit here.
That's warmer. Oh, 3rd and 1. Titans on the 6. Shockingly, Trevor Siemian threw an incomplete pass.
So on the whole, you brought it up in our Facebook chat, Santos. So I know about all the indictments. Has he actually gone yet, or did Congress just expel him on principle alone?
Oh, he's
Is
out.
that the other running back for Tennessee hurt?
Like decidedly out. Like 300. I think it was 311 to oust him.
Who voted for him? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, the people that voted for him, they were just because the margin is so slim there, right? So if they oust him, and his seat is essentially would be one of those that is up, easily up for grabs. It could go either way, right? So that could be another swing back to the Democratic side as far as seats go. So the people that voted to keep him there, they don't give a fuck what he did, right?
Well,
that's what they were looking at.
Uncle Donnie can still run for Congress and then become Speaker of the House, and he would be 3rd in line.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go that route. I don't think.
Cap, how am I looking in fantasy?
Let's pull up the board of scores here. 95 to 66 for Bev. I have 67 to 53. Maddie is Doormat's up 78 to 66.
Why is James Winston in the game?
Carr got hurt.
Jesus Christ. Anybody did 30 yards to Olaf, which doesn't help me because my opponent has him.
Olave, you mean?
Olave.
Olave.
Dolphins touchdown. Our Shane for a 2-yarder. Dolphins got 44-15. This game,
I believe the doormats have him. That's 84 to 66, Dev.
Let's go.
John may drop another one.
We've got the ball here. Texans got the ball up by 5. I figured this would be close, but I did have Texans winning. Broncos have all 3 timeouts though. Down by 5. But a field goal would put them down by 8, which means a touchdown and a 2-pointer. Thrifty's up to 140 yards though. 2 interceptions though. That's very un-Wilson-like.
Not very thrifty.
No, like his protection of the ball in that particular area has been pretty much unblemished on this streak. So.
I also heard
why is
Alvin
David
Kamara touchdown?
Hold on. Why is David Mills in the game?
Touchdown, Kamara! Yes!
Mills to Collins for an 18-yard gain. Yeah, Kamara.
I was saying, I heard El Vikingo had one hell of a match as well.
He did against Kip Sabian. I mentioned that in our crew day chat there. I don't know what planet he's from.
Vikingo is not human.
No, like the way he moves, it's just like I shake my head several times in his matches. It's like, okay, that what you did is not possible. Like, there's no way, right? But yeah, he is a special talent. He's only young too. He's only like 25 or 26.
Derrick Henry and Carr are going to the locker room.
So with that Kamara touchdown, that puts his defense down to 1.5. I'm up 74-48. And if John holds on to lose, Cap will secure the number 1 seed.
Atlanta gets the ball back. New Orleans, so they're down. New Orleans down by 33-28.
So Art is heading for the locker room.
Ooh, Houston right into a little. They're bogged down in second gear here. 3rd and 23 on their own 46.
Ay, ay, ay.
I'll be right
Deva,
back. Gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm saying, Dev, I think I ate too much chili.
Never too much.
Now, with Pepsi Phil, there's a lot of talk of him setting up. They're going to try anyway. Set up something with Austin.
I've been hearing that.
Mania would be the. I mean, they wouldn't do it any other.
I would rather see Phil and Seth because I don't really see how that particular match does anything for either guy, Phil or Steve.
Well, it doesn't do anything for Steve. Just gives him a payday. But I think what it might do, though, if they go that route, Phil has been a little brittle, right? Like he's
More than a little,
yeah,
a lot.
like he's gotten hurt, right? So it would cut down on his in ring a bit because they would build that from up to Mania. The other thing that it would do is it would primarily keep him away from the majority of the main active roster, some of which have issues with him from previous interactions. Be the nicest way to put that. So it would allow some time to elapse. It's like, okay, he's here now. How is how is he, right? If he's off working with Steve and doing that and promoting that and down to Texas and running, doing what they're going to do, right? It just buys some time to kind of flesh this all out. So it wouldn't be a bad idea.
I
And a
don't
lot of people
understand
have.
why so many of the locker room have something against Punk. Like, what is it that people
Well,
dislike about him?
well, it's a common theme, right? Like it's not just like this has followed him.
I know, it is a common theme. I just don't understand what is it about him that pisses people off.
Like it wasn't it wasn't just an AEW thing. There was issues there, and he was the common denominator in it. There was issues in WWE, right? Like there was issues, prior to him getting there. So there is something about him that just fucking rubs people the wrong way, right? But it's consistent because it's followed him along his entire career, right? Like some people you hear, they go decades, 2 decades, and you don't hear anything like that. Like Edge. Have you ever heard anything about Edge?
Not that I'm aware of. Except, well, there was the whole between him and Matt Hardy and Lita, and that whole when that happened. But that's the only time I ever remember hearing about him getting legit heat.
Yeah, but I mean, that was kind of an isolated incident. That, but you know, but he would be one, right? Christian would be another. Christian's been in the business for a couple of decades. You don't hear anything about him. He just comes and does his business. But Punk goes the other way, right? So, I mean, I honestly hope this run goes well, because if it does, then it improves that product, right? That's the ultimate goal. If that's what happens, then we win, because what we're watching is now better. So I really hope it does work for him. I just over the last 2+ years, for as much of a fan as I was of the man for 20 years, it's kind of fallen into the I'm kind of indifferent. Like I don't really care one way or the other for him. But I would like to see his run go well because at least if I'm watching it, then I can enjoy it. It's my take on it.
I mean, I kind of, well, getting back to Austin, I understood the last one with Owens because it was in Texas. I got that, but
And he would have trusted Owens, right? Because I mean, he hadn't been in the ring in a long time, so he would have to
right,
get in there, right? It's like I got to get in there with someone that can is not going to hurt me, not going to injure me, is going to be able to do the match that I'm going to be able to do, right? And Kevin ticked all those boxes, right? Kevin's a safe worker, he's
yeah,
respected. That style of match Kevin can do all the way back to his Ring of Honor days. So that's why it worked, right? Sammy could have fit that bill too. He could have did the match with Sammy, but Kevin was doing the Stone Cold thing, the stunner, so that tied that in a little bit better.
and also because of that was night one. With night two, you had him, one more chance at Vince. I just
Yeah,
if
I didn't care for that part of it.
I think okay, yes, CM Punk and Steve Austin, that's like Roman Rock. That's a money match.
Yeah, Roman Rock, I have no interest in that whatsoever.
I mean, I could see okay, you do CM Punk and Steve Austin night one, Roman and Rock night two.
I'm more interested in the Orton Roman program that they are headed towards.
I think they're gonna use. I think that's gonna be Rumble, and then
Most
Mania is gonna be either Roman Rock or Roman Cody too.
Yeah, and I don't really have a lot of interest in seeing Cody Roman again. But
I have interest if they're gonna have Cody take the belt off of him, but given everything we've seen,
yeah, it's not a
at that point, that's going to be April. Why not just get to September and eclipse
well,
Hogan?
that's my thing, right? And I've been saying that it's like if that's been the game plan, assuming they have one, why get that close to just and then not do it, right? Like
If the, if the,
you're
if
within a
that
field
is the
goal of
game
doing it.
plan, then Roman Rock, because that'll,
Well, Dwayne can eat the loss, right?
yeah. And then next WrestleMania, have Cody finally take it off of Roman and finish his story.
Well, they would be smart. Like if Hogan is the goal, then you don't wait until the next Mania. Like what are they going to do? He's only wrestled 11 matches this year.
Well, they'll have him and Randy at Rumble, him and Rock at Mania. Then he'll probably do some kind of something in the spring. Then
Exactly.
SummerSlam, maybe run it back, him and
Exactly.
Jimmy, or him and whatever. You just have him work like 4 or 5 PLEs, and
You're literally stating the reasons why they shouldn't do this because you can't come up with anything for him to do. That he
well,
hasn't
exactly.
covered.
I'm stating how
Yeah.
they can do it, not why they should do it.
Yeah. Like if you're struggling to come up with, okay, well, who would he face? Like he's,
Well, they could do him and Punk at SummerSlam. That would be a money match.
they'll eventually get to Punk. Punk doesn't need the belt though.
No, I'm not saying put the
Not
belt
at this
on
stage.
on Punk, but Punk and Roman at SummerSlam, because now Roman's taking on the legends. Okay, he beats Rock at Mania. He beats Punk at SummerSlam. He beats Lou Thez at Survivor Series. I don't know. Dig up Lou Thez's corpse and
Punk coming back to lose to Roman at Mania would be
no, not at Mania.
the most
I wouldn't do that
ironic,
match until SummerSlam.
but that would be like the most ironic thing ever. Ever. mind you, he would get his main event match.
We could still do another match with him and Seth. So I mean, there's easily 4 or 5 matches he could do in 2024.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are matches he could do, but you have to get him to Mania
But do you want
in 2025 so that he's past Hogan, and then he can drop it to whomever.
But do you want to feed Seth to him again? It's not going to help him any.
Well, it's not going to hurt Seth either.
No, but it won't hurt. It won't help him. Right? But that's a long way off. So see what happens. We're not going to know anything till the Rumble. See how that fleshes out.
Come on, stop Denver, please.
22-17 coming out of the 2-minute warning.
4th and 1.
We have finals. Fucking Chargers beat New England 6-0.
Fuck all.
Like I see scores in the NHL that are higher scoring than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Houston and Miami's going to final 45-15. Pittsburgh's still in the delay.
But that was a much needed win for the Chargers. They needed that. It just wasn't impressive.
How many points did Herbert give you, Cap?
10.
Damn. And how much is Mr. Wilson?
Oh, Herbert had
22.
22.
212 yards passing.
Stop him. Stop him.
Denver, 1st and 10 on the Houston
No!
21, down by 5.
If Denver comes back and wins this, I keep saying it's like we are never going to hear the end of Matty on this one.
He's going to come back on Tuesday with a shit-eating grin.
2nd and 6 on the Houston 17. Texans with 1 timeout. Broncos with 2.
Jets are trying to make a game of this against Atlanta.
They got 2nd and 2 on their own 49. 4:10 left. Semien still in at quarterback. I wonder who's going to quarterback next week.
For whom?
For the Jets.
And
like it's turning into like when Johnny Carson used to take his little sabbaticals, and you would have to
it's like who's going to be hosting the Tonight
who's
Show?
hosting tonight? Is it Joan Rivers? Is it Don Rickles?
49 seconds. Stop him.
Who's this Jay Leno kid? Like, you know, you've been around for a while when you can say, "Who's that Jay Leno kid?" and like have it be legit.
Oh, they're done.
Detroit took the ball over. 1st and 10 on their own 40.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Carlin also host the Tonight Show a few times when Johnny was absent?
That is more than I could tell you, although I don't see how that. I don't know, man.
What happened to the Miami game? I haven't seen that game in a minute.
They won 45-15.
Okay.
So if Carlin were to host that, you would probably be looking at sometime in the late 70s, probably.
Stop him.
Yeah, something like that.
Get him. Sack his ass. Intercept it. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have handed that desk over to George, because
4th and 2.
No, he hosted it. I mean, he hosted it a few times in Johnny's absences.
I'll have to go back and look at that. I don't recall it, but I don't know.
Yeah, he did. I mean, because I know it was during interviews that I saw it when he was asked about taking Johnny's desk for a few nights.
That must have been an interesting show. To say
Houston, please beat Denver.
Given the completely different dynamic between George and John.
Yeah. But I mean, you know as well as I do, every comedian on, well, anyone on earth, if you got to do anything with Johnny Carson back in the day, that was,
Well, that was your ticket.
yeah.
Yeah.
If Johnny liked you and brought you on his show to do something, that was huge. Indy punts.
Okay. 4th and 3. Uh-oh.
Come on,
Detroit got their own
Houston.
47 with 2:48 to go, so they're going to have to punt that back to the
Come on,
6.
Houston. What?
5 wide. Russell takes this.
4th and 2. 4th and 2 Denver, so they didn't get it on the Houston
Oh,
13, but they're down by
I
5, so
think
they
they
got to
called a
go.
timeout.
I think they did too.
Timeout, Houston.
Yeah, Houston doesn't have any timeouts left. So it's 4th and 2. Denver has it on the Houston 13. They're down by 5, so they have to put this in or draw a penalty.
We might get overtime in Tennessee, Indianapolis. Fourth and 2, 30 seconds. Okay, they're in a huddle. Russell Wilson's probably just saying, let's ride multiple times.
1st and goal on the 8. They got it.
Fuck.
Yep. Do they have any timeouts left? Oh, they do
They
not.
have one.
No, they burnt it. So it's 1st and goal on the 8. No timeouts left. 23 seconds left. So if they get it in, they win, essentially, because Houston won't get the ball back. And in the game that time forgot, Arizona is up 17-3 over Pittsburgh. 7-18 in the 3rd. Ooh. We have a tie game between Tennessee and the Colts, 25-25. Titans got the ball 1st and 10 on their own 43. Russell Wilson, incomplete pass down the middle, intended for Troutman. 2nd and goal on the 8 with 23 seconds to go.
That's good. You got, what's your plans today? Jim and Kava?
Maybe Kava, it depends. Y'all kind of broke bitches.
Okay. I just got that incomplete.
And Atlanta gets the ball back because Trevor Siemian fumbled the ball. Russell Wilson, incomplete pass down the middle, intended for Sutton. 3rd and goal with 20 seconds left.
They have a 39% win probability. I hope that fucks them.
If there is a God, Denver will not win this.
Think how happy Matthew would be, though.
I don't want to even think about it, Davey. I've dealt with this enough. I love Matthew to death. Another week of it for Bowl. Eddie. Oh, we beat Kansas City twice. You beat them once because their quarterback had the friggin' flu.
My phone's on a weird elevation because I have to try to charge my phone while it's balancing on an object.
Elevation. Love that
Like
song
that.
by the U2s.
I was just about to start singing that. Elevation.
Okay, come on. And interception, the Broncos lose.
Yep, they do.
Wilson threw his third pick of the day.
3 picks. They
Oh,
were in the game though. Like, and that was against a high-powered Texan offense. So still knocks them back down to 6-6.
Of
oh,
all
that is
the time
beautiful.
on the show, and he's off doing one.
And also against a team in their own conference that they're chasing. So that gives a significant hit to their playoffs hopes.
Oh, that is beautiful.
And
We need a Matty live check-in.
it looks like we're gonna have an overtime game here between the Colts and the Titans. They're tied 25 with 39 seconds left. Titans got the ball, 2nd and 10 on the 2nd and 17 on their own 47. That's not good.
Buccaneers Panthers started.
They did, yes. And Arizona and Pittsburgh is only in the third quarter.
Titans have a 76% win probability. I no longer care who wins this game because Derrick Henry's out. Wins don't count for points. So.
No Henry, no money.
I would like to see the Tennessee Titans win because I don't like the Colts, but I also don't like the Titans.
I'm completely CM Punk to the both of them. It's complete indifference. I don't care.
That was a terrible screen. They're what, 3rd and 26? I don't know how far back there those motherfuckers went. We got the 33-28 in New Orleans. Mr. Redden.
84-47 cap.
Detroit game is final. 33-28. Detroit over New Orleans.
Detroit's defense went into the negative. Ay, ay, ay.
Who's your defense, Cap?
Atlanta.
How are they holding up?
They have 21 and a half.
That's pretty good.
I was not about to start the Niners defense against Philly under any circumstances.
And we're probably going to get an overtime.
Let's see here. Cap is up 84-47. Dev is up 96-68. Loud and Stroud 121-23.
Jeebers. Who's on Stroud that's popping off? Who do they have?
Dak Prescott, Nico Collins, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, I can see that. D-Hop's been a big target.
Nashville FC is down 86-68.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Maddie's losing to the Virgins 57-19. Davey is down to Tyson 86-42.
What do we got here? 2nd and 10. Indy on their own 22 with 13 seconds left. So that's going to overtime.
So overtime, they go.
Both O and T.
I cannot believe frickin' Herbert got points.
Well, he got some. He just didn't get like a lot of them.
How many did
Uh,
CJ have?
CJ Stroud today for you has 20.8.
Damn.
274 yards passing and a TD, no INT. 16 to 27. So kind of a pedestrian day for him, for the most part.
Russ finished with 22.7.
That's fucked. Okay, OT for Indy, Tennessee.
Curtis Samuel, he finished with 8.5. Not bad, not good.
Got an interesting card in Montreal coming up in the AEWs. We have Tony Storm, timeless Tony Storm,
Very timeless Tony.
in black and white.
I
She's
love
taking
timeless
on
Tony.
she's taking on Sky Blue. Interesting in that when they were setting that up, both Sky and Tony, they didn't mention her by name, but they both referred to Mariah May. So they're tying that in somehow. I don't know how they're doing that yet, but they both referred to her. Blonde Bimbo was how Sky referred to her as.
He and
Oh, you're Megatroning again.
oh,
Yeah, but Sky's promo on it was chin up, tits out, which she made it a point to show, and I will shove that shoe up your ass. It's like, okay then.
Gotta love Tony Storm.
well, Becky and Rhea are my two favorite women right now, but Tony has in the last year gone from someone I didn't even know existed to my number 3.
Oh, Tony's been legit for a while. Like she's like she was over Stardom. Like if you can work Stardom at a high level, you can work anywhere, right? So she's legit.
Is that like working Altoona?
No, Stardom is.
I'm kidding.
I,
I'm kidding.
I watched the Stardom show yesterday. Julia was fighting AZM, but as I was watching them, I was thinking, it's like if any of them women came over to WWE and worked at their full capacity, there's no way that roster would be able to keep up with them.
Not even.
No, EO and them would have to step it back up. Like they've done it, right? Because they were over, they wrestled that style before, but they're a little bit removed from it, right?
I would think as great a physical condition as Rhea is in and as tough a girl, I would think Rhea would be able to hang. That's
Yeah,
just my opinion.
Ripley would be okay, I think, because she wrestles a bit of a different style too, right? Like she's not a speed wrestler; she's more of a power game. So I think she'd be okay, but a lot of them would struggle with it. Mercedes took a while to adapt to it. Like I watched her first couple of matches, and she was fast in WWE, but she was like a half step behind.
Oh, something else I wanted to pick your brain on, Davey, because you the match that Crew Day highlighted, on this day of history, featuring Hanson. Dave Meltzer answered a question on Twitter asking who I forget the exact wording, but who was bigger in Japan, Hanson or Omega? So I wanted to get your thoughts on that one because you're one of the few guys who understands how big Hanson was, how big Omega was over there.
Well, Hanson was Hanson was the style of guy that they loved over there.
Yes.
During that time, he was the big, bruising, kick your ass American, right? They loved that, and he was revered over there. Like he was well respected, right? Same with Terry. Terry was the same thing. Bruiser Brody was another one. Like they all fell into that same category, right?
Yeah.
So like anytime they went there, like they were treated like royalty,
Yes.
essentially. Um, what Omega was able to do was different, right? Like he is very well revered over there. Like he's extremely well thought of. But he put
I
that
still think of him as a Japanese wrestler rather than an American wrestler. Just
well,
because
he put that on. He put that promotion, the entire promotion, on his back. Like he didn't say he didn't save it like in the sense that it was going out of business or anything, but he brought it that notoriety that it needed at the time that it needed it. Like he was like to the point of being kind of a savior for it, because with him also came it brought up the recognition of the Bullet Club, right? Because you had the Bucks in it, and then you had Cody involved, and you had
AJ was over there.
AJ was over there. Marty Skrull at the time. Marty's since excommunicated himself from the wrestling business for the most part. But
Holding.
um,
That's
but
going to be a
he,
face mask.
but Kenny,
Nope.
Kenny over the two of them, I would say more so than Stan, but not a knock on Stan. I mean, like the way he was looked at over there, like
Oh, lovely. Back to back dual screen holding calls. You love to see that.
Nutball. No,
and
that
then
wasn't a face. Yeah, that was.
and then Kenny branched out from there and did what we see. Well, not him alone, but he was a big part of it. What we see on Wednesdays.
And
Well, he was also in. Kenny was also in Ring of Honor for a while, correct?
He was, yeah. He wrestled there, yeah. Yeah, like Kenny's had his hands on a lot of things over the years, right? But he's not as over this side of the pond. He was never that front and center guy, right? Like the Roman, right? He's not that. But
he's not stupendous, pal.
Yeah, but he views the business differently. Like his vision for it is not, the vision that they would have on WWE, right? He views it differently in what he wants and what he wants it to be. So just different.
Which to this day, I don't understand what Kenny's
he wants
vision.
It to grow. He wants it to grow. Like he wants AEW to grow. He wants Ring of Honor to grow, but he wants New Japan to grow, and he wants all these other places to grow. So he wants it to be healthy across the board. That's what he wants. And in the last 5 years, that's what happened.
Colts are gonna blow this.
I'm not saying he's solely responsible for that, but that's how he seems to view it and what he wants for it, as opposed to I want the promotion I'm working for to dominate. Right? It's a different dynamic of looking at it. And
I want to see every motion succeed except for WWE. I want to see them go bankrupt and out of business.
I don't want them to go bankrupt because I don't want a monopoly of any one promotion.
No, it wouldn't be a monopoly, but if that AEW size of the pie is gone,
yeah, but AEW,
the other promotions,
it would humble a lot of WWE wrestlers.
Yeah, it's never going to happen though.
No, it's not going to happen. I can dream, but
Steelers, Cardinals.
They're not going anywhere.
Approximately 4:30.
So that'll be our second restart.
They didn't even give a time, Eastern Standard Mountain.
Well, they tried to restart. Well, it'll be Eastern because Pittsburgh is on Eastern time.
Yeah.
But they restarted at 3:30. Now they're saying 4:30. So this will be the third start, second restart. Second verse, same as the first. I, Henry the Eighth, I am. Henry the Eighth, I am.
And they're still in the third quarter with 10 minutes to go?
Yeah, that game will finish by probably about the time we're starting Sunday Night Football.
You would think they'd just be let's Just say it's a draw type of shit.
Well, no, it's 17-3, Arizona. I'm not.
Oh, never mind.
Pittsburgh's not gonna forfeit.
No.
That wouldn't be the Steeler way.
But just kind of what you were saying there, like none of them are going into business. Like WWE is not going anywhere. You know, AEW is not
Look at
going anywhere.
that.
Like they had, I think it was $175 million profit last year or this year. You know, they're doing
Joe Flacco
doing
rocking number 15.
Joey Flacco.
We're getting kickoff with LA Browns and 49ers Eagles.
All right. 49 Eagles. This is the one the world has been waiting for, so to speak. Updating my fantasy spreadsheet. Oh. Levis takes snap, handoff. They've got the first down and more. They're down to the 38. Just coughs this one up.
I want Eagles to lose, but I want DeAndre Swift to do good.
Well, at least nobody on my bench did anything.
Don't you hate that?
No, I don't.
On your
In
bench.
fact, I love it when my bench doesn't do shit because that tells me I started the right guys.
No. I mean, when you see them sitting on your bench and it's like, oh, look, another bench bomb. Isn't that nice?
I'm holding on to a lead right now, though my opponent still has Mike Evans, Travis Kelce, and Christian Kirk. I need my afternoon guys here. AJ touchdown, Rashad White. Yes. 97-52. Barker Mayfield handing it to Rashad.
Yeah. So 6-0 there.
AJ Brown, 38-yard reception. All right, we're cooking with gas.
What do we got in the overtime game here? 5:13 left in the overtime.
How many overtimes can you have now? Only one, and then it's a tie?
Yeah, regular season, it's one. Playoffs, they play until someone scores and the other team can't answer it. Yeah. Thank you, Buffalo Bills, for being whiny little bitches because you couldn't hang with Kansas City.
4th and 11, Tennessee on the Indy 27.
So they're going to kick it and win it.
So that's a, 37? That's a 45-yarder.
Yeah, it's the yard line plus 17, more or less.
Although I've seen those missed.
AJ Brown with a...
Although that one did not.
Yeah, 38 yards.
28-25, Tennessee.
Nick Folk at kicker.
So that means Indianapolis gets... Have they already had the ball, or was this...
At 4:19, I would assume so. I've had a few things on the go here at the same time.
Watch as they kick a field goal and fucking make it a tie and not a loss.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for that one to see if it goes final or if they kick it back.
Okay, Flacco. I haven't seen you play in forever. I'm actually kind of excited to see you play. And see you sling it.
I'm going to guess it's going to be basically the same Flacco you saw the last time, only even more diminished.
I I think
I'm
I
a
was
little
a
more
teenager.
excited because he passes heavy to his tight ends, and I have David Njoku.
So the Colts will get the ball 4:19 to try and tie this up and get a draw or score a touchdown and maybe win a game. I never thought I would see Joe Flacco starting another NFL game, but my golly, here we are.
I think I was 15 the last time Joe Flacco was good.
God, how young was I?
For those
I
of you
was
that
just
know
a.
me, you'll get the sarcasm in that comment. For those that know me well,
I was but a twinkle in me papa's eye.
Hall & Oates had just released Private Eyes. No, Gardner Minshew. So that was a one possession they did that on. So they ate up a lot of clock. So the Colts do have the ball back with 4:19 left in OT. They're 2nd and 1 on their own 34. So they can
Can we
tie
get,
it, right?
or they can win it?
Or they can win it. So they can still win outright. That's a lot of time to eat off the ball, man. Holy fuck. Will Levis was 16 to 33. That's not overly good. 224 though. So yards are fine. 1 TD, no interceptions. Minshew was just doing Gardner Minshew
Still
stuff.
pouring in Pittsburgh.
24 to
Still
39.
Oh,
pouring?
never mind.
53.
They're resuming play in Pittsburgh.
It never rains in Pennsylvania.
Browns touchdown. Flacco to pass to Ford for a 24-yarder.
Dev, you are up 117 to 68.
Let's go.
Stroud is up 123 to 23. Nashville FC is down 89 to 68.
There was a flag on that touch, so it was a confirmed one. Okay.
Matty is getting his ass handed to him 61 to 19. But a Matty loss helps our playoff hopefuls. Although Davey needs the doormats and Deshaun to both lose.
Deshaun's.
How's Deshaun looking?
They're up 40 to 22.
40 to 22.
So Davey can eat a loss so long as the doormats, Deshaun, so long as they lose. Freiermuth, another catch. Come to Butthead.
We have what? 3 late games?
Yep. Bucks, Rams, Browns, Rams, Bucks, and Panthers, and Eagles, 49ers. Then Sunday night is Packers and Chiefs.
I think the Colts are going to win this. They're 1st and goal.
Already?
Minshew just bombed it.
Pittman.
Oh, a couple people are hurt. Christian Fulton is down.
John is looking like he is going to drop another. One thing that really hurt him is what's been his savior all year. The Dallas defense scored -8 on Thursday night. Negatory ocho.
You'd love to see Dallas not being able to have a good defense.
I would love it if the entire Dallas organization caught gonorrhea and syphilis and croaked.
Just not Micah Parsons. I like him. Just put him on a different team like my Baltimore Ravens. We'll be good. I'm surprised my phone hasn't wigged out while charging.
I'm surprised we haven't heard from Maddie, unless he's just
I'm
crying
not.
his eyes out right now.
I'm not. I think Maddie just is gonna text when he feels like it's needed. He's probably enjoying himself out there, and I'm happy for him.
He just has to learn to enjoy Broncos sucking.
Yes. There's 2 minutes 34 seconds left. Indianapolis are second and goal. They still have a chance to tie it.
Garner Minshew to Pittman for a 4-yard touchdown. Colts win 31-28.
Yep.
Good lord.
Oh,
Shit.
doormats had Pittman. It is 86-68.
The Doormats have Tua, Pittman, Ashane. Who else?
96-69. Pardon me, 96-69.
That's nuts. Colts
Wait
coming
for
back
those
to win.
message.
Pittman gets it done.
Look at Minshew getting it done too, man. He had 312 yards today and two tutties. 26 of 42. That's solid numbers. I don't care who you are.
Colts move to 7-5.
And Pittsburgh is back on the go, it looks like. Warren up the right for a 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6 on the Arizona 27. They're down by 14 though. It's Trubisky still doing Trubisky things.
I have got to get another computer monitor.
I have one here I don't use.
Well, I'll give you my address. Ship it to me. And looks like Tampa is experiencing weather. Another one of those rain events.
Well, everybody is experiencing weather, Captain. Like, it's unavoidable.
The weather is going to continue to change off and on for a long, long time, man.
If you ask someone, what's the weather like there? Oh, we have none. Right? They're either lying or they're an idiot.
Tonight's forecast: dark. Oh, we have an Tyndale broken leg.
Broken leg?
Fractured fibula.
Fuck. Well, R.I.P. that rookie. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right.
No.
So
Miles
we technically
Goodwin of the band April Wine has passed away at the age of 75. Damn. Like,
who was it?
Miles Goodwin, Canadian band April Wine.
Okay.
He
I'm
passed
actually
away.
seeing Chad Allen, founding member of the Guess Who, is dead as well.
Miles was the first concert I ever went to back in 1984. I was 14 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. He was an absolute legend of the Canadian music scene since before I was born when they started. They would have started in the very late 60s. And the last concert I was at would have been just over 40 years ago with my son, who had just turned 19, was April Wine and Miles Goodwin. And that was his first concert.
Wow.
Yeah. So that hit home, hearing of his passing. That not only my childhood, but pretty much my entire adult life was spent with Miles in one form or another.
I know eventually, whenever Clapton and Jimmy Page go, I'm gonna be pretty sad because when BB King died, I was really, really sad.
Yeah. And
Uh,
and I was thinking that last night. I was having a kind of just a Twitter conversation back and forth on the main. I don't know if you have him on there. Scotty is his name. But we were just going back, like artists, someone like Peter Gabriel or something, and such. But another one that popped up was Robert Plant.
yeah.
Robert 74. Like it's another one, right?
Clapton, Page,
Nearing the time.
Plant, Keith Richards. I mean, they're all on borrowed time.
Yeah.
I must acquire more beverage. Making sure I don't back over the dog.
Where are we at on the scores here? The Arizona Pittsburgh game is ongoing still.
That one's going to be going on for a while, I believe.
It's 131 left in the third. 17-3 Arizona. I'm not holding out a lot of hope for Pittsburgh in this one due to who they have under center. I'm not saying I don't have a lot of faith in Michael Trubisky, but I don't. Carolina is somehow in the end zone, first and goal on the Tampa Bay 10. How did that happen? Oh, Chuba Hubbard must have done stuff. Rams with a
Field
field
goal.
goal. Yep. And 3rd and 3 Philly on their own 33. Threes are wild. Oh, the match of the day on the crew day was one that the WWE fans would be quite familiar with, or a gentleman that they would be familiar with. Adam Pearce versus Brent Albright from the 2008 pay-per-view Death Before Dishonor. Adam Pearce would have been the NWA World Champion at that time.
Adam Pearce has grown on me as I have.
So for the WWE crowd who didn't know that Adam was in fact a wrestler at one time, and quite a good one, that would be a match that you should watch. Excellent match.
Nobody cares about the goddamn NWA. Oh, God, I hate Vince. He lives in my brain like some kind of parasite.
Oh yes, the other we get kind of sidetracked there. The other matches, there's three Continental Classic matches in the Gold League this week. Jay Lethal will take on Jay White.
Which
Mark
I
Bris-
think Jay Lethal takes the loss there.
Yeah, well, these are like, and everybody's been at, why is Jay Lethal in the tournament? It's like, well, if you've never watched the G1, you know, right? There is people in there that can put on good matches, carry them along, but can eat the loss and not have it hurt them. Hello, Jay Lethal, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's why he's there. Don't get all upset over his inclusion. Otherwise, if you put all the top people in there, some of them have to lose and have 84 draws.
No.
Uh,
Another big catch for AJ. 2 for 55.
Mark Briscoe is going up against Swerve Strickland.
Again, another guy who can eat a loss and it's not going to hurt him because he's
Yeah.
a tag team guy.
Well, he was. He
Well,
after his brother died, he said, "I'm not doing tag teams again, ever." That's just out of respect for his brother. And
I did not hear that.
Yeah, and that was universally agreed to. It's like, okay, if you don't want to do tag teams, you won't.
Well, I
Period.
completely get it. I hadn't heard him
Yeah,
say that.
He'll do trios. Like he'll do a trio, but not the traditional. Whoever he tags with will never eclipse
No.
No, you won't. Period. Like the Briscoes are arguably probably the greatest team to do it, but I mean, it depends on your.
I mean, you look at the last quarter century. What do you like? FTR, the Briscoes.
Oh, the Briscoes, the Briscoes matches and just catalog of accomplishments eclipses FTR by far. Like, these two, this match here, one may kill the other, or both. John Moxley and Rush. Like, Rush is one of the most intense. Rush is intense in the ring, like Dragunov. Like just the way he strikes, fucking like he really comes on, and so does Mox. So that is going to be a fucking hard hitting match. That one. The Devil group are making a bit of an appearance. MJF
Are we ever going to find out who
Joe.
the devil is?
Yeah, well, MJF and Samoa Joe are facing two members from that group.
Yeah.
So now, whether or not they're going to be masked, I would assume so. But Christian Cage is putting
Against Edge.
against Adam Copeland for the TNT title. Yeah, Adam's promo was gold.
Yeah, he is now officially rated R.
Take this home, sleep with it. I don't care what you do, but I'm taking it. I'm taking it from you Wednesday. Like if that was, it just felt real. It felt like two guys in an argument. Like, I'm going to kick your ass Wednesday. Like you're getting it. That's what it felt like, right? Oh, and by the way, go fuck yourself. Stand up when I'm talking to you. Like that's what you would hear, right? If two guys were arguing and like back and forth, right? That's kind of how I viewed it. And another match was added to it last night. Kenny Omega accepted a challenge from Ethan Page. They're both Canadian. Ethan is getting quite a push in Ring of Honor, so it wouldn't surprise me if Ethan went over there. So, interesting. I would also expect some involvement from Ricky Starks and Big Bill and Jericho and Omega, because Jericho is also Canadian, and that's in Montreal. That crowd would be fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Because like they love their wrestling there, right? You've seen WWE shows; they were nuts there.
Yeah.
So this will be no less. I would say.
Well, I mean, there was the infamous job of screwing that occurred in Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah, not exactly a highlight of the match was. Oh no, sorry, the Kenny Omega match and Ethan Page. That's on Collision, so that'll be on Saturday. But that still emanates from Montreal, so they'll do the Dynamite show there, and they'll do the Collision show. So it'll be back-to-back Montreal shows this week. And Rampage would also emanate from there because Rampage is taped, which I'm not a fan of. I don't like the tape wrestling shows as a rule. Although it did work in their favor this week with that Ric Flair promo.
And Danhausen came back. I did.
Danhausen was good match, yeah. Danhausen is like I've always liked Danhausen. I mean, my Dexter
You can't
West
not
was my
like
name
him.
on Twitter. Like I incorporated him into it. And
Touchdown Cardinals.
and he can wrestle. It's like he's not bad. I mean, he's not phenomenal. He's not going to put on any.
No, he
4 or
was
5
real. I mean,
star
I've
athlete.
seen several of his indie matches. Like he can work.
Yeah, he can.
But his gimmick is just
serviceable guy.
is so much better than it's like and I every organization needs a Danhausen who is kind of like the what I call the clown prince of the ring. Like
Yeah.
they can work a match, but the gimmick is
Work a
so
match.
over that
it gives that that little bit of comic relief here and there, and it gives that little bit of quirkiness to it, and it works, right? Comedy, that kind of stuff has been in wrestling for decades, right?
yeah, I don't mind a comedy spot in a wrestling show.
No.
You can't have like a dramatic movie and not have some humor in it. At the same time, you can't have a comedy movie and not have some drama. You have to have a little bit in there.
Yeah, you worded that exactly right. You have to have a little bit of it in there.
It's like No Country for Old Men, you could argue, is just as funny as it is dramatic because there's so many funny moments in there, but they're not intended necessarily. It's not a comedy movie by any means, but there's so many little funny moments
they're well placed, and none of them overstay their welcome.
Right.
That's the trick, right? If you could, like Danhausen, he's off. He was injured for a while, so he was off. But
Puka all the way to the end zone.
Gen 7. But the thing with Danhausen is, and I really like him, but if you had him on there 2-3 times an episode every week,
oh, it would kill it.
Right, you would overexpose it, and you would like run it into the ground. Is what you would do. So you got to be careful with them, right? Because you're the little gem that you have will now become something different. It's like, oh fuck, Danhausen again. Like I just seen him. You don't want that reaction, right? You want the Danhausen. That's the one you want, right?
Yeah, it's like you want, like you said, Danhausen instead of Danhausen.
Right. Yeah, same words, different meaning.
Yes.
Right. So
well, and the thing is, Danhausen doesn't. I'm speaking strictly of him, the guy. He doesn't have to do AEW. He does so many appearances. He's got his video blogs.
He's into all kinds of things. He could pop
he's not solely dependent on AEW, although I'm guessing they do pay him pretty well.
Yeah, when he landed with them, it's like, okay, I got my base salary now, and now all these other things I can still do them, and they're gonna grow because of me being on there, right? It gets his face out there more. So one thing helped all those other things, right? But Danhausen could pop over to Ring of Honor. That's where he was when it shut down, or when it didn't shut down, but ceased
Got
operations
sold.
there. Well, ceased operations for a bit. Yeah.
Ceased and sold.
Because we need the monies, and we can't pay our people's monies right now, so we have to stop what we're doing. So, if anybody has monies and would like to buy us, that would.
Well,
You know,
I'm glad Ring of Honor didn't croak out, because I prefer Ring of Honor, because I always kind of saw Ring of Honor and Impact as kind of like the two little redheaded stepchildren.
Ring of Honor produced a lot of.
Yeah,
A
and
lot of people you see on TV today
yeah,
came from there. One
yeah.
just got Punk. Punk came from Ring of Honor.
Kevin Owens came
Kevin
from Ring of
Owens,
Honor.
Sami Zayn,
S- Uh,
Seth Rollins.
Seth
Ring of Honor
Rollins.
was,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of
Briscoes, obviously.
yeah. Brian Danielson was there. You know, like
Yes.
Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, like tons of them. Briscoes.
What I was trying to make was I loved Ring of Honor far more than I did Impact, because Impact seemed like they were always trying to be WCW light or WWF light versus Ring of Honor that just kind of did its own thing.
Yes, Ring of Honor had their own identity. They were
It's like,
Ring of Honor, right?
yeah, that's why I like GCW, is because they're not trying to be anything other than what they are, but they look and present themselves the way I picture a wrestling promotion to be presented. You know, it's
Just figure out what you're good at,
and
right?
do that.
and do that. Sprinkle in, elements of things from other place, but don't have it dominant. Don't, you know, AEW on their last pay-per-view, they started diving into areas a little too much into that, like how the water got a little higher into areas they shouldn't, right? Like the whole sports entertainment. Let's overbook this is a bit too much because we can. It doesn't work there. Like
Well, the whole thing,
that's not what the
it's
fan base wants. Plus, you are not going to out sports entertain WWE. You're not, and you're not going to draw that fan base either. You're just simply not. They're not leaving, right? WWE is not going to out professional wrestling AEW because they can't, because of this PG-13 style that's attached to it. So stick to the majority of what you're good at. AEW is professional wrestling, and branching out with other promotions and telling stories in that fashion. WWE
has
is
there been
great at
any
sports entertainment. They do that extremely well, right? Because they're good at it.
has there been any light shed on why they did the whole thing with uh, Adam Cole and MJF at their pay-per-view? Because to me that just seemed stupid and unnecessary. Everyone knows Adam can't
Max did
function
have an
because
injury. Well, Max did have an injury, but they just
yeah, he's got his hip is messed up, I think. If I
and his lat too was hurt. But they
Adam
just
Cole can't walk.
and Adam Cole can't walk. But they just did too much. Like they overblown it. Is what they did, right? Like they could have still done that, but keep it a little more focused. Like not, it was just too much. Right? Like when I was watching it, I was like, why am I watching a WWE main event in an AEW ring? That's what I thought. That's the feeling I got out of it. Not why I turned in. If I want to watch that, I watch it every week. I watch WWE, NXT, AEW, Ring of Honor, Impact. Fucking Stardom. They're all different. That's the joy of it, right? What I watch Monday, I won't watch Tuesday because it's different. And then when I tune in Wednesday, it's different from what was Tuesday and Wednesday, and so on and so forth, right? Variety is a good thing. Ooh,
Oh, absolutely. Like
Arizona with a touchdown, James Conner, 23-3.
I think the Pittsburghs may be done.
Yeah. With Trubisky at quarterback, it's not happening. Not happening. It may not have happened with Pickett, my quarterback. My opponent in the Yahoo League here has Connor. That wasn't good. Coupled with the fact that I had Tank Dell,
Ooh,
that wasn't good. That wasn't good. But I still have Etienne Cup, who's done sweet fuck
fuck
all
all.
so far, and has since he's come back. Like, do something. Like, good lord. Like, I know they know how to throw it to you. I've seen them do it before. It's why I drafted you. Just do something. But the reasoning as to why, like I said, the only thing I can think of would be the tie into to the legit injury that MJF does have.
Well, is he? Because is he going to have to take time off to get surgery? I know and Seth Rollins. I mean, I can't believe he's still working with everything that's
Max is
screwed
going to
up with his
try
back.
and rehab it through instead of going the surgery route because he is in a match Wednesday, the tag match, and he is fighting at World's End, which is December 30th. And he is fighting Samoa Joe there. So,
Well, I mean, Samoa Joe's not an unsafe worker by any stretch, but Samoa Joe
no.
does hit you hard.
Yeah, but you just don't hit him hard where you're going to hurt him further, where he's already hurt. So Joe's more than capable of accomplishing that. So I have no worries there.
What did I miss?
Oh, we're just chatting about a little bit of everything.
Cardinals scored 2 touchdowns in the last couple of minutes.
Yes,
Buccaneers, it's pouring, but they haven't shut down the game.
AJ Brown is up to 4 catches for 63 yards.
How am I looking in fantasy?
Holy shit!
You are
Cooper
Fuck.
up with a catch.
You are up 110 to 80.
I love the sound of that. Good time. Keep on coming.
I am up 104 to 53. Stroud is up 128 to 28. Nashville FC is down 71 to 96.
Oh, that is beautiful to hear.
Maddie is down 34 to 66.
Damn.
And Davey, it ain't looking good for Davey.
It ain't looking good. No. Oh,
Les, are you there?
Not looking
Les
good
isn't
for
there.
Mark either.
They're dropping turkeys in Nova Scotia right now.
They are, yeah. It's raining. It's raining turkeys and dogs. Although Cooper Kupp caught a pass for 5 yards. Ooh, hold on. Oh, Pittsburgh is alive and well. Trubisky to Najee Harris for 11 yards, 1st and 10 on the Arizona 49.
What quarter are they in?
Fourth quarter, 7:18 to
Fourth?
go. 6:55 to go now.
Well, it's good to see that my
Wow,
Browns
it is.
defense is sucking.
It is pouring in Tampa Bay.
It looks like it's pouring more in Tampa than it was in Pittsburgh, yet they haven't shut that game down. Funny.
Well, I think in Pittsburgh, lightning.
Oh. Pussies.
Well, electrocution is one thing, but when you're already soaking wet and there is electricity in the air,
We need our football players to get fucking superpowers, damn it.
yeah, they'll be superpowers. They'll be doing the 220 tango.
If we get some super vegetables, that's okay. If football players got electrocuted because they're covered in water, and I was like, we need more superheroes, and I was like, if we get some super vegetables, that's okay.
I don't think they would become superheroes. I think they would become flatlined.
Have you seen The Flash? Damn it, it's real. It's real. It's damn real.
All right, Kurt Angle.
Offsides, Myles Garrett, just what my defense needs. I'm glad flags aren't negative points. to fantasy teams? Because that would really suck.
Looks like Cleveland's defense right now for you. Let me see here.
Are probably wet in the bed.
They have 12.5.
Yeah, I have both those. I have the Rams defense and I have the Browns defense. So it was a coin toss between which one I was going to play.
So if John drops to 9-4, Cat goes to 10-3, Dev goes to 9-4. I mean, you can make up some if he continues to play as bad as he is, and you still got you can make up a bit of that difference in those points.
I think I have one extra loss than he does. If he loses still.
No, because if he drops to 9-4 and you go to 9-4, that means you two would be tied. And
Is he 9-3 right now?
yeah, he and
Oh,
I have the same record. So you and he would be tied, and you would be you'd get a chance to possibly overtake him or come very close to in the points. Because coming in today, you were only behind him by 38 points.
Hell yeah. So I just have to score 38 more points than he does.
I thought
By the end of the year, yes.
I thought Deb was going to do the Al Pacino thing there for a second. Hoo-ha.
Ooh-ah.
Hoo-ah, hoo-ah.
Hoo-ha.
This just also shows that
That's
I
good.
drafted
really
a good
You know
team
what?
because
Justin, for you. Come back. 1 year.
this just shows though that I drafted a good team because Cap told me to worry about not putting all your eggs in one basket, but I did with Baltimore, and it's still looking good for me even with my backups in place.
Well, eggs in a basket. I mean, they can break, right? You're better off putting them in the carton. I've always found because they
Cap
come
took
with
one
the
of my
lid.
eggs out of my basket and it broke in his.
But why do you have your eggs in a basket? Why do you not use a carton? Is that like Is that like a Colorado thing or a Denver thing?
At how much eggs I have, they're in like a little 8-pack carton.
Oh, okay. So it is a carton. So it's not like
Cap
Easy as pie.
right.
Cap just took
Pie's easier
one
to
of the
carry than a
ones that
cake.
could have
Piece
been
of
in my
cake.
12.
Down
And
the
Bud
tubes.
took the
Well,
rest.
Mitchell
What
Trubisky
tube?
with a touchdown to Deontay Johnson. 2 yards.
That's his first touchdown, I think, in 2 years.
Well, yeah, he was always a lot of target guy, but not a end zone guy. They're down 24-10 with 4:25 to go in a game that still may end tomorrow. Fourth and 6, Rams. The Cleveland 24. So that would be a 42 yarder. Doable. Philadelphia up 6-0 over the Niners of the Francisco.
The Niners of the Frisco.
The Niners of Frisco.
They have changed. It feels like they have changed because they used to play in Kezar Stadium, then they had Candlestick Park. Now it's Levi's Stadium. With Philadelphia, I still say they're at Veterans Stadium, even though I know it's Lincoln Financial. To me, it's always Veterans Stadium, the old vet, where fans pelted you with everything from snowballs to 9-volt batteries. Dev, you are at an even. You're up by an even 30. It's 110-80.
Hell yeah.
Nashville FC still down 96-71. Maddie's still got a few players left, so Maddie's not out.
Yeah, it's
Not
Kelsey,
dead by any means.
Mahomes. Oh, no, not Kelsey. He has Mahomes, He
Mahomes
has.
Mahomes in prime time could drop a 50 burger anytime.
That's points for Matt because he has Mr. Kittle.
Connor's up to 84 yards. When he
Buck
plays,
has Connor, I believe.
he's very consistent when he plays. James Conner.
The guy survived testicular cancer. I think he's pretty tough. I see the Tim Hortons logo.
Oh yes.
What's you haven't been on the Tuesday show in a while. What's going on in hockey?
Hockey. I haven't had a chance all week We've been fucking swamped at the work thing. I haven't even had a chance to check in on that.
You're my only source for the hockeys.
Well, I'll brush up on it in the next day or two.
I did see your message about someone becoming a Red Wing, but the Red Wings have been at franchises.
Patrick Kane, yeah. Although the Red Wings are better than expected this year. They were going through a little rebuild that seems to jumpstart a little quicker than they expected, which is probably why he signed there. But Patrick Kane is not exactly a spring chicken anymore either. As far as who's doing what where, the Rangers are killing it in the Metropolitan Division. 35 points, so they lead there. Boston is about as consistent as they come as far as a hockey team. They're first in the Atlantic Division. Leafs are fourth, 28 points. They're just kind of muddling along. Out west, Deb's team, by default, because that's where he currently lives, the Colorado Avalanche. We're leading that.
No, I like the Avalanches.
They lead the Central Division with 32 points, followed closely by the Dallas Stars with 31.
Oh yeah.
And the Pacific
And
Division,
shanked.
the Vegas Golden Knights lead that one with 36 points. And
has there ever been an expansion franchise in the NHL do as well as quick as Vegas?
no.
I was about to say two Stanley Cups within their first 6 years.
Yeah, like they expand when teams used to expand before. It took them quite a few years to construct a team, but the way they've changed the amount of players that are available to them in their inaugural season. So if you draft from the other rosters right and construct your team, you can really jumpstart quick. Right?
Joe Flacco is the oldest quarterback to throw a touchdown for the Browns at 38 years old.
He's only 38.
I thought he was like 40.
I thought he was more like 42.
Yeah, I just assumed 40 because it seems like he's been around forever. But
That's going to help Matt with that pass to Kittle.
Matty needs all the help he can get.
Oh, we have an anniversary. 5 years ago today, the Dean Ambrose gas mask promo happened. I'm sure that's all seared in our memories.
Yep.
Fucking gas mask.
Let's see, bring this screen up here. 49ers take a timeout.
Oh, have they been bad? They are first and goal on the Philadelphia 10. Down 6-0. Rams are up 10-7. Tampa Bay's are up 7-3, and apparently a monsoon.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything out of that game here lately.
It's clipping along. What, the Tampa Bay game is clipping along? There's 3:50 left in the second. So that's flying.
Well, they also started, I think they started a half hour ahead of the other two.
Yes, because of time.
Yeah.
Right.
Still 2 minutes left in Pittsburgh.
Of course there is. 2
There's
minute
always
warning.
2 minutes.
Rams get the ball back. First and 10. Oh, no, wait. What's going on here? Rams with a timeout.
Purdy, is he going to put it in? No, he's down at the 4.
Nah, it's 3rd and goal on the 4. Yeah, incomplete pass.
Hey, Dev,
Yeah.
I just texted John. It's like Nashville FC back-to-back losses. He responded, "Who cares? My season is over." I think we've broken him.
Good.
He went from the guy talking all the shit on the message board the first few weeks to now just licking his own tank.
Well, he's in the playoffs, though, right?
Oh, he'll make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well,
Not for long.
That's all you need. As long as you're in, you stand a chance.
Not if you're losing to teams like
The
Westport
Virgins.
Virgins and the Doormats. That's going to be a big help for the Doormats moving up.
Philadelphia committed a 2-yard penalty. Still,
Well, the Doormats are just a dummy team. All I do is set their roster. I don't add
Barker
anything unless they
Mayfield
need
intercepted.
something.
Carolina ball, 1st and 10 on the Carolina 40.
Did he seriously just fucking throw that? I just saw that Barker Mayfield pick. You've got to be that was stupid.
You realize you just called him Barker.
I know, because that was a Barker play.
Well, okay, just saying. Baker. The fabulous Baker boys.
Who was that? Was it song Baker Street with the great saxophone solo?
Well, down on Main Street.
Down on Main Street.
Yeah. That would be Bob Seger, the Silver Bullet Band. They would kill werewolves on their tour. That's little known fact. That's why Warren Zevon would never tour with Bob Seger.
Well, Warren Zevon is one of my absolute all-time favorite songwriters.
I may or may not have made that fact up.
Never touchdown Ayuk.
Ooh, I have him.
The only Bob Seger song that I ever really liked was Turn the Page. So that helps Davey out. Are they reviewing it?
It's not showing on my end that it is still a touchdown. It says Brock Purdy passed to Ayuk for a 2-yard gain, 3rd and goal on the Philadelphia 2.
I think they're saying that wasn't a catch.
You do need to catch it to get it like on a pass to do the whole end zone thing. Yeah. It helps.
I would say that's a catch. James Conner up over 100 yards.
Oh, Cooper Kupp with another 3 yards. My goodness, things are escalating here in Ramland. Randy the Ram, the wrestler.
Very good movie.
Yes, it was.
when I used to do solo acoustic shows, that was the theme song to that movie. Was one of the few that I did.
Oh,
Yeah, I just saw Cups catch.
it was phenomenal, wasn't it? It was a thing of beauty.
That looks like the touchdown stands.
Yep, 6-6. Excellent. I don't imagine that will do much for my prospects of
Puts
winning.
you 96 to 40, 96 to 49.
Let me bring our league up on the phones. It will be last week's. 96.3 to 49.5. Right. I stand a 3% chance of winning. This is not good.
Maybe changing your name to Kevin Bacon was bad luck.
I don't think it
Remember,
helped.
he got taken for a lot of money in that Bernie Madoff scandal.
But I'm sure somehow I will still be alive.
Are you getting the trimmers?
I have to.
Are you feeling just a tad loose?
I know this pro line that I bought. It's doing quite well. Well, this ticket is anyway. I had Atlanta to beat the Jets.
Very good choice.
They accomplished that. I had the Houston's to beat the Denvers. Excellent.
There's two.
I had Detroit to beat the New Orleans.
That happened.
I had the Chargers to beat the Patriots.
Yep.
I had the Miamis to beat the Washingtons.
So there's 5 of 5.
I have two more. I have the Rams to beat the Clevelands. Rams are beating the Clevelands 10-7. And I have Tampa Bay to beat Carolina. Tampa Bay are beating the Carolinas 7-3. So far, so good.
So what's the what's the wager if you win that one?
I bet $7 because I went to the store and I had 3 toonies and a loony in my pocket. It's like, okay, but it's $7.
3 toonies and a loony.
Well, toonie is $2 and a loony is $1. So I bet $7, and if I get those other two games to hit, that would be $99.55.
Not bad.
Yeah. So it came out to the Wayne Gretzky, Sammy Hagar figure, both of whom I like. So
Well, a $93 profit is not a bad day.
no, I would take that. So something else for everybody to watch along. Will Davy Callis come out of this adventure richer than he went in? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Well, if that bad is off, you can pay your league fee.
I could, yes. This is true. That'll be paid. Don't worry. Second and 10 on the 44 for Cleveland. I don't see Cleveland winning this. Like I don't.
I just Flacco is only capable of so little.
Yeah, like there's a seal. He's 9-13 for 108.
If his ceiling is low, he lives in a doghouse.
Yeah, like he won't keep that up. Like there's more of a chance of Stafford 7-12 for 105 being more real. Of course, as I say that, Joe Flacco passes to Amari Cooper for a 6-yard gain, 3rd and 4, midfield. Although I was smart enough to stay away from the San Francisco Philly game because I have no idea who's going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those games that I love to watch, but in no way, shape, or form am I going to wager anything on.
Yeah, I don't want any stake, and yeah, I'm not putting money on those. Fuck knows.
And Dev is back.
My shit wigged out. Sorry, gents.
Well, Davey just mentioned you ever heard that Warren Zevon song, My Shit's Fucked Up?
Hold on, I can't hear you. Give me un moment. Speak?
I was saying,
Nope.
uh, can you hear me now, Dev?
No, it's fine. I'm gonna come back and I heard some shit about that too. Lovely.
Dev is Megatronin.
Yeah. Well, I went to the doctor, said I'm feeling kind of rough. Let me break it to you, son. Your shit's fucked up. Oh, God bless Warren Zevon.
You know those tweets you see is like, what's your wrestling opinion that will have you like this? And then there's the guy with a bunch of swords pointed at his head.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this is accurate. I don't know why people would point a sword at someone's head for saying this. But he put Swerve and Sting both have better careers in AEW than they ever did in WWE. Like,
Yeah.
you would have. I don't know
No.
what
What
level
the fuck?
of stupid you would have to be to think otherwise.
Well,
You know how they fired Swerve.
yeah. Well, I mean, Sting was already at an
Well,
advanced age and suffered that really bad back injury, neck injury.
they
So,
booked him like shit long before that.
well, yeah, they did book him like shit,
Yeah.
but I wasn't expecting them to get a whole lot out of him. Swerve, young man, very talented, and how they just,
Ah,
yeah.
it's like, should we fire him? Yeah.
I forgive them for Sting, but Swerve, that was a swing and a miss.
So I'm not sure if you
Well,
guys can hear me, but I can't hear you guys. It is not wanting to work.
You can't hear me?
I see your guys' lips moving.
Are your earbuds dead?
My audio is
so
fucked.
if we were ventriloquists, then
They're
it
gonna
would
make it any
know.
better.
It would know that we were talking
Nope,
to him.
lips are moving. Sweet.
Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Now, granted, when Sting was there, Vince was still in control of things, and we all
Yeah,
know where Sting came from. It's like,
yes. The
like,
franchise.
yeah, there was a reason Sting never went there for so long, and that proved
I
he was
would like
right.
to connect my
Like, I
earbud,
probably should
darling.
have went there.
I mean, I liked the program he worked with Seth. I thought
There
that
we
was done
go.
pretty damn well up until Sting getting
The
hurt.
injury, yeah. But that
Trying
WrestleMania,
to step back,
there
boys,
was
but
no
we're
way
back.
he should have lost that. That was like you brought him in to have him lose at his only WrestleMania. Like, why would you do that? Like,
And you had his backup be the very faction
yeah,
whom he fought so hard against. That just,
it made no sense. I'm like, what are you doing? Like,
that was one of the most fucked up
you're
Mania
not.
matches I've ever had the displeasure of. The girl I was dating at the time, she was a big wrestling fan, so I was over at her house that night. We were making tacos and rice and beans and watching WrestleMania. And when that match happened, I was just like, "You have got to be fucking kidding me! Like you overbooked this thing, yet you overbooked it and you overbooked it horribly."
Yeah, yeah. It's like, did you not watch your own library that you have on your network?
Vince
Because
has never watched
it will
anything
it will tell
from any.
you literally what you're doing now is like wrong.
Well, Vince never watched any wrestling other than WWF. If it didn't happen in a WWF ring, he wasn't paying attention to it.
No. But I'm glad Sting did come back though. Like, this is a nice cap to,
It was for, yeah. I
he
worry
got
about his
he
physical
got
well-being.
he gets to go out in a way
More befitting of
a
someone with
legend of
his
his status.
yes.
Yeah, and that he has some say in. It's like, okay, I can do this, and this. Okay, go do it. Right. He's 3 years. He hasn't been pinned.
And we got
But
to hear Tony Schiavone a few more times say, "It's Sting!"
yeah, and that's an automatic connection back to if you watched it back then, right?
Oh yeah.
You get it, right? That takes you back, right? That's I was saying this to Remy or Friday, I think, and I know it can't happen just due to who the gentleman works for currently, but I would have loved to have seen Luger involved in this run up to even just like an on-screen, you know, whatever backstage something, right? Because Luger was a huge part
Yeah, he
of
and
his
Sting
career.
were like, and also the Steiner brothers.
Yeah, yeah, but Luger, I believe, if I'm almost positive he's employed by WWE, so it won't happen. But there's
Is
not
he
many.
employed by that? I didn't think Luger. I mean, obviously
He's like
Luger is
I think he's like an ambassador or something to
okay.
that effect. But like he's never an on-screen guy because like
Well,
Lex is
no, I
not.
mean
Yeah,
he's paralyzed from the waist down, which is very, very. I mean, I never thought Luger was that good of a hand in the ring, but still, I don't like to see anybody in that predicament. Uh,
oh no,
but
Lex was not a great worker, right? But
well, Luger could have great matches if he was had a great dance. Like if he was in the ring with Sting or Flair or Wyndham or Savage, he could. Yeah, it would be a good match.
no, I don't.
They understood his limitations and they could work around them.
It doesn't say here he's employed by WWE, so maybe I don't know, maybe. But I mean, it would depend on would Lex want to be on screen too, right? So
I would
that
think, and this is just considering how long he and Sting have been friends and how everything that they went through together. I would think Luger wouldn't mind making an appearance on Sting's farewell tour. I would
yeah,
think he wouldn't mind,
yeah.
unless maybe unless maybe the two of them have fallen out. I don't know. I haven't heard anything
No,
about that.
Sting has brought Lex's name up on numerous occasions during this run. Nakua just went out to the back holding his arm. The Rams game. That's not good. But no, Sting has brought Lex's name up on more than one occasion. So
Okay.
you wouldn't have a problem with him. I don't think. I've never heard of them having an issue anyway.
I hadn't either. I mean, I was just saying, like, the only thing I would think that would maybe prevent that from happening would be if the two of them had some kind of a falling out that I was unaware of.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of them from that era. Like Nikita Koloff is still around,
Yeah.
but he hasn't been in the business in
Well, Wyndham's
a
still
long time.
around. Steamboat is still around.
Barry, yeah, Barry's still there.
Scott and Rick's.
Steamboat was there not too long ago. Like
Yeah, he was the special referee for the Punk match against.
with Ricky Starks.
Yeah. I mean, I said the Steiner brothers. Scott, I guess, is okay, but Rick and his recent
Yeah,
comments, they may not want to
yeah.
touch that one.
Rick and Scott and the ability to talk are not synonymous with each other.
Well, Scott could cut a
No, I
decent
just
to
mean it's
pretty good promo.
well, no,
Scott could.
I like in real life. Like,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
like some of the things they say, it's like just stop talking. You're not good at it.
Rick, just bark like a dog.
Yeah,
Don't
just
speak.
bark.
Just bark.
Yeah.
Uh, let Scott cut the promo.
But there's Rick and Scott are still around. Dustin would have been around in that time too, I believe. But
Yeah.
Mari Cooper started.
Dustin was just a kid, like at that
Well,
at that
Dustin's
stage.
under contract there.
Yeah.
Dev,
Uh,
you are up 110 to 84, so your lead is shrinking, but I think you're going to be just fine.
Tampa Bay, Carolina at the half, 7-3 Tampa. Philadelphia up 7-6, or sorry, Niners up 7-6 over the Eagles. At the 2-minute warning.
Pittsburgh finally went
And
final, I believe.
oh yeah, that was just a foregone conclusion once Pickett went out.
Freiermuth finished with 3 catches for 29 yards. Yay.
And the Rams are 4th and 9, or Cleveland 4th and 9 on their own 3. So that'll be a nice little punt. 5:44 left to go in the third. It'll set them up with some nice field position. Cooper's walking to the back. Amari.
For a second, I thought you meant Cup, but
No, at this stage it wouldn't matter anyway. Well, it would matter because I have the Rams to win. So if Cooper could help with that in any way, shape, and or form, that would be most nice.
let's see. Yeah, looks like John and the Doormats, and then Maddie's game are the 2 more competitive ones. Cult of personality. I know your anger. How you doing, Russ? Oh, yay.
When do you think Jade makes her
Rumble.
Rumble?
I'm guessing she enters the women's rumble. The women's rumble. I mean, not that I have much of a handle on the men's rumble this year, but the ladies rumble. I mean, who wins that thing? Bailey, Jade,
Well, Bailey is likely getting
bounced.
tossed out of damage control, so she will feud with someone there.
We know we're going to get Becky and Rhea in one of the big women's matches at Mania. The other one,
Most likely, yeah.
we're going to get what would EO
Like
and
you might get Bailey EO for the title.
Bianca could win
And then
the
you might
ladies
get
rumble.
I would say you might get Flair if they were smart just to do something different for a change. Bianca and Flair.
That would
No
be a good
titles.
one.
No titles. That doesn't need a title. And Flair do something that doesn't involve a title. Just to be different. Something new. But Becky Rhea, that would be excellent.
Yeah.
And I think Bailey and EO would be good. I don't think Mercedes is coming back there though.
But if the argument I've heard is that if they debut Jade in the ladies rumble and she doesn't win, then it might fall flat like a pancake.
Well, it would depend. If they put her in it, right, it's gonna hide whatever limitations that she does have, which we know she does because we've seen her already. But
Well, and Hunter commented as such.
all is full of shit. You know, training at the performance center is not what it's made out to be. You know, if you watch some of the people that have come out of there that have had little to no experience going into it. But
it's not the Harvard of the ropes.
No, it's not. But what it could do is, depending on who eliminates her, because matches like that, right? Yes, it's designed to get you a winner, and in what the Rumble is, it's like, okay, here is your shot at whomever, right? But if they're done right, then they're also designed to set up storylines moving forward that come out of them. So whoever would eliminate, you could have something going on in that match with Jade and whomever, and have them eliminate Jade in some sneaky, underhanded fashion, or however you want to do it, and then that sets up a storyline going forward, where you don't have to automatically insert Jade into a world title program. Because once you win it, right,
Mm-hmm.
there's only one other direction you're going, which is down, because you are eventually losing it, right? You build them up, tell the story to get them there. That's more interesting than just
Who
slap.
would you who would you if it's WrestleMania? Who would you trade and bring against? Who do you think would give her the absolute best possible match that doesn't have a belt?
Well, it would have to be. That's a hard one, just due to how they've kind of like how they construct their division there. It's so top heavy, right? Because Bailey, if Bailey goes after Io, then she's likely going to have to go through Asuka, Kairi Sane to get to Io, right? So that'll kind of tell that story.
Yeah,
Becky and Rhea, they've already kind of
yeah.
established the groundwork there. So those two are tied up. Charlotte and Bianca, there's stuff going on there. So they're likely tied up. So it would be someone from a tier down below them. Now, therein lies the problem. Who have they built up enough to that fan base would view as credible enough to be in a program with Jade, who they already view a certain way, even without having
Oscar?
a match. No, Asuka's going to be tied up with the damage control Bailey.
We haven't said like on WrestleMania night. I mean, you're going to have Bailey versus Io possibly, so Oscar would be available to compete.
Yeah. And Asuka would, Asuka could get her to a match, like the match, right? Asuka would also eat the loss. Whoever Jade is going in there with is eating the loss. So it has to be somebody that can do that.
Nia Jax.
Nia.
Oh, come on! Who,
Won't
name
be
name
Nia.
a better female worker who could coax a rookie in the promotion.
Nia Jax and Jade Cargill in a match could potentially be one of the worst matches, period. Right?
Well, that depends on how you look at it. Are you looking at it from a pro wrestling point of view, or from just I'm going to sit back with my popcorn and watch the shit hit the fan?
What are you watching? I'm watching Star Power and Aura. What is it doing anything? No, I'm just soaking it all in. I see. See.
It's like that
I
scene
wonder if they
you'll
watch movies in the same fashion.
see like Fast Times at Ridgemont High when he takes the Layla's like secret sauce. Yeah, that would be Jade against Nia.
Like watching Little Nicky. Like, what are you watching? Oh, Pacino and Sandler. Star Power in this movie. Is it any good? Wow. Doesn't have to be good. Look who's in it, man. Like, just soak it in, man. But yeah, no, Nia and Jade. I would hope they don't go down that. I mean, they have workers there that could get her.
What about
The Candice LeRae could,
I was trying to
but they
think.
haven't. But they
What
haven't.
about Baszler? Baszler and Jade?
Yeah, but I think they're kind of shifting Baszler more into a tag team with Zoe. Looks like what they're doing. But Baszler could, but you're just handing Baszler another loss.
Oh, I'll throw this wild card out there. Sonya Deville.
It's hurt.
She's hurt? Well, shit.
And she's hurt, and she'll be out for quite a while yet.
I did not even know she was hurt.
But Sonya would, but Sonya's lost so much credibility with just the amount of losses that she's had over the last 3 years. I don't know if people would buy into that one too much. Raquel Rodriguez could be one. She has no problem eating losses. And she's decent in the ring. She just has no
Touchdown McCaffrey.
discernible gimmick or character outside of the fact that she has back. So, but Raquel could be an option, especially if she debuts on Raw. She'd be on the right brand too, right? Which is likely where Jay would go. So it'll be tricky how they do it, right? Because the other thing you need someone in there, like I said, that can eat the loss, but you need someone in there that can kind of carry the match, more so than Jade would, right? Or lead the match. So
Yeah.
it'll be tricky. Tricky how they do it.
Unless now they could go this route and possibly insert Jade as the third wheel into Bailey and EO.
I don't see Jade being put out there as a third wheel to anything. I think Jade will be front and center, just due to her look and everything. Would be my ideally what she should do is NXT, right? Let this Lyra Valkyrie have a run with the belt, and then when they feel Jade is ready, do that and have her work NXT, practice, and get
How
better.
old is Jade anyway?
Jade is about 33.
Really?
She's not, and that's the other thing. I mean, she's not. She get into the game late, right? So
I guess I thought she was much younger. She doesn't.
no, she doesn't look it.
Yeah.
She's 31.
I would have thought she was like 25, 26, somewhere in that category.
She's 31 and has had 64 matches in her career. So she is effectively a rookie, right? That's not a lot of reps to get good at what you're doing, right? In anything, let alone wrestling. you know, but like if that's what she wants to do, if she wants to get better as far as in ring, on a mic, well, Mike, she's fine. She can talk. She's never had a problem talking.
What I've heard is that she wants to go into movies. Like that's what she wants to do. And she's in the right place to get there.
Oh, she does, yeah. So her going to WWE was 100% the right decision for her, right? If that's the path that she wants to take, the road that she's on now will get her there, because WWE has those connections that they have built up over decades.
Yes.
Smart, like that.
Do you see them possibly just kind of doing what Tony tried to do, but on a bigger scale, just trying to just push her over for a couple of years like Goldberg, just have her just tear the entire women's division a new rectum?
Probably.
And then
there's only so much you can do with it, really. Like, she's not going to go out there and put on 5-star classics. That's not happening. She's not going to go in there and start wrestling men, because they don't do that there.
No.
So so I mean, what do you do, right? But she's in the right spot for what she's looking to do, and she won't have to wrestle there a lot. It's the thing, because you see it all the time, right? Roman on SmackDown this week? Yeah. Okay, I'm tuning in then. What's he doing? I don't know.
He's going to walk out. He's going to have about a 10-minute entrance. He's going to walk out there. Heyman's going to do all the talking.
Yeah. Like, is he having a match? I don't know. I don't know. He's on though. Okay. That's but they'll tune into that, right? It doesn't matter what they're doing. So she doesn't have to, be out there every week or every 2 weeks.
Yeah, but she's not Roman Reigns. I mean, I've got nothing against Jade. I like Jade.
I have no issues.
But she ain't Roman.
No. Like Roman's like better in the ring and everything, but he's been at it for quite a while. But how, like, the fan base that she's dealing with now are going to view her differently than the fan base that she just came from, because they're different fan bases, right? Like an AEW fan base will look like, well, yeah, she's great to look at, and she's well built and everything, and But my
Well,
God,
see, I don't think. I mean,
but my God, her matches, man, like they're hard to watch. Like that's how they
I've,
would
I've never
do it.
found her attractive. I just always. I mean, yeah, she's built well, but I never found her attractive. Uh, but the matches, yeah, it was again, it felt like a female Goldberg
Yeah.
thing where
And the AEW fan base would care more about that than a WWE fan base would, because wrestling in one company is not so much at the forefront as it is in the other. That's just a fact. That's just the way that's what the way it is. Like SmackDown will put out a show with about 30 minutes wrestling on it. It's a 2-hour show.
yeah.
And people will say, "Oh, that was great." It's like, well, what did they do? They do. What were they doing
Well,
for the other hour and a half?
well, sadly,
That's like,
sometimes with Raw and SmackDown, it's addition by subtraction, depending on what matches they possibly could book.
yeah.
Uh, as like when I look at the roster, like, okay, I would get rid of about a third or a fourth of these folks, bring
There's
up
lots
the top
on
cream of
Raw.
the
There's
crop
lots
from NXT.
on Raw. There's lots they could book. Like, there's lots they could do there. They just don't.
We need Cody and Jimmy against the Judgment Day again, damn it.
They do. Yeah.
We still have to finish that story, Davey.
Story that never ends. But yeah, like I don't know. If they use more of the roster, it's not hard. Like they could still do the same stories that they're doing, right? But there's nothing wrong with saying, guys, here's 15 minutes, right? Go out, tear it down. Why not do that? Like, why not?
Yeah, but what if they actually do tear it down?
You will attract if you do that, right? And I mentioned this to Remy and a couple of other people. Like Monday was their shot at doing that, because that was Punk's first Raw, right? So they knew damn well that they were going to have a lot of eyeballs on that broadcast from people who either left and went over and watched AEW just due to the large disparity in how the product is done. They were tuning in to see, okay, what's Phil going to say, right? Let's see, and they had to watch the whole thing because they didn't put Punk on to the last few minutes, right? So that would have been their shot at, okay, let's show them that we can put on matches that you guys like seeing. They didn't do that throughout the whole show. So I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity on their part. I wouldn't even get into the whole Punk promo.
When
Some
he
people,
was
some people
released,
liked it.
signed an NDA
Oh yeah, there's an
where
NDA
he
signed. Yeah, the two of them have an NDA, which is smart. Like it's just, you know, it likely wouldn't work out well for either party if there was no NDA in place, right? So that was smart. But I am very interested to see like what he's going to do there going forward, right? Um, just to see how they book it. Are they going to be match heavy with it? What style of matches are they going to have him do, or can he do? You know, the promos will not be the same as where he just came from. They won't, because they can't, right?
they could have they could have done a whole lot more, and by a whole lot more I mean a whole lot more better with Monday.
Well, what they could have,
Even if Punk's promo was not going to be a full-on pipe bomb, they still could have said, "Hey, we've got CM Punk, but we all, like you said, we also have this, we've got that, we're doing this."
yeah,
And more Punk.
I think that's what they should have leaned into more, because they did take things from his promo when he came back to the Rampage show, right? There was some of that in there. It was just more scripted and structured, you could tell. But I think the part that they should have taken was there's a lot of guys in the back. If they had done that part of it, right? You don't have to mention, and even if you want to throw out names, right? I see you back there, right? And I see you guys in NXT. Throw out a Carmelo Hayes name. Throw out a Braun Breaker name. Throw out names of guys that you don't have a lot of fucking heat with, right? Like that's what I'm back for, right? That would have got my interest. Like, okay, I'm interested in seeing those. I've never seen those before. Right?
Well, he did that same thing on the Rampage where he returned, and
Yeah.
he mentioned Darby Allin, that was his first opponent, but he also mentioned Jack Perry. He mentioned Hangman Page.
Yeah.
And we know how it went with both of those guys.
Yeah. But they could have went that way, right? And then you throw a couple of main roster guys in. It's like, okay, so we kind of got a scope of, where this might be going, right? Granted, this was all thrown together very quickly too. He didn't sign until Saturday.
Right.
Pay-per-view was Saturday, right? So they were, what they had thrown together, what they had put together. Who knows by Monday, right? They probably didn't have a lot of things structured to do that, right? But they could have went that way. Would have been a little more interesting. But that I'm home, that was like, it's like you're not home for one thing. You shat on the place for a decade.
Well, that's the thing is when he said that, I was like, and I'm glad you shat on this place for a decade. It deserves to be shat upon. So don't shat where you at.
It just, to me anyway, and it's just my own personal opinion, but it just came off as very disingenuous. Like, just like you've lost a lot of my respect over the last 2+ years. You just lost a little bit more, right? So
well, the AEW return, that felt genuine. That felt real.
did, yeah, because he was allowed
This
to
one
speak.
feels more like I'm not doing anything else, and I want to make some more money before I hang him up. So I guess I'll just go back here.
Yeah. And granted that, I don't know. But yeah, the one on Rampage, it felt more real because it was Phil Brooks speaking.
Yeah.
Right. In the CM Punk character. So it's different.
I'm just still amazed Hunter did it, just because the heat those two have had.
Well, it's a smart business move, like from getting eyeballs on your product. Yeah, Phil's going to draw eyes, right?
I'm trying to get in Hunter's brain from the standpoint of
there's a lot.
You and this guy do not like each other. Let's throw the press conference kissy face out of it. You two do not like each other.
Well, Eddie Kingston said it best, right? You don't have to like someone in order to work with them. And oftentimes, if you don't, those programs generally come off better because there is a little bit of animosity there.
True, but he's not working with Hunter. Hunter's behind the scenes now.
No, that's a different dynamic too.
Yeah.
But there are people on that roster that will apply to that particular situation.
Well, obviously the whole Seth thing, which I said from the beginning, this is just a work by one of the two greatest workers that we've ever had. Because Seth will do business and can do business with anybody.
Yeah.
I
think they'll work together. But as to what program they come up with, I don't know.
And we know eventually we're going to get. Again, like I said, do Punk and Roman at SummerSlam. Do Punk and Rollins at Mania, though I could see them doing that at the Rumble just to.
Punk and Roman do not need the belts to do that program. because Punk doesn't need the belt, nor should he have one. Nor should he have it really.
No,
The guy,
he doesn't need the belt.
no, like the guy's in his 40s, right? Like like we mentioned before, he's a little on the brittle side. So do you want to run that risk? So but Remy and I spoke on this before too. I'll give Hunter credit. He is starting to push some of or integrate some of the younger people that are on the roster into some of the storylines because I think he realizes he has to.
Yeah, I mean, you can't live off. I mean,
Like a lot of what they push are like in their 40s, and some of them are well into their 40s. Right, a lot of them.
well, and also, I mean, Seth, Cody, they're in their late 30s. I mean, you've got limited amounts of time left there while they're still.
Yeah, well, you got to bring these, like your Jordan Devlin, JD McDonough, in WWE land, but you got to start
Austin
bringing these
Theory.
guys along. Austin, right? They don't know.
I can't let it go.
They
Gunther's in his 30s, his
They
late
still
30s,
don't
isn't
seem
he?
to know. Yeah, Gunter's about the same age as Seth. But the way they're booking Gunther's not out there every week having matches, right? He's your special attraction kind of guy because of the way he wrestles, right? But
But it
even
seems
that's
like
a little
everyone who
scaled
has a
back.
belt is a special attraction.
Yeah,
And
which shouldn't be the case.
no. I don't think I think that anyone with a belt should be a full. I mean, you've got Roman, Logan, uh, Rhea, Seth, Io, Gunther.
Yeah.
Okay, there's your 6 top singles.
Like Rhea doesn't wrestle very much. Io doesn't. Roman never. Seth is a part timer. Gunther, I'm fine with their presentation with him because it's a different style of presentation and they are doing it quite well. The ladies' tag belts are a mess for the most part.
Let's just forget those exist.
So, yeah, like there's nothing wrong with having belts, but you got to use them. And Seth, he's done a fine job with the belt that he got, but he's not exactly knocking it out of the park either. He hasn't had any bad matches. He hasn't had any great ones. They're just all really good or good.
True, but I'm giving Seth a bit of a pass there because he's working hurt. I'm not expecting him to.
A lot of people work hurt though.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys work hurt, but
Orange was working hurt a lot. Orange was out there every fucking week, every week.
it's tough to expect great matches on the reg when someone has 2 vertebrae in their back.
Eddie Kingston was working hurt, still working hurt actually. And he's in a tournament that is a much harder tournament than a lot of things that go on, right?
Well, so if we're looking at the Rumble, do you do Orton and Roman? Do you go ahead and do that one at the Rumble?
It looks like that's the way they're headed based on Friday, yeah. So you'll probably get a Orton solo match, and then you'll probably get an Orton SmackDown Uso match, and then that will probably lead to the Orton Roman match. Whether or not that ends up in a clean finish is anybody's guess.
Well, we'll get. I'm trying to think of the card. So you got Ladies Rumble, Men's Rumble, Orton and Roman, probably one of the women's title on the line.
I would say you'll probably get Rhea and Nia on there. Because they're pushing Nia hard.
Yeah, I wish they'd push her over a cliff.
From the way they're presenting her.
Right? They're pushing her up when they should just be pushing her over.
So the Rumble will be, just to see how they construct it and such. As to who Seth faces, hard to say. They got something going on with Drew right now, but if Drew still hasn't put pen to paper on any kind of a new contract, you're not going to see Drew win.
No.
But Sammy is sniffing around that too. So maybe they do
Well,
maybe a triple threat.
or we
That
could still
that would
get Drew versus
that would
Jimmy.
that would be quite good. A triple threat though. Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins.
Is it Jimmy or Jay that's on Raw? I can't remember which.
I've just gone to calling them Raw Uso and SmackDown Uso.
Rosso and Smaxo.
Yeah.
Drew versus Raw Uso.
Yeah.
Would be
Well, Raw Uso is facing Seth tomorrow. Drew McIntyre is facing Sammy tomorrow. So that's kind of interesting. See how that plays out. But I would say Drew is all but gone once his contract is up.
that's my Debo Samuel touchdown.
I think it all in at Wembley 2024. Drew McIntyre is there. Well, Drew Galloway will be. I think he's there on that card in some capacity.
My first opponent when you said that, my first thought there, but then I was like, no, because that's kind of Rock versus Rock. I was thinking Drew versus Hobbs would be pretty interesting. I typically don't like big men matches just because it's like Rock hitting Rock. There's not as
the multitude of matches that they could do there is Drew Osprey. I mean, some of these won't happen because they'll be in storylines already. But like Drew Osprey, Drew Omega, Drew Danielson. Danielson will be likely facing Nigel McGuinness, though I would say.
I don't know if I see a chemistry between Drew and Osprey.
They would work well together.
I'm not throwing shade on either one, especially not Osprey, but they seem like two totally opposite.
Opposites attract. Opposites work. That's why you get those Brock Lesnar matches with guys like AJ and the guys of that stature that work so well. Daniel Bryan when he was there. Those worked really well, and those were really good matches. The matches with Bobby Lashley and Brock were not good. It was just the same two guys trying to do the same thing, and it didn't work. Mind you, the way they booked it and produced it didn't help either. But but Drew would be a Drew Osprey match would be similar to the match Osprey would have had with, say, Josh Alexander. That was excellent. So I think it would kind of work that way. But Drew Hangman would be fucking excellent.
Drew Hangman.
Drew and Andrade.
Drew and Danielson.
Drew and Danielson. Danielson will be pretty well wrapped up though by that point, and they faced each other before anyway.
Yeah. And you mentioned something at Wembley next year. Danielson's ideal final opponent should be.
Well, it's probably going to be Nigel. If Nigel can go, right, that would be Nigel's last match, and it would be Danielson's last match as a full-time performer. That would be a perfect send-off, right? Because Nigel on commentary has been fucking giving it to Danielson every chance he gets. He's like the heel commentator, essentially.
Yeah.
But he does it really well, right? But yeah, there's so many people there. Drew face, like, Drew and Takeshita, another one. Drew and Daniel Garcia, that would be a nice dynamic. Drew and Claudio, Drew and Mox, Drew and Brody King, Drew and Malachi, Drew, just go down the list, tons of them. Drew and Pac. Also opens up the door to some New Japan talent. Drew and Okada, Drew and Shingo Takagi, Drew and Ishii. Lots of them.
And how old is Drew? 37, 38?
I believe, yeah, he's 30. Yeah, he's around I'll find out. Just to give you the exact answer. Drew McIntyre. He is 38.
Well, I mean, okay, so it's December. I mean, we're talking about there'll be at least a 90-day, maybe longer, before he
Not,
can.
not necessarily. If his contract runs out, he can go whenever. If you're fired, right, or released, there's a 90-day non-compete. But if your contract just expires, that's different. You're free the next day.
I thought with all those contracts there was
No,
some.
if you're released, you are let go from the contract prior to the contract having expired, right? There's a 90-day. It's like, okay, for the next 90 days, you can't. That's why you haven't seen any of the last set of releases pop up anywhere yet, because they can't. That's coming up soon, though. Another less than 3 weeks. So that's when your Dolphs, your Mustafa Ali, your Shelton Benjamin, they all become available.
Which I think releasing Mustafa was
They
a
never knew
big
what
mistake.
they never knew what to do with him.
I mean, Dolph and
Dolph,
Shelton, love both of them, but you've kind of
Dolph was
gotten
the one that
everything you're going to
really,
get out of them.
yeah, but Dolph was the one that really stuck out. Like that is a useful member of that roster who has been there forever, can work with anybody, sells like a motherfucker. Like he would get in the mat, he would get in a ring with anybody and leave them looking great. He can
Well,
eat
and
the roster,
also,
you
what
know.
about Riddle? What do you think is going to happen with Riddle?
I have no idea. I don't want him anywhere near AEW because he's just too much of a mess. He would be a fucking headache at this stage, and I haven't seen anything from him since he's been gone that tells me any different. So
Well, I
let
believe
him
he
get
just
his
had a new baby. Not
let
him,
him get
obviously.
his. He got to get his head right before he does anything. You know, if anything, he would have to be up to doing it. But fuck off over to Japan for a year. You know,
Well, also, if he went to Ring of Honor, if he went to AEW, he's going to
you
have to
would
take a drug test, and he
you would you
failed
would
the last two.
you wouldn't see him on Ring of Honor. Like if they signed him, they wouldn't put him there. But for his style and what he's capable of doing in the ring, which is phenomenal stuff, right? Despite what you've seen, with the bongos and the scooter right into the ring and all
Which
that.
was an absolute waste. I hated that crap.
Yeah, but if you strip that away, and you look at what got him signed initially to that company, and you see what he can actually do in there, it's like, okay, right? He would fit perfectly in New Japan with that style, but he would have to get his head right. Like if he takes whatever is going on up there now and inserts that into AEW, it will cause a fucking mess. Period. Because you got a lot more freedom over there, right?
Touchdown, Hubbard.
As far as what you can say, and like, I don't think it would work. Like, it wouldn't be a smart move. I don't think. Mustafa Ali would, but Mustafa can work anywhere, and he'll be fine. He could freelance. He could sign with AEW, Impact. He'd do phenomenal there. He could go to New Japan. He could go to Noah, DDT. Like he could go anywhere. Mustafa Ali would be just fine. Dolph likely goes to AEW because his brother is there.
Well, I mean, again, Riddle and Danielson. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I don't want Danielson to retire. He's so damn good. Ugh.
Oh, if it wasn't for Osprey, Danielson would be the number one. Like he would wrestle of the year, easy. But Osprey is just on another level this year, like with what he's been
Well,
able.
Ospreay's got what, 2 decades almost, age-wise. I
Yeah,
mean,
Osprey.
Danielson's got to
Yeah,
be in his 40s, and Ospreay's late 20s, mid 20s, late 20s.
no, Osprey's 30.
He's 30.
Yeah, he's been wrestling for a while, man. He was in New Japan for 9 years.
Wow, 9 years. I mean, I knew he had been around, but I thought he was more in like like
No,
in like the 27, 28,
you don't. No,
some.
he's 30. Osprey turned 30 in May, but
Mm.
you don't get that good, right? That quick. Like you have to put the work in, right? But he was in the right spot to do it, right? But that's why he's part of the reason why he's as good as he is, because he was in there with like top tier people a lot. Plus, he wrestles all over the world too, which helps.
He probably has logged more miles in airplanes in the last few years than maybe any other human. Because
Yeah,
Europe to Japan to the US to back to Japan, back to the UK, back to Japan. It's
yeah. He started in 2011, so that's what 12 years. So he would have started when he was like 18. But he worked his way up and like did a lot of the indies, and then he got to New Japan in 2016. So that's where he started that journey, right? And like learning over there and learning, and then the injuries started piling up. So he had to like about 2 years ago, he had to start changing his style a bit, right? So he's a lot more grounded now. Back in the early days, like he was, everybody used to call him, the flippy guy, because he was. He flipped a lot, right? But he's put the muscle on now. He's a lot more like grounded in his attack. He'll throw in those high flying moves here and there, but they're not as prevalent as they used to be. But doing that extended his career considerably.
well, it always does. That's why I worry about someone like Darby, who I mean I've always really dug Darby Allen, but Jesus, you're going to wind up a quadriplegic at this rate by the time you're
Assuming he makes
40.
it back from Mount Everest. May not, who knows? But I mean, Darby is just living his dream. Like this is what he wants, right? Like, you know. But yeah, like he shoots out of that ring like someone shot him out of a fucking 1812 cannon. That's how fast he's doing those tope suicidas. His are a little different. Right? But another interesting match: Drew and Jay White, Drew and Swerve. Right? There are so many things for him to do over there, program wise. Like, some of them have a shelf life though, like Omega's 40, 41. So, and he's considerably cut back on his singles stuff.
Well, and also
Or
he had what 4 or 5 surgeries a year and a half ago. I mean,
shoulder, knee,
hernia.
sports hernia, and that last match with Hangman, he was fighting vertigo too. So good luck with all that. And he still wrestled a half hour.
Yeah, well,
Like,
regardless of my thoughts about Kenny, anybody that has uh, wear and tear and many surgeries done,
you're
it's been
Megatroning again.
oh, anyone who has that many injuries and that many surgeries, I'm not expecting them to,
Go out and put the matches on that he did.
yeah, I wouldn't expect that from
No,
anybody because the
and I
human body can only do
and
so much.
I knew he was banged up at the time. I didn't know to the extent till afterwards, and I was like, "Holy shit, man! Like, how were you able to put on those caliber of matches being in that condition? Like, that shouldn't be possible." But he did.
And San Francisco is now up 21-6 on Philadelphia.
Philadelphia has a way of coming back, though. I've noticed.
Unfortunately.
Well, that's not over. Ooh, Tampa Bay. with the touchdowns. Mayfield to Evans for a 75-yarder.
Yeah, my opponent has Evans, which cut my lead down to 114 to 71.
On the Cooper Cup watch. 3 catches for 14 yards, longest 6. I hate Cooper Cup.
He hasn't been very Cooper Cup since he came back from that injury.
Nothing since he's come back. I think he had one good
As,
game.
as you would like to say, sweet fuck
Sweet fuck
all.
SFA. If you want to acronym it.
Business all about acronyms.
Philly in the red zone, though. 2nd and 12 on the Niner 14-yard line with 8:31 to go in the third. They're all in the third. Although the Chargers the Rams and the Browns are slacking. They have 12:32 left. Here's one for you, Captain, wherever you may be. Oh, I hear noises.
I am here. I'm fixing myself another chili dog.
I hear noises in my head. Haha. Undertaker, in one of his more coherent statements, believes Dustin Rhodes, aka Gold Dust, should be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Agree or disagree?
Well, absolutely number one, agree, but more coherent statements? When has Taker been incoherent?
Well, he said. Well, it depends on how much he's pumping up the tires of the company that still employs him. When he gets into those territories, some it's like okay. But yeah, Dustin should be. The only problem is,
He's a Rhodes.
well, no, it's not the fact that he's Rhodes. They currently employ one of those, and they had Dusty employed for a while. Dustin is currently employed with AEW is the problem.
Do you think there's any chance at all, shape, form in this life?
If they wanted to make the Hall of Fame have a little bit more legitimacy to it, it would certainly be a start.
I was saying for Triple H to maybe try and
We would like
extend the olive branch
we would
to
like to
Mr.
extend
Khan.
we would like to extend an invitation for Dustin Runnels to be inducted into our Hall of Fame. No strings, no nothing. Just do you mind? Do you mind if he comes and does that? Leave it at that. Right? Got to start somewhere.
And obviously, I think you would have to have Cody induct him.
Oh yeah, Cody would. Yeah. Well, who else would? Who else would do it, right? But yeah, Cody would be the one to induct it. Just do it, keep it. But it would lend some legitimacy to the hall too, which doesn't have a lot of it due to some of the members in it and some of the people who are not in it. Like Demolition should be in there. If it's a true Hall of Fame, I do not put Demolition in.
How are they not in?
They had issues with the company. There's like they
Oh, boo fucking who?
right. So if you do that, no matter how good you are or the accomplishments that you have accomplished over the course of your career, you don't get in. So it tarnishes the what the hall is, in my opinion. Right? If
Oh,
you want to run it,
absolutely.
yeah, like if you want to run it as a Hall of Fame, well, Hall of Fame is for the best people that have done it in this business. You know, more specifically, who have done it WWE because it is their hall. But they have put people in there that
Muda last year was.
yeah, like Muda's, had nothing to do with WWE. Brody's in there. Brody, cup of tea there. But Mil Maraskis, he's in there. I think he had one or two matches in the Fed.
He had a cup of coffee.
Yeah, so they have done it, but they're selective in, you know, like AEW is they have an issue with that company.
WWE has issues with everybody. But weren't they trying to like start? You mentioned this with weren't they trying to get something cooking with Japan?
Noah,
Noah.
yeah, Noah. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from that in the last while. But I mean, you got to be careful. I would anyway if I was a promotion. It's like, okay, you're interested in working with me. Why are you interested in working with me? What's here that you like? Like the creeper from Jeepers Creepers. He smells something that he likes. So what's he leaving with? Check your pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, So that's I mean that, and the only reason I'm saying that is because that's over time the way they've acted, right?
Yeah. I mean, Vince basically raped and pillaged every territory that he could, except for Memphis, because he and Jerry Jarrett got along really well. He didn't rape and pillage Florida because his dad and Jerry Graham were good friends.
Yeah.
So he left Florida and Memphis alone.
Well, Florida
But
Championship Wrestling essentially became like a training ground for
yeah, I mean,
WWF.
other than Memphis
That's
and
how they
Florida, can you
operated
think of
back.
any other territory he didn't fuck with?
No, they'd take whatever they could. Yeah, but just because they alter and ignore history doesn't mean it didn't happen, and other people don't ignore it. They're aware, right? So and it could. And I'm not saying it can't be fixed. It can, right? But you have to.
They have a lot in common with Fox News when
They
it
do.
comes to
They do.
how
Yeah.
they portray, display, remember, fail to remember.
But I mean, you can change those things, right? But you have to take a step to do them. If you don't take that first step and be honest with it, then it's never going to happen, right? but there's a template there showing you that it can be done and be done quite successfully, right? Because we see it
Well,
every
they
week.
did all that work with ECW because Heyman and Vince got along really well.
Well, Heyman was
Um,
going bankrupt. He couldn't even pay his employees. So Paul had
yeah,
no
but
choice.
even the whole time, Vince was a
But Vince did,
partial
yeah,
funder of ECW.
yeah.
Um, I mean, it's Vince has had working relationships with other promoters in the past. Again, Jerry in Memphis, the Grahams in Florida, although after Eddie committed suicide, that territory was done. It was already on its ass. And then
49ers touchdown, 27-13, pending point after. Yeah, I mean, there's ways to do it. You know, like I said, like Tony has shown that if you do this right, and you build trust with the people you're working with, then it can be a very successful venture, right? You know, there's a whole pay-per-view around that entire concept, Forbidden Door,
Forbidden Door, yeah.
right? You know, which has led to Multiverse pay-per-view, which is Impact and New Japan, right? They do more than one of those a year, so it can
Yeah.
be done. It can be done, right? It's
Well,
just
didn't Impact just do something with AAA this weekend?
yeah,
It was like a
that,
TV. It wasn't a pay per view, but it was still
yeah,
an event.
but that's another one, right? Like what has gone on over the last 5 years has led to those things happening, right? It's like, okay, so you're open to working with X, and you're open to working with this. It's like, okay, let's get some of this. I want in on this, right? More places to work for talent, more paydays, more eyes, more. There's no downside to it. I don't know.
Well, when WCW was really cooking in the mid to late '90s, they were working with New Japan. They were working with AAA. They
Right,
were
because
working
they
with
would bring in the luchadors. Yeah,
with UK. They were doing some stuff with. They were bringing in Dave Taylor. They they had Regal that they brought in. Fit
exactly.
Finley.
Yeah, and that's when they were really cooking.
Yeah,
Like, okay, this I like that product. It's like this is good. Like this is like
I loved it.
I don't know what I'm going to see. Right? I may get two powerhouses going at it, and big meaty men slapping meat. I might get one of those. Right? I might get a really good lucha style mask. I may get a hardcore match. I may get all of them, like on the same episode, right? So it really opened up those doors. Just wasn't one style of match, right? Well, you mentioned it earlier, uh, Vikingo, right?
Yeah,
You know his
love him.
that you love a Viking. You know his style of match, right? So
Yeah, well, and see, and I'm not normally big on flippy matches, but that's the AAA luchador
yeah,
style down there,
so
and
that was
he,
on
yeah,
Collision, right? You had Danielson, Kingston on Collision. You also had Claudio, Brody King on Collision. Those were all three very different style matches. You also had Andrade and Daniel Garcia, which was different yet again. So it's just so much different variety. Like you don't know what you're going to get. You're getting probably a good quality in-ring product, but it's different styles of it from all over the world, right? To kind of tie in some of the things that they do there. But the only thing is WWE would have to change fundamentally their style of what they do to fit in with some of the styles from around the world.
I don't see why you couldn't do your WWE style with your homegrown guys. But if you bring in a guy from Mexico, you bring in a guy from Japan, you bring in a guy from Timbuktu,
You would
why
have
are
to
you
pair them.
bringing him in if
You would
not for him to do what it is that he does?
Yeah, you would have to pair them up well. Like you would have to be very careful who you pair them up with, right? Like if you were bringing in Vikingo to do a Raw, right, or a SmackDown, we'll say a SmackDown. you would pair Vikingo up with Dragon Lee.
Yeah.
They've met before, like down in AAA. Nothing new, right? But it would be for the WWE crowd. They've never seen it. But they would match up well. Vikingo wouldn't have to slow his style down too much, and Dragon Lee could probably speed up his style a little bit. So that would work, right? But in other instances, like they would have to speed up what they're doing essentially because their matches are too slow. I find, like when I'm watching them, it's like, okay, are you going to get to the point of the move that you're doing at some point in the next 5 minutes? Ooh, Cleveland is charging first and goal on the Rams 9. I wish they would stop that. 5:51 in the third.
Let me see what the fantasies are looking like.
But
118 to 71 for me. 111 to 84 for Dev. Let's see. Yeah, looks like John's going to drop another one. That'll help everybody out. Maddie's he's well within striking distance with what he has left. He's just getting his ass whipped at the moment.
I'm just trying to think who they could work with, though.
Well, like I said it a week ago when we were watching Survivor Series. Them not getting Osprey, I think they are really going to regret that because I don't think they realize just how good he is.
Well, I mean, there was a poll up on that too. I think Kate put it up from Fightful. Who's the bigger signing, Will or Punk?
Will.
Punk, yeah.
Long term,
Will
it's Will.
Yeah,
Short term, Punk, you're going to get
Will was
18 months, 2 years.
Will was winning that poll significantly.
Osprey, barring significant injury, has a decade left.
The only thing with Will signing with WWE is it would cut, like, he would have to slow his style down there. Like, he would have to. He would have to slow his strikes down. You can't hit people that hard because you don't see that in a WWE match. Like, it's just not it's not a New Japan style of format that they do. So they would have to adjust that, right? Promos might be an issue because he's dyslexic. So if he has to memorize a bunch of scripts, that's going to be different. That would be challenging for him. Like, it wouldn't be easy.
Right? I didn't know he was dyslexic.
Yeah. Plus, he lives in Britain, and like he has a family there, and that was a major thing for him that he didn't want to have to move full time to the States, right? So would WWE accommodate that? Tony did, no problem, right?
I mean, how do you sign someone full time if they're living abroad?
Well, do you want them, or do you want to send them to the competition?
Well, no, I'm wondering logistically how you accommodate that.
You work that into the storylines that you're doing. So he works with RevPro, so he could run something. Okay, you're over here. Okay, we're going to do this here that'll tie into something that you can do at a RevPro show, right? You're getting eyes on a RevPro show with Osprey on it. He gets to still work. Continue. There's ways to do it, right? But Tony has his hands in all those pies, right? It's like, okay, so you want to do a few New Japan shows? You can still do those, right? You select dates. We'll know ahead of time so we can plan what we're doing around that, and you work it in. Right? But Tony's been doing this now for 2+ years, right? Like working with people literally halfway around the world.
Well, with WWE, it's not a logistic thing. It's just if they sign someone, they only want them to work for them and with them.
Yes. Like they own you.
Yes.
There's a difference. You work for AEW and you work for Tony. If you're on a WWE roster, they own you, and you work for them because you can't go anywhere else. Like, I can't remember. People say, yes, Nakamura did the no-show. Yes, he did. They had to beg WWE months to get that done. so it's not the same. But Will would also bring. He would like everything that he's done up until when, if he were to put pen to paper on a WWE contract, would be for the most part pushed under the rug. They're not going to bring up his stuff with Omega, because who does Omega work for? AEW. They're not going to bring up his stuff with United Empire because Kyle Fletcher was United Empire. United Empire is tied to AEW, right? So there's so many tie-ins there. They won't. They wouldn't have gone there. They wouldn't have mentioned them, right? So Bullet Club is another example, right? Bullet Club in WWE is the club. They don't really bring it up, and yet they have the founding member of it, Finn Balor. So it would be a lot. There's a lot to consider. It's not just a simple signing, right? And not everybody fits in certain promotions. Like there's guys in WWE that wouldn't fit in AEW, and it goes the other way too. There's guys there that just wouldn't fit right due to their character and their style, their in-ring style, their promo style. Some guys do, right? Like Wardlow would fit right in with WWE.
Yep.
Perfect fit, right?
But at this
Hobbs would
point, with his age, it's like,
no,
Wardlow, it's like they missed the boat there on him.
yeah, Wardlow's Wardlow's still time. Like he doesn't have a lot of miles on him, but he's a big guy. He got a good look. He can talk. He's good in the ring. He can work as a face or a heel, right? Like he's a carbon copy of what WWE likes. If he ever does go there, he would do quite well, I think. Hobbs is another guy. Hobbs is Bobby Lashley 2.0.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I love Hobbs. Again, another one of those guys that's like, when I was following AEW pretty closely, for the first couple of years or so of their existence, is like, and even when Punk was there, I was like, why are they not doing anything with Hobbs, with Wardlow? Why are they not pushing these guys?
Well, Hobbs, when at that time frame, right, he was still kind of green too, right? Like he needed some seasoning to him to kind of round into shape. If you push him too quick, it doesn't work either, right? So backing off on him and getting him the time, I didn't have a problem with that, right? The character you're seeing now is more well developed, right? His in ring, I don't think there's a huge issue there anyway, because he's the big power guy, right?
Yeah.
Go with that, right? But the character needed some work.
What's the story on Sammy Guevara?
Sammy had a concussion, so
Okay.
he was just waiting to get cleared, and him and Tay just had their baby.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Woohoo! Excellent.
Chris Godwin.
But Sammy is in with Don Callis' group, so he's in there playing with the big boys when he gets back. Sammy would be a guy though that if he ever did jump ship, I think would do quite well in WWE.
So are they ever gonna? Just because I would be curious to see how they do this, because obviously Callis turning on Kenny was a big deal.
Yep.
Are they gonna ever, where Kenny gets his hands on Callis or something?
The story they're running there is, it's a bit biblical. When Don walked out the other night, on the screen above the ring, you know how the Last Supper picture?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the picture that they had. The 12 disciples, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don front and center, in Jesus' spot, right?
Jesus Callis.
Jesus Callis. Now we all know how that story eventually played out, right?
Yeah, Judas.
In the folklore, right? So Judas, interesting. Right now, anyway,
Well, in that picture, that who did they show in Judas's spot?
That would be right next. That would be to the right of. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Right now, I believe it was Osprey.
Oh,
But Judas is an interesting choice of words because Chris Jericho
Jericho.
is involved. Well, Jericho is involved in that storyline, but he is not currently in that group, and that is his theme song. Judas in my mind, right? So there's a tie. So for people saying they don't do stories there, pay attention. Please watch the show. Don't be off in the kitchen doing dishes with it on in the background because you'll miss stuff. But that's kind of the story they're running. So that's not a slow story. Like that's not one you tell over, a month, right? So just watch along, pay attention. You'll probably be glad you did when it comes to the end. Right? There's a little side story going on there with Takeshita and Jericho as well from their match in DDT. Takeshita has a little bone to pick with Chris. So it's interesting to see how that plays out.
How much longer does Jericho go?
Hard to say. Like he's
in his 50s, right?
he's like 53, I think. Could be old. Could even be older than that. Let me check. But Jericho can still bust out like a pretty darn good match when he has to. He's 53.
He still can. It's
He can.
just
Like that match that he had with Takeshita. I know you didn't see this one where it was, but it was over in DDT. It's a promotion based out of Japan. Uh, it was fucking really good, right? But it was a New Japan style match, which suits him a little bit more at this juncture of his career, right? It's just harder hitting and it's not as theatrical and stuff, right? You can't do them consistently anymore because he's 53, right? But I think at some point he turns on Kenny because they have history dating back to New Japan. That's how this whole thing kind of started, right? That's how far they go back. So, but I think that's eventually. Now, when that happens, I don't know. Good Lord, is somebody else coming off the field? The Rams, man.
hope it's
Second,
not my Ram man,
89. Who's 89?
not mine. I think
Yeah,
that's in that 89. I think that's Higby.
yeah, it is.
Ah, my memory's not as faded as I thought.
Faded watercolor memories. I don't know that. But the Rams are in the red zone, first and goal in the Cleveland 10. Tampa Bay is up 21-10 on the Carolinas. Which
Maybe we can get.
Carolina, you may ask? North Carolina.
So what was I looking at here? Oh, Jalen Hurts is going to the locker room.
Ooh, that's not good.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, you said Rams in the red zone. Maybe Cooper Kupp can stop the SFA.
You know what would have been good? I don't think they'll do it. NWA. Have WWE strike up a partnership. Keyword there. Partnership. Not we're going to rape and pillage everybody that's here, right? And work with them. Talent back and forth.
I don't know if anyone's going to touch NWA with a
It would help.
10-foot pole right now.
It would help, right? Ooh, that was a big completion. But if they're interested in doing something like that, it would have to be someone that Tony is not associated with, right? For one, because that's a matchup that's not happening anytime soon, if ever. But NWA would be an option for them because, to the best of my knowledge, Tony doesn't have any connection with them at the moment. So there's one, and maybe MLW, right?
Touchdown,
Rams. Yep.
DeMarcus Robinson.
21-13 pending point after. Yeah. But that would very much interest me if they did that. That gets you your Fatus, right?
Well, also considering that
Hammerstone.
NXT pretty much jumped in and stole NWA's TV deal.
Yeah. So, but in that instance, right? The CW showed interest in NWA. So it's like, okay, do you still have interest in them? It's like, okay, what if we reached out to Billy, told him, okay, you can't do those little Coke spots on TV. Bad.
More so James Mitchell.
Yeah, you can't do those, right? What if we reached out to them, laid some groundwork and did up a little partnership with them where there's a bit of a talent exchange, right? And all of a sudden, you got some NWA talent showing up on Raw or SmackDown or NXT, right? You got some guys that you're not using a lot on the main roster now, like your Cameron Grimes and people like that, popping up on
Karrion Kross.
Karrion Kross, right? There's another one. Although he's in that tournament, I don't think he'll win it though. But
oh yeah, the U.S. title #1 contender.
Yeah, I say he won't win it, but at least they're doing something. But that opens up the door. It's like, okay, Karrion, listen, we're going to send you over to do a program in NWA for the next 6 weeks, right? Go kill it. How is that bad, right?
No, it's not bad. I can't figure out how every single time he's down in NXT he does well. They call him up to the main roster, and it just falls flatter than.
That's why I'm scared to death. Scared if they bring Corbin back up.
Corbin's been doing really good in NXT from what I understand.
Corbin has been killing it. Like, I'm interested in Baron Corbin. Like, and it's, what his character is? Baron Corbin.
Not broke-ass Corbin, not bum-ass Corbin.
Baron Corbin. It's like, okay, there he is.
It's not stupendous, pal.
I've waited a long time to meet this guy.
Right? We gotta get a laugh out of him, pal.
But he pops on screen, and he'll do a little promo or whatever. But it's engaging. Like, it grabs your attention, right? It's like, okay. And then he's always been a good in-ring worker. That's never been an issue, right? He's solid in the ring. He's safe. He doesn't hurt people. He can work with pretty well anybody, right? Like you had the base there, right? You just kept sticking him with these fucking idiotic characters that people would zone out of after a while, and then once they zoned out on the character, they would start shitting on his in-ring work, which that didn't add up, right? Just because
it's tough to take a guy seriously when he's presented like something off the Saturday morning cartoon strip.
But just because the character's bad doesn't mean the in-ring work is, right?
Well, no, the in-ring was never bad.
Yeah, the in-ring was never the problem,
But if the gimmick is just so rotten, it makes it tough to give a damn.
Yeah, it does make it harder, right? But whatever they're doing with him now is working, right? So, but it would scare me coming up to the main roster. It's like, okay, are they gonna try to fix what is not currently broken? I hope not. No.
I mean,
but
LA Knight, it worked there. Just let him do his thing.
Yeah, and what he's doing, he's cultivated that in NXT. Granted, when they brought him up, Vince was still there doing stuff, right? So when they brought him up, that character that was working so well in NXT, which was essentially the LA Knight character, you got
Touchdown Hubbard.
You got Max Dupree. instead.
Yeah, I didn't like Max
didn't
Dupree.
who didn't wrestle. You know, not that LA Knight is going to start putting on 5-star classics. He's not that kind of guy in the ring. He never has been. He's solid. He can carry a match, right? He tells a good story in the ring. He's solid. Nothing wrong there, right? He's just not, you know, that level tier of in-ring worker.
Yeah,
But
he's not Ricky Steamboat,
yeah,
but
but he's solid enough in the ring, and you couple that with the character that he's formed, right? And you put those two together, and it works, right? So why they changed, but they did that with Steve Austin too when they first
yeah, I
got
mean
when they first
they
got him.
screwed the ringmaster. God Almighty.
Well, the Stone Cold character, he was forming that in ECW.
ECW.
Yeah. So they seen that. It's like, hey, this is good. Like, yeah, should we sign him? Yes, we should sign this guy. Okay. Perfect.
But don't let him talk.
What can we change him into? Like, why why are you changing what you just seen that you said you liked? Like, I don't get it.
Well, now, on the surface, okay, when he first came in, I was still very green to the wrestling business at that point. I didn't know stunning Steve Austin in WCW.
WCW. And once again, a completely different
Yeah.
guy, than what eventually became Stone Cold. Some of that due to injuries and
I mean, looking back
he
on it,
had
okay, pairing him with DiBiase. Okay, DiBiase, hell of a guy on the stick. Great
right.
mouthpiece at the time.
Yeah.
Austin could always work in the ring, but when they presented him,
But Austin could talk.
yeah, that was the problem.
He didn't
That's why
need to know.
WCW. Well, we don't think this guy's going to draw money. We don't think this guy can talk.
Yeah. Well,
It's like, yes, he can. Just let him talk.
Well, Bischoff is not the genius that he's made out to be either. Like,
He's not.
No,
I
never was.
I don't despise Eric Bischoff. I don't love Eric Bischoff. I'm kind of.
He came up with one really good idea that he got the idea from
Japan.
somewhere else, right? He expanded on it, right? Made it his
Yeah.
own. And
Well, he also did the cruiserweight thing. He again, he had the deals with AAA. He had the deals with Japan.
he did.
He brought in Hogan, which, for whatever you want to say about Hogan, that was a smart move. It got eyeballs on him. He, used Flair right. He used Sting right. The Steiners.
Yeah.
He did a lot of good things, but he did so many bad things.
Right.
That
when he got all those
counterweight.
big guys,
Yeah,
the Hogan and the Hall and the Nash, when he got all those guys, not long after, Jericho was gone, Guerrero was gone, Benoit was gone, Dean Malenko was gone.
well, Bischoff wasn't even running it at that point.
No, but all those cruiserweight, like, that was gone. Right? And then all he had left was NWO. So he just kept adding to it and adding to it and adding, like, how many members this week? 142. Wow.
Well, all those guys were Jericho left in summer of '99. Then Benoit, Guerrero, they all left in January, February of 2000. Bischoff was relieved of duty in September '99. So really, all he lost was Jericho of those big names.
And then when his booking of them leading up to that was the issue, I believe.
Yes, it was not good.
Yeah, because he did I've said it many times, the top heavy booking. Right, you focus on these select few, and then everybody else gets kind of either pushed aside or lost in the shuffle. Right, you can't do that. It doesn't. In the long term, it doesn't work. It's not a. And it didn't work because we're not tuning into WCW on a weekly basis. Unless
it worked for 2. It worked for 2 years and change, a little over 2. Figure Hall came in May. It was Memorial Day weekend of '96. Then Nash came in a few weeks later. Then Hogan in July. Turning heel, and So you got, and 98 was their biggest money making year. So 2.5 years, it worked. But the problem was when it stopped working, and it stopped working again. I've always said the finger poke of doom was the iceberg hitting that Titanic.
Yeah.
When that fell flat on its ass, they had, like you said, they had not done enough to raise the other guys up. So that at that point, it's like, oh my God, we're running through this again. It's like they're
WWE does it too. They're just so massive that they can get away with it, right? You know, like WWE is bulletproof essentially. You know, look,
Jalen Hurts being evaluated for a concussion.
ooh, yeah, but they say they do it now, right? Like if the Bloodline is on Friday, which they are next week, that's going to dominate the show. There will be
Yeah,
nothing else of any significance happen, right? Judgment Day, like they pound it, right? So if you're into those acts, great, right? You're going to be entertained. If you're not, then there's not a lot else there to grasp onto, right? Ashley, you and I talked about this earlier in a roundabout way, but the other things come full circle. Uh, Roman's challengers, like who could they be? When you don't build anyone up, then you struggle to find names, right?
yeah. I mean,
Like,
you got a match with another match with Cody, maybe two.
yeah,
Orton, you got one there. You got one with Punk. There's four.
yeah,
Another one with Seth. So
yeah.
there's five.
Yeah. Now these are all
There's five matches
recycled.
for 2024.
Yeah,
But how old is Orton? How old is Punk? How old is Cody? How old
right,
is Seth?
right.
You
Now,
know,
now take that same scenario and that same question, right, and apply it to AEW. How many legitimate guys could take that belt off MJF and you would look at as being credible title holders? That that
okay.
list that list is considerably longer.
Osprey,
Yeah, Omega, another
Danielson,
one. Danielson, yeah. Swerve,
Omega,
Swerve, Samoa,
Swerve.
Samoa Joe. Samoa
Not.
Joe, Samoa Joe's legit. It wouldn't surprise me with MJF's injury if he took that belt on the 30th.
I'm trying to think who else. I
Hang,
wouldn't put it on Joe just because of Joe. I love Samoa Joe. It's just it's an age thing.
Hangman
Uh,
was Hangman
I would
was
not put it on
legit.
Hangman again. Not after his behavior. Uh, I mean, there's four. I mean,
Jay White, is another one.
Jay
Jay
White. Okay,
Jay
that's.
White.
I would like to see more out of that because I think Jay White was upset with how that whole program was handled at the end. So
There's
yeah,
been
there are
there's
legitimate.
been no I know the report that you're referring to, and there's been no credible sources that have confirmed that. John Moxley would be another one. I know you don't like him, but
Well, no, I don't like Moxley.
the
I don't
guy could
like
very easily,
Omega, but they are
yeah,
guys who
he can
you
hold a
could
belt.
give a run with the belt to until MJF gets healthy.
Yeah,
They could. It would keep the ship afloat. We're bailing water, but
yeah,
this is a short thing here. This isn't the long term. Like
and
Swerve would be a long term. Osprey would be a long term.
yeah,
Mox or Kenny would be a short term. But
Starks
it would be if it had to be done.
Starks would be another one. He's in a tag team right now, which is good. It's giving him front and center storylines with some big
I
names.
don't dislike Starks. I really don't. I just and I've watched a
I
little bit more of him lately,
I
and
was
I
a
can't wrap
little
my brain around him exactly.
I was a
I can't
little
quite get him pegged.
I was a little skeptical of him. Like I knew he had the character. I knew that, right?
Yeah,
But I was a little skeptical of it's like, okay, can you get to the next level in the ring that you would need to get to do it here? And what ticked me over to the yes column was the matches he had with Danielson. It's like, okay. You
Well, now,
got me.
did Danielson lead the horse to water, or did he hold his own? Because
He
I could.
held his own and then some. It's like, okay, you are legit. If you just went through that and you held your own and then some with probably like a top 3 guy all time, like in the history of the sport, you have my vote. Right? You can do it. Character was
Touchdown
already
Browns.
Yep. Character was already there. Like the character was never in question. But so that puts that tied if they make the point after. Dustin Hopkins missed the point after attempt. God love him. I love Dustin Hopkins. Seeing as how I bet on the Rams. Rams 20, Browns 19. Browns be Brownin'. Sorry, Josh, if you're listening. Excellent.
Well, again,
The dream is alive on the ticket.
a guy I kind of my first comp to Ricky when I first kind of started was like, okay, I kind of get some Sammy Guevara vibes, character, just I kind of got similar character vibes between the two. But Sammy, my whole thing with him, it seemed like there wasn't much going on between the ears. I didn't get that from Ricky. I got the sense that Ricky got it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the match with Danielson, so
yeah.
That may be
the strap match was fucking excellent. Like
no, I saw the match he had with Punk, which I liked. That I mean, Ricky Steamboat was refereeing, so there's no way. If Ricky Steamboat's going to be involved, I'm not going to miss out on it if I can at all avoid it. So I enjoyed his work there.
The Danielson Starks strap match. I have that at number 8 for the year.
Okay, I should probably try and look that one up.
Now I watch a fair amount of wrestling from all over the world.
Yes.
So for that match to get that high slot, like it got to be good, right? So, but Danielson's in there. Danielson's in the top 10 3 times on mine. Danielson, Sabre Jr.
Doesn't it also? I mean,
Danielson, MJF, and Danielson Starks. Right? Ospreys all over the place.
I mean, I know he's called the American Dragon, but yeah, Danielson is as close as I think my generation has gotten to another Steamboat in terms of just absolutely every match he has with whoever he works is incredible.
Like when he signed, right, I was curious. It's like, okay, like I know how good you are, right? Because I see like your work in WWE was top notch, right? I seen you in Ring of Honor. Like, I know how good you were there. Most people who come over, their in-ring work and character takes a jump up, right? Just they have more freedom to do things. Right? That's just natural, right? Even I'm shocked at how much it shot up. Like
I wasn't shocked that it shot.
Amazed.
My shock came from the fact that he had the neck injury, and I was
I remember you saying that too. You were a little leery. It's like, okay, like
it's like because he works a very aggressive. I mean, he's toned it down, obviously, but he always worked a very fast, hard, aggressive style, and I was like,
well, he's toned it up since he left the WWE. Like the stuff he's doing here is like, holy shit. But the neck has never been the issue. All the
I guess from the matches I've seen him have, he seemed far more grounded in terms of more mat work.
Well, he doesn't jump around as much. No, he's in his 40s. But
it's like, dude, I want you to do well. Just I love you too much, and this neck, I don't want to see you crippled.
Now he did have like they were careful with the head, right? It's like, okay,
and well, now you got the orbital.
You get dinged up, but they said just go do what you're doing. Like there's no rush to get back. We get enough people here to cover, we're good, right? So they gave him the time that he needed. They didn't rush him back. But none of the injuries that he's had has been his neck, and you know
Well,
the
knock
or
on wood.
the orbital bone, that was kind of a fluke, right? That was just an
Well,
errant arm.
I've
The
almost
Okada
always
thing,
any orbital injury always seems very fluky. How it always happens. You
yeah,
see it happen in wrestling
well, it
on
is.
occasion, and when it does, it's like, how the fuck did that? How did? It's like, what the hell?
Like they say, it's like it's something that is done 1,000 times, right? And there's one that'll go wrong, right? It's not a common thing. Same with Okada, he just fell on his arm
Well,
wrong.
Taker had the
Broke
orbital
his arm.
bone
Yeah,
in was it winter of '95? Winter of '95.
yeah, and he wore that
With
mask,
yeah,
the Phantom of the Opera mask.
Phantom of the Taker.
Yeah, Phantom of the Taker. Yeah, yeah, but none of them have been his neck, to my knowledge, anyway. So they're and same with Edge, right? I think they seem to be careful with his. I like his new gimmick too. Very Sons of Anarchy ish.
With Edge, I was not that I wasn't worried, but they paired him with the right people, and the more I saw of the return and okay, who he's working with, what they're doing, I was like, okay, if he works like this, then he, barring some force majeure, he should be fine, as long as he doesn't take any radical bumps.
Well, it was a built-in, like there was a built-in story there waiting for him. Christian, right?
Yeah.
But the tables are reversed on it because Adam was always the top guy of that duo.
Yeah.
But those tables are reversed now because when Adam came in, Christian was the top guy there, just with the work that he's doing, right? And they were playing on that angle. Plus, they're able to bring in. They do this there a lot, and they do it really well, blurring the lines of reality and kayfabe. Like they mix them well. Like Adam calling Christian Jay or Uncle Jay, right? That's how their family knows him, Uncle Jay, right? So they bring that personalization to it. Like they bring that in. So it
Well,
draws me in anyway. But
well, as Jerry Jarrett said, personal issues draw money.
yeah,
Whether fake or whether fiction or nonfiction, personal issues draw money.
yeah. Jerry Lawler and Andy Kaufman
Jerry Lawler and
on
Terry Funk.
on
Jerry
on
Lawler
the
and Bill
on
Dundee.
on the Letterman show. Now, granted, this was a completely different
Well,
era, but people
yeah.
thought that was 100% real, right? When Jerry fucking cold cocked him on the David Letterman show.
Yeah.
You know. So
Well, and Kaufman, I mean, Andy Kaufman was so good at so many things, but he was so good at being an ass that it just.
but they did that with what kicked off this Swerve run too, right? They tied in because they had Nick Wayne involved in it and they had Darby involved in it. Darby knew Nick's dad, right? Darby had a falling out with Nick's dad, and they didn't speak for years, right? This is all known going into this, right? They tied all that into that storyline. They made it quite personal, right? And then it evolved from there. But that was the kickoff of Swerve's rise to what you see now, right? Blurring the lines. Tampa Bay won 21-18. So I
Yep.
just need the Rams to not fuck this up.
651 left in that one.
6:51 left. Cleveland the ball back, 1st and 10 on their own 21.
And then, well, looks like barring some kind of a miracle, San Francisco has Philadelphia, especially if Hurts doesn't come back. I mean,
Well, they're up 35-19. They're not.
Yeah, I don't see Trevor Siemian leading them to the promised land.
No, Philly is not winning that game. Marcus Mariota.
It's Mariota. I thought it was Simeon. Why
Oh,
was I
Sim-
thinking Simeon?
No, Simeon was playing for the Jets today.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Vinny Testaverde next week.
Oh God.
Yeah.
God, Testaverde's got to be in his 60s
Probably, yeah.
because he was 40 years. He was about 40 years old 20 years ago.
Yeah, I
I mean,
remember.
the math half-ass checks out.
Yeah, I think the last time he was playing, he was like 41, I think.
He was quarterback for Dallas, and he was like 41, 42.
Vinny Testaverde, his last 2007 was the last game.
Holy moly.
Born in 1963, so he would be just turned 63, November 13th. So he played what, 2007 last? So that's 16 years ago. So.
And also, when he played for the Jets,
Oh, yeah,
opening day, 1999, he tore his Achilles. Any tie in there?
I don't know how. I don't know how because the fucker couldn't move. Like how do you tear your Achilles when you're essentially a pylon?
Let's see
Yeah.
which this.
But, yeah, Vinny was never a. I was looking at his stats here. Quarterback rating. In his entire career, he had 1 year where his quarterback rating was over 100. 101.6 in 1998 when he played for the Jets. And all the other ones, 78.7, 69, 75.3, 78.3, 90.6.
He wasn't exactly.
He ain't making no Hall of Fame lists.
No.
But he got around though. 7 years for the Jets, 6 years for Tampa, 3 years for Cleveland, 2 years for Baltimore, 1 year for Carolina, 1 year for Dallas, 1 year for New England.
Talk about journeyman.
Mind you, some of those places, like New England, he played 3 games. He didn't start any.
Right.
2 completions on 3 attempts, though. Fucking completion percentage was like through the roof. 66.7.
Well, at least he's doing something right.
Yes. Speaking of doing something right, the Rams, 2nd and 7 on the Cleveland 21. Get that into you. Matt Stafford, 20 of 35 for 261 and 2 TDs.
So San Fran is trying
Cooper
to kill this
Kupp has
clock.
36 yards of that. 36.
So more SFA. Deebo Samuel is gone. Another touchdown for San Francisco.
42-19. That was not quite the game of the week that we had anticipated.
That is not what we were anticipatorying.
No.
Niners were 3-point. I mean, the Niners were 3-point road favorites, but shit. Did Cup just score?
He did not.
Okay.
He did not.
Looked like it was close.
Although they are 2nd and goal on the 5. So if they would like to let Cooper score, or anybody score, actually, I don't care at this stage. Just put the ball in and don't miss the point after if you do. 3rd and goal, Cleveland 3. Come on, somebody, anybody.
I just cannot believe San Fran went on the road and tore Philly a new asshole like this.
Well, they had a little blip in the radar there.
Well, no, I mean, I
For
just
about 3 games. They,
well, no,
but
they got their act together in the
yeah,
last few weeks. I thought Philly's defense was
yeah,
much better than this.
yeah. But oh no, so whatever course San Francisco needed to correct, they have corrected it.
Well, and also getting Chase adding to that pass rush.
Touchdown, Matt Stafford to Cup. 3-yard touchdown. Look at that.
No more SFA.
Not doing me any fucking good though. Oh, my chances of winning in the Yahoo League went up from 1% to 3.
Well, if Trevor Lawrence in our league can get you about, well,
Doesn't
actually, no, Tyson still has 3 guys to go. Shit.
that doesn't help my Yahoo League that my opponent has Mike Evans with 162 yards.
Well, my opponent has
Ty-
him as well.
Kyron Williams, 73 rush yards and 24 receiving yards, and Ferguson, 77 yards and a TD, and James Conner, he went off today. Like fuck off.
I should be good. I mean, I'm up 131 to 73. I don't have anybody left. My opponent has Travis Kelce and Christian Kirk. Kelsey can go batshit at any point.
They made the point after 27-19. Browns down by 8. This is good.
Looks like that's $99 and change in your pocket.
Well, I've seen stranger things happen, but by all accounts, the odds are in my favor.
See how much time's left. 3:48. Yeah, I mean, 8-point lead, 4 minutes to go. It's possible.
But it is the Browns. I feel a. Ooh, Hurts is back in. Incomplete pass to the left. I don't know why they would put him back in a 42-19 game, unless just to see if he's okay to do what he's hired to do. 1st and 10, Cleveland on their own 25. They need trailing by 8. No pressure, but they have all 3 timeouts, as do the Rams, though.
No pressure.
But if anybody can have the other team march all the way down the field and put it in the end zone twice in 3 minutes and 48 seconds, it would be the Rams that would allow the other team to do that. I have all the confidence in the world.
You always have so much confidence, and you have all the so much. What was that line Churchill had? Never has so much been surrendered by so many to so few. Never has one man had so much confidence in so many, yet for so. I don't know. I'd have to.
I'm thinking you might have to go look this one up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking so.
Well, I was trying to compare you with Churchill, but not literally.
Ah.
I was trying to compare you to Sir Winston, but I couldn't keep the verbiage straight. There's just too many so muches and so fews, and
I'll tell you what. The next time I'm on, if it's next Sunday, I'll get a Raymond Reddington hack. So I will be more Churchill like.
you got to get the big Romeo y Julieta stogie. You got to have the 3-piece pinstripe suit,
Yep.
The walking stick. Maybe pack your jaws, kind of like Marlon Brando in The Godfather, a little bit, just to kind of give you that
You're
that
kind of
extra
describing
jolly
me
there.
like I should be W.C. Fields.
Carl Lafong?
3rd and 5 on the Cleveland 30. And Canelli, 4-yard penalty. They falsely started, or starting falsely. Actually, I started rewatching The Blacklist from season 1 again about 2
Good
weeks ago.
show.
I kind of went off the rails on it at about season 8. I'm like, okay, like,
Well,
what do you
most
do?
shows typically tend to,
Oh, they jumped the shark on it like about 2 seasons prior to that. They should have wrapped it up.
yeah.
Right. It's like,
Typically, a show somewhere 3 to 5 seasons is going to be your high watermark. Some shows, like you have exceptions that,
depends on the
maybe
show.
like
Depends on the
six
style
or
of show.
yeah,
Like if it's the
like
one that's telling it one main themed story throughout, right?
yeah.
Like a
Well, like
Breaking
okay,
Bad or a
Seinfeld
Small
was
or
good for 7 years. Uh,
yeah, but,
Mash
but Seinfeld didn't
ran
really have
for
any discernible
yeah,
story to it. It was an
yeah.
episodic, right? It's just
Well,
we
Mash
random
ran for
ideas.
11 years. It was good for. See, Mash, I did. It was really good. Then it had a bad run. Then it picked back up again. Then got shitty. Then they finished it right.
It
But
kind of ebbed and flowed, yeah.
yeah, typically 3, 5 seasons is going to be your thing.
All in the Family did that too.
Yeah.
It stayed past its best before date. Happy Days would have been another one.
Oh God, don't get me started. I can't stand Happy Days. Even
I liked it when it started, but it's like okay, like granted, it birthed Robin Williams in the Mork from Mork, which sent him off to Mork from Mork. But it was at that and Fonzie.
jumping the shark.
Literally, yeah. Like
Literally jumping
like
the shark.
like okay, you're beyond the point of like what this is supposed to be. So maybe just end it. But we get out of that. I mean, we got Laverne and Shirley out of it.
Yeah. We also got the Jeffersons out of All in the
We got
Family.
Jefferson. Oh, we got a lot of it of All in the Family. We got the Jeffersons. We got
Maud.
Maude. Yeah, it was another one.
And then there's Maud.
Yeah, Archie's Place, but that wasn't really that good.
And no, I didn't care for Archie's Place.
But the Jeffersons, which loosely, I mean, over to Amen because Sherman was in that too. And Maud, I mean, if you look at the Golden Girls, the Beverly character was kind
was
of
Maud.
modish. Yeah, it was kind of
Yeah.
modish, right? So I think that was kind of loosely based in a way, without actually saying that it is. But the characters were very similar. Rhoda came out of one of them too. I think Rhoda came out of Maud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Betty White, wasn't it?
No, Valerie Harper.
No,
I think it was Valerie Harper.
no, Valerie Harper. She was on
Mary Tyler Moore.
Mary Tyler. Well, Betty White was also on Mary Tyler Moore.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Rhoda. I thought you meant the Golden Girls. Yeah, Rhoda got. Yeah.
Yeah, Rhoda was Maud's neighbor, wasn't she?
Yeah, I was saying when you mentioned Maud to Golden Girls, I was thinking
Yeah, I kind
Betty
of jumped.
White. Yeah.
I jumped over the shark to get to another show. Sorry. Yeah,
Sanford and Son. I really dug Sanford and Son too.
Yeah, Sanford was Son was good. There's a lot of shows back then. So they spawned off several other ones that were pretty big hits. Cheers did Frasier.
Yeah.
Still fucking going. I haven't seen an episode of the new one yet.
I haven't either. I'm petrified too because I love the original Frasier. It's like I'm always worried when there's a reboot of something that I really really liked. It's like, do I want to watch it because this might make me sad?
Yeah, some of them you can do. Some of them should be just left. Like one show I absolutely loved back in the day was Quantum Leap. Scott Bakula was in it, and Dean Stockwell. You don't sound as if you're familiar with this one.
I've heard of the title. I can't recall having watched it.
Sam was the main character. He was played by Scott Bakula. Scott Bakula would have been in NCI New Orleans.
Oh God! I don't even get me started on the NCI. I can't keep up.
No, just if you were looking to place the actors.
Okay. Well,
but essentially
NCI, CSI, boy.
But essentially the premise of it was Um, he like he invented a machine, right, that could transport through time. But what it would do is it would leap Sam into the body of somebody else within Sam's own lifetime. So it had to be within that time frame, right?
Okay.
The reason he would leap in is to fix something that went wrong that shouldn't have. He would have no memory of he wouldn't know where he was, what the situation was, nothing. They had to but he had help from Al, who was his friend back in real time, who would kind of show up as a hologram to him. Only Sam could see him, and he would kind of walk him through. It's like, okay, here's who you've leaped into. This is the year you're in. This is every show was different
See, I
because
would actually probably like that because my favorite show of all time is the original Twilight Zone, and I
yeah,
love different where it's not.
it
Yeah.
had that kind of feel to it. Um, but there was no the only two consistent characters in it through every episode was Sam and Al, because you were always like one show might be based in 1955, the next show might be based in 1972, the next show it leaped
Yeah.
quantum leap, right? Because you were leaping from time to time. There was one they did that you would uh, be quite interested in. Sam leaped back into Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, yeah, that would be quite interesting.
It was a two-parter, and it was really well done how they did it. Um, just how they kind of dived into it, and the different conspiracy theories, and it was quite interesting how they did it. Last episode was interesting too, although it was kind of left on a cliffhanger because they thought there was going to be another season. However, the networks decided no, but they rebooted that show. Long story short, I haven't seen it. I've seen clips of it. I have no interest in seeing it because it was like when they rebooted WKRP. It's like, okay, this is
They
not working.
did?
They did, yeah. You didn't know that?
I didn't know they rebooted it.
They did, yeah.
Ah,
This was a while ago. Like Frank Bonner was in, like Herb was in it, Al was in it. I think Johnny Fever was in it. It was not good. It was not good. So
yeah, well,
if you
even
haven't seen it,
WKRP, it stopped being good after the first few seasons. Like it was really good when it started, but it went downhill pretty almost
well,
as
there was
quick
only
as
so
it's.
much. Yeah, there was only so much source material that they would have to work with, right?
Yeah,
It's radio station. Like, how much can you do within that context, right? Without expanding it beyond what the original premise was. Like, how far can you expand it and still have it be the same show, right? So, doesn't change the fact that the show was an all-time classic. Like, there's so many things that came out of it, right? What's this? 2023.
yeah.
What year was the turkey episode?
That was
79.
the first. That was the first season.
Yeah, that was 79. So that one episode has spanned.
Kyron Williams touchdown.
Yep. Woohoo. Thank you. Excellent. All right. So I won that ticket. I bought this when I went over to get my coffee today. I will show the peoples at home.
Ah.
Ooh.
And like
All the check marks.
49ers and
Check
Eagles,
marks are good.
49ers and Eagles have gone final.
Oh, that was final a while ago.
Well, technically, it has now officially gone final. Or wherever your final destination may be.
Maybe.
And they're reviewing the Rams touchdown.
It's over anyway.
Well, yeah, but I've got their running back, and I need to get points to lock up this number one seed today. I swear, my red zone today, I don't. It must be my internet or something, because like it'll be doing fine, then it'll stop and then start again. And it looks like, yeah, Browns and Rams are the last game in town. Which means red zone is shutting off, which means we are coming to our
We,
conclusion for the day.
we would be. Well, we have the 2-minute warning on the Rams thing here.
I think in reviewing the
27-19.
in reviewing the day, I think the Chargers looked worse in victory than the Patriots did in defeat, because we already knew the Patriots were dog shit. But the
They
fact that
didn't.
the Chargers could only score 6 points,
Yeah, like that was. I mean, it was a win. That was
you,
much.
you yeah,
It was a much needed win. They had to, right? If they didn't, they were completely done. They're probably done anyway. But at least
to
this.
look that horrible in victory.
But yeah, like we say this in wrestling all the time, or I do anyway, right? You can look, you can look good in defeat, right? The exact opposite can be true. You can look bad and win, and the
Yes,
Chargers managed to accomplish that today, right? That score was not indicative of any weather that would have affected it. Snow, rain. There was people that had two teams that had their game postponed multiple times throughout, and they still put up more fucking points because the weather was that bad. So there's no excuse for putting up 6 points against a dog shit team like the Patriots, especially with a quarterback like fucking Justin Herbert at the helm.
a good
Not
point you
not
made
acceptable.
earlier today. Uh, Detroit keeps doing this, and it makes me worry about them. They keep they let
Letting them
teams
back in.
stay. They keep letting teams hang around, and that can really come back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, because they jump out to this big lead, right?
Hmm.
And then chip, 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 chip.
Oh,
There's a pattern of them doing that, right? Now I still
And
think they win that division, but you pull that shit in the playoffs, you're not going to get to where you're looking to get to.
no,
So they gotta whatever's going on there, they gotta fix that because, like I said, there's a consistency to it with Detroit that I've noticed.
uh,
Um,
looks like the touchdown is going to stand.
oh yeah, went through. Yeah. Um, Indy keeps hanging on.
goodness
So
gracious,
they
man.
so they won today. So they're 7-5. The Titans are done. They're 4-8. But Minshew, man, he 26 to 42 for 312, 2 TDs, and no interceptions. I don't know what else more you would want out of a quarterback right now.
He's keeping them afloat.
He is very much
Uh,
so, very much so.
Pittsburgh. I granted they lost Pickett, but is that big of a loss? Uh,
It is if your next go-to is Trubisky, and you are trying to stay in a playoff spot that you are currently in. Granted, there was teams behind them that didn't complete the deal, which we will get to.
the Jets looked plumb fuck awful. Surprise! They scored all of
Um,
8 points.
yeah,
The
but
Jets scored more points today than the Chargers.
they did. Yes, and they had. I'm going to guess Tim Boyle at quarterback, Tom Boyle, Mr. Boyle, we'll call him, and Trevor Simeon at quarterback. Right. There is no reason for Aaron Rodgers to come back this year. Like the Jets are now 4-8. They're done. Right. He would only come back on a ankle that's probably not 100%. to run the risk of ending his career on a non-playoff team if he gets hurt again. In my opinion, there's no upside to him playing.
There is no upside to him playing because what it's not like you said. They're not getting to the playoffs. He's only risking further injury.
Season's a wash. Get the best draft pick you can. You still got him under contract, so you'll have him come next September. Start fresh. Figure out what
Aaron
you need.
Rodgers really has become the CM Punk of the NFL, at least for. I'm starting to draw a lot of things between the fragility, the speech. I just said everybody hates him. It's like, and I'm the only guy that likes both of them.
Aaron is just a fucking whack job, right? You know,
He's
in my opinion, anyway. Like when he was on the Packers, like he literally deceived his own teammates because of his fucking whack job ideas, right? Like any respect that I had for him was gone.
Well,
I don't have him in the same category as Brett Favre, mind you. He's not there.
Not yet.
Not yet, but I'm sure he's trying. I'm sure.
What was it? The Festivus episode of Seinfeld where Kramer's at the dinner party. He's like, Frank, I got to get out of here. This whole holiday of yours is
Yeah. Serenity now, insanity later. Lloyd Braun.
You could see Rogers legitimately doing Festivus, like just that would be his. He wouldn't do the pole and the feats of strength, but he would construct his own holiday.
We could have live on Fox News, right, for Christmas, the Christmas episode, right? Tucker Carlson, Aaron Rodgers, Vince McMahon, and Logan Paul. Line them up. Let's climb the pole, folks. Air your grievances.
I was saying, if that is the Fox News Christmas Day panel, I'm glad I no longer watch cable news.
I hate turning Fox on to watch fucking wrestling or a football game. But anyway, that's another topic. Arizona won for some reason.
Yeah, they're not giving up for whatever. I mean,
well, they have 3 wins now. They can not want to give up all they want to. It won't make any difference. They're not getting anywhere. They're in a division with fucking the Niners. How's that going to work out for them when they play that team?
Not particularly well.
Right.
Broncos win streak finally comes to an end. Matty.
Yep. Although they hung in there, even with Wilson throwing 3 picks. He was thrifty again. Otherwise,
he wasn't thrifty enough because he had 2 touchdowns, but he threw for 186 yards. That's not being thrifty. He needs to cut that down to when Russell Wilson throws for 100 yards or less. The Broncos typically do well.
And I told Maddie this. I don't know how many times. It's like I said, what the Broncos need is David fucking Mills, right? He was 1 of 1 today for 18 yards. Like he's averaging 18 yards a pass. Right? You imagine putting that on the Broncos. 13-0.
I think you might be overstating that one a bit.
Well, possibly a little bit. But.
Hey, Miami steamrolled a bad team.
Shocking.
They don't ever do that.
That's what they do. It's their thing, as they say, as the kids say nowadays. That puts Miami to what? 9-3.
Let me pull up NFL standings here.
So that would essentially give them kind of a stranglehold on that division. The Bills are too much of a mess. The Jets.
From what we've seen of the Bills aren't gonna.
No, the Jets are jetting.
Patriots are patrioting.
Yeah. Well, the Patriots done. So the Dolphins will win that division. The Commanders going to 4-9 are not getting in the playoffs.
And tonight we got Green Bay and Kansas City, which I'm not giving Green Bay much of a chance, but I'm
I
curious
am.
to see how
I'm picking
Green Bay
Green Bay to.
fares.
I'm picking Green Bay to win.
That's right. You did take Green Bay to win. Houston's 7-5. Indianapolis is 7-5. Jacksonville's 8-3.
And
Jacksonville has Cincinnati Monday night.
yeah, they should win that easily, given Cincinnati's current predicament.
Yeah.
And for those doubting my Green Bay prediction,
Well, this is
seven
also
7 for 7. That's
the
100, even up in
the
Canada.
the Oracle.
Yes,
Not Warren Buffett, the Oracle from Omaha, but the Oracle from the Great White North.
the Great White
It's,
North.
it's the greatest week of all for Raiders fans because we don't play this week.
No, the odds of you losing go way down.
Well, we could still pull one out there, but looks like Carolina actually was officially eliminated from the playoffs today. I can't believe New England hasn't been.
I just assumed that they were eliminated back in September. That's when I eliminated them. Didn't give them any fucking chance this year. None. Philly, that was a bad loss.
That was a kick in the balls,
Yeah.
punch to the gut, followed up
Yeah.
by a 5-knuckle shuffle bitch slap.
Now, granted, they're still 10-2, and they would still lead the conference because
Still lead football. They have the best record in. So that puts San Francisco at 9-3. Detroit's 9-3.
Yeah. So there's now teams right on their
Baltimore's 9-3. Miami's 9-3. Kansas City may very well be 9-3 by the time they close up shop tonight.
Not according to me.
I said may very well be. I didn't say for sure would be.
You left the door open for me being wrong, and you should know fucking better than that.
Well, then quit leaving the door open for me to possibly be right.
Leave the door open. You left a rock there so you could fucking sneak in your 2 cents.
God, how many teams are 9-3? San Francisco's 9-3. Detroit, Dallas, Chiefs could be 9-3. Jaguars likely will be 9-3. Baltimore's 9-3. Miami. So at the end of this week, we could have 7 teams 9-3.
It's a popular number.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time we had 7 teams, possibly all of them at 9-3 after week 13.
A lot of them.
And then, I mean, Philadelphia. Well, as you like to say, Philadelphia, they've kind of been doing the Detroit thing. They've been playing with fire a lot this year, and they finally got burnt today.
They've come back a lot in games. They did last week, right?
Yep.
So, and these are the updated. So, yeah, conference. Where's this leave us up in the conference? That's what we need.
Conference.
So, Denver is at 6-6 now. So they're a game back. I think we can safely eliminate the Bengals.
Oh yeah.
Thinking the Chargers because from what I seen today in that doesn't indicate to me at all that they're going to leapfrog what they have to leapfrog. Like they would have to pick up 2 games on Houston and Indianapolis. Cleveland, I don't see them holding that spot due to their quarterback mess that they have. So, like the conversation we had last Tuesday, who takes that if they drop?
Of all these teams that are kind of hanging around in the AFC, I would bet on Houston. They look like the.
Well, Houston's in the 8th spot right now.
Well, there's only
7-5.
Well, it's only 7 teams that get in from each one.
That was 8.
No, it's 7.
Oh.
So the top 7 would get in. So right now, Houston would be last team out.
Okay. And they're tied with Cleveland and wins. Cleveland, like I said, I don't see Cleveland getting in. With just if you're trotting Joe Flacco out and whoever the fuck they trotted out last week, and then you have PJ Walker in the mix and Watson is gone. Like I don't see that as a winning scenario.
No.
So I think they fall out. Houston goes in.
Well, that would boost Indianapolis. That would boost up Houston.
Yeah. So
And
I
then
think
that would,
I think that's your final 7.
so we're both fairly in agreement. Buffalo doesn't make the playoffs, as
No,
bad as they've looked.
no. Well, they're a game back now. Right, they're 6-6.
Yeah.
Houston's offense is just too good. Right. Denver. I think what we've seen there, like I just don't think they have the horses. Pardon the pun. I mean, they put a good little string together, but they would need a lot of things to fall right. And like in Buffalo is a weird team because they got a differential of plus 101. Like the only team with a better one is Miami, and they put up that 70 burger on
And
in
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah, but Miami put that 70 burger on fucking Denver, so that has a lot to play into that number. Baltimore is the more legit number in that.
Well, looking at the NFC, the Seahawks would be the last team out, or first team out, I guess.
Yeah, the Rams are in now at 6-6. Green Bay if Green Bay can pull this off tonight, Green Bay is a team to watch.
Obviously, Bears, Giants, Saints, Buccaneers. Yeah.
Tampa Bay, I don't think.
The NFC is a
Well,
little bit more defined. The AFC is still a little bit of what have you.
Well, hold on. Tampa Bay could, because they don't have to be better than the 8th seed. They have to be better than the 4th seed, which is Atlanta.
True.
That's doable. So essentially, well, anybody from that particular division, the only way they're getting in is to win the division. There'll be no wild card coming from
Right.
it. Right. Same would apply to New Orleans. Right.
Minnesota, we still quite don't know. I mean, they've looked good with Dobbs at times. They've looked bad with Dobbs at times. It was the best of Dobbs. It was the worst of Dobbs.
I think with Dobbs, I think the book is kind of out on him. And I think the league is kind of caught on to whatever it is he's doing. So I don't see that. I could see Minnesota dropping out.
I could see Minnesota dropping out. Obviously, Atlanta, which would boost the Rams and the Seahawks up, and Green Bay would still be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, there's more in play in this conference than the other one.
Yeah,
on both ends of it, as far as who's getting in the wild card, and then who's that top 4. There's a lot in play there. Like Philadelphia could easily drop down to where Dallas is now. But at the end of everything, I think San Francisco gets that 1 seed.
that win over Philadelphia definitely helped their cause for that today. That was big. San Francisco just has to make sure they don't get injured or fall back into that funk they were, earlier in the year.
No, I think whatever that was, they figured it out, because they look now like the team prior to that.
Yes,
They look unstoppable.
it looks like Daddy is back.
Yeah, like when we were saying, it's like, oh, they could go undefeated. That's what they look like now. Like they could go undefeated the rest of the year, the way they're playing.
They have the longest win streak in the NFL, other than Indianapolis, who has a 4-game win streak.
San Francisco is on a 4. Dallas is on a 4. Yeah.
Indianapolis on a 4.
Minshew mania. Miami's on a 3.
Miami's on a little bit of a heater. It's just so much of it, I mean, especially this time of year, comes down to the schedule and who you've got left.
Yeah, like Miami got a good
Well,
schedule, except for the
actually,
last two, but one of them is Buffalo. So
Tampa Bay plays Atlanta next Sunday, so that could very well decide that division possibly. Oh, Thursday night is New England at Pittsburgh. Davey, aren't you just gearing up for that one?
Thursday night, I will be watching Ring of Honor, followed by Impact if it's a new episode, and then over to the Crew Day broadcast if that's up and going. So I will
Oh,
not be watching that Pittsburgh game.
Sunday night, next week's Sunday night game is Philadelphia at Dallas, of course, because Dallas has to pose.
In
We
Dallas?
have two Monday night games next week.
Is that
Holy fuck.
Is that in Dallas?
It's in Dallas.
That's going to be a huge test for Philly.
Listen to these two phenomenal Monday night matchups next week, Davey. Tennessee at Miami, Green Bay at New York. Giants.
Doesn't really matter what team from New York at this stage of the game.
Well, yeah, true.
I would be more interested in the Giants, actually. Because DeVito has shown me more than whatever the Jets have trotted out there.
Two other big games. Well, actually, three I'm looking at next week. Rams at Baltimore, Seattle at San Francisco, Buffalo at Kansas City, and Denver at Los Angeles. So interesting ones next week.
I know there's Saturday games coming up too.
That's in 2 weeks.
Oh yes, the week of. Yeah, three of them: Minnesota, Cincy, Pittsburgh, Indy,
Yeah. Denver, Detroit.
I find that one interesting.
God.
Philadelphia, Seattle on that Monday.
Baltimore, Jacksonville on Sunday night in 2 weeks. That could be quite an interesting one. Let's see.
Oh, Christmas Eve is a Sunday. Excellent.
Yep.
And Christmas Day. Hallelujah. Vegas and Kansas City.
Giants at Eagles.
Yeah.
Baltimore at
San Francisco.
Okay, now that last one that'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christmas Eve, New England at Denver. Finally, you and Matthew get to see whose team is truly better.
Oh, Denver should fucking destroy us. It doesn't even matter. And it's in Denver to boot. So, yeah.
What's the week 17, which is our playoff week, or that would be our championship week? Detroit and Dallas, New York at Cleveland, Patriots, Bills, Green Bay, Minnesota, Cincy. God, some of these games are ugh.
Carolina, Jacksonville, Miami, Baltimore will be interesting. Yeah. Green Bay, Minnesota could be interesting for a playoff position for Green Bay, I think. As could Las Vegas and Indianapolis with the way Indianapolis is playing.
Indy's on a roll. I don't know if it's a gravy train with biscuit wheels or if it's, one of those cheap, plastic toys where the spokes are just going to fall apart.
They keep doing it though. Like they lost Richardson, they inserted Minshew, kept going. They got Taylor back. Taylor goes down. Moss comes in. They keep going. So they're like a plug and play. They're like fucking Impact Wrestling. No matter who they lose.
Well, now couldn't you just see Jet or say buying Impact Wrestling? Wouldn't that be the ultimate?
Well, no, it's just like okay, you're not supposed to succeed, but yet here you are. Kind of that feel, right? Like how many times has Impact been written off over the last 20 years?
I've written them off.
Yet here they are. Right?
Well, and they're going back to
And they're
TNA.
going back to TNA, and apparently they made quite the huge offer to Osprey too, dollar wise. So there's money there.
That promotion will not die. It is the cockroach of pro wrestling. It will never die.
It will never die, and I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't.
Well,
Just
we
just
are at. Ooh,
just for the simple fact of how well they present their women there. That has always intrigued me. It's like, okay, I like that. That's
yeah. We are at the 7-hour mark. It is time for us to sign off. It's been a interesting Sunday. Cap's hair is all frizzed out to no end. Dev's phone died on him. Maddie's on vacation. Davey hopped in about a third of the way through the stream. And then I've been sitting here since about 11:15 this morning.
I did the Andy Kaufman thing about a third of the way in with the Mighty Mouse.
Here I come to save the day. Now, next week, you got to give us your best Tony Clifton.
I'm kind of Tony on a regular basis anyway.
I don't ever confuse Clifton with Nick the
Like-
Lounge Singer.
Like he's kind of what's that Davy Callis like? He's kind of ignorant, but he's kind of funny too.
Well, everybody, thank you for joining us. Raymond, Russ, Mansfield, Davey,
Mm.
Dev, Happy, Dopey, Sleepy, Slappy, Snoopy. Well, I am going to clean up
all
the
the elves.
kitchen and get to sleep because I didn't sleep worth a damn last night. I got to wake up at 6 a.m. for work, and I'm already getting a bit of a light headache from staring at the screen all day.
Well, you have the light in the room too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as Maddie would say, stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated. No, stay. Yeah,
Stay happy,
Maddie does it
stay
better than I
healthy.
do.
Stay hydrated. Don't get arrested.
Ball out with the RAWBall podcast. We'll be back Tuesday night to tie up all the loose ends from week 13 of the NFL and open up the whole new can of worms for week 14.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Davey, anything this week you're wanting to plug?
Well, the RAWBall recap on Tuesday. I think I might be available for that. I've checked my schedule, but I think I am. Crew Day on Thursday, where we recap the week in the wrestlings and the week that was and the week that will be. Basically, how we do it. Sometimes a free form, sometimes a little more formatted. I don't think there's any wrestling pay-per-views coming up this week.
He doesn't anything till Rumble. You said
the next one is the 15th. Final Battle, Ring of Honor.
And then AEW has one, what, December 30th, you said? World's End?
December 30th, yep. And then a couple of days after that will be the Wrestle Kingdom. January 4th.
That's Japan, right?
Yep, January 4th.
Okay.
Yep. Comes on. We won't be covering that live, by the way. If anybody's wondering, comes on at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not doing shit at 4 a.m. in the morning except sleeping.
So we will cover it.
Trust me, folks, if Cap is ever awake at 4 a.m., either a catastrophe has occurred, I'm suffering a horrible bout of insomnia, or I'm way, 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 way too intoxicated. I haven't pulled the all-nighter thing in about a year, I'm proud to say.
But we will cover the Wrestle Kingdom, but it will likely be a
review rather than a watch along.
Well, we'll still watch along with it, right? But it'll be after the event has already taken place, just due to the time that it comes on. So for those
it's like those weddings and funerals over in Great Britain. It's like, what the hell? We can't be up to watch this crap.
But other than that, yeah, I think that's all. As of now, things always pop up through the week. So keep an eye on the Twitters for RAWBall posts. Keep the eye on the Twitters for the Crew Day posts. We're always posting on there as far as when we're on, what we're doing. So yeah, follow me at if you dare, Dexter Whitehausen.
That might be the truest statement you've ever spoken. Follow Davey if you dare.
Yeah. Sometimes it works out well. Sometimes it doesn't.
Now, in all seriousness, folks, follow Davey on Twitter. Just don't be an ass, and he won't be an ass back.
I won't be right. Yeah. How I am generally depends on you. So
Yeah. Look at yourself in the mirror. If you're an ass,
for
probably
me.
not a good idea to follow any of us.
Would it be a good idea if I said this? If you have to answer that question, probably don't.
Well, what was that line George Carlin had about Avion water? What he said, what type of a twit does it take to buy this crap? Just look at Avion spelled backwards.
Yeah, naive.
Oh, we miss you, George.
Truer words never spoken.
All right. Take care, everybody. Davey, I'll see you later.
Absolutely.
Everybody,
Night, guys.
start your week out well. Boom.